Hey listeners, how are you all? Thank you so much for being our awesome members. There's a lot to come more. Sit tight, be comfy, put your headphones, now let's begin. The man lay on his side in the faintly lit sewer tunnel as the light sound of water dripping filled the air, eyes dull and unfocused as the water slowly began to pool under his head. Empty pill bottles and beer cans lay scattered around him, some still wet while others so old and dry it was like they'd been there longer than he had. His clothes were rank with the filth of the sewers around him, but upon closer inspection, one would see a careful and wonderful neatness to them. Even in their ruined state, the man had not allowed them to become disordered. If not for the slight tremor of his eyes as they watched each drop fall, one could mistake his sunken cheeks, fish-white eyes and pale skin for that of a dead man. He did not care though, he had long lost that ability. The water continued, one drop at a time, as the man watched. Each drop seemed to come slower and slower, the ringing of each drop growing louder and louder until the last drop, stretching out into eternity, the sound of it hitting the puddle akin to the sound of the world shattering, and then darkness. The man lay in the shallow puddle, his eyes no longer following the slow drip of the water above. A silhouette blocked off the light from the nearby sewer grate exit. The silhouette approached revealing the form of an olive-skinned middle-aged man in clean street clothes and a baseball hat. He glanced completely unremarkable, just another face in the crowd you wouldn't notice. His eyes were the exception, they glowed with a gentle light, flickering with something indescribable. The man slowly approached the fish-eyed man with heavy footsteps that echoed down the chamber. The newcomer squatted down on his haunches, glanced at the man, and with a deep sorrow in his voice he remarked, "It is by the flame that gold and slag are separated, but when the flame dies, all that results are ashes." The newcomer reached out and closed the fish-eyed man's eyes with deliberate slowness, and stood up letting out a tired sigh. The newcomer was silent for a moment and closed his eyes as if in prayer, before turning around and walking back towards the tunnel entrance. He spoke in a low voice with a smile. "But while there is still even a single ember burning, there is hope for the flame to be rekindled." The newcomer left the dim light of the sewer and stepped back into the sunlight. He began to whistle a soft tune and walked leisurely up a hill and down the nearby road. A small raccoon hiding in a nearby bush popped its head out as the newcomer walked away. Deeming it safe, the small animal briskly ran towards the entrance of the tunnel, hoping to find a stash or scraps. To its surprise though, there in the dark tunnel sat a small pile of nuts and fruit as fresh as if they had been just picked. The small raccoon ran to the pile and began to fill its stomach, chattering excitedly, not minding the otherwise empty tunnel. The ex-soldier awoke with his eyes crusty and head pounding, the loud roaring of his hangover refusing to let him sleep any longer. He fumbled his hand around awkwardly, looking for even a small amount of alcohol to quell the fierce storm in his head. His eyes hurt and he refused to open them until he could muster the strength to face another day of existence. The ex-soldier opened his eyes after some time, unable to find anything. He pushed himself into a sitting position and glanced around at the empty floor, before furrowing his brow in anger and frustration. He'd chosen this sewer tunnel because it was far out of the normal roaming territory of the city's common vagrants and junkies. He wondered he'd not have to worry about having any uninvited guests. He figured it was his own fault for underestimating their nose. He should be happy he was still wearing clothes. Drawing his legs to his chest and leaning up against the rough wall, the ex-soldier laid his head on his knees and massaged his temples, desperately trying to ease his pounding head. After several moments of silence, the constant roaring began to die down. To his confusion, however, though the pain subsided, the sound never fully dissipated. Dry, bloodshot eyes squinting in the dim light, the ex-soldier lifted his head and glanced at his surroundings. Huh? What the hell? Instead of the dull gray-colored filth-encrusted cement wall of the sewer tunnel, across from him was a dark, rough stone wall covered in brightly colored lichen. The stone walls were slightly damp from the spray of the small stream that ran under it, and the soft rumbling sound he heard was the sound of the water as it flowed rapidly out of the cave mouth. The ex-soldier took only a moment to recognize that he was not where he was when he passed out. He got up despite his back and legs protesting the exertion, and with practiced hands, the ex-soldier began to pat himself down. He lifted his shirt to look for blood. Not seeing any noticeable wounds or stitches, the ex-soldier let out a sigh of relief and wondered to himself that it's not like organ thieves would get much for his anyway. The ex-soldier calmed his racing heart before looking around the area. The cave he was in was small and damp from the stream that flowed out of a small crack in the back wall. It was not particularly large or deep, but the markings and old ashes scattered around indicated that it had been used more than once as a camping site. He poked around the area to see if there was anything useful left behind. The ex-soldier felt a small shifting weight in his pocket. He pulled out a small outdated flip phone, his wallet and the old silver pocket watch that never left his side. Why would someone take his pills and booze, dragged him God knows how far away to some cave, and yet forget to take his valuables as well? Not that he was complaining. He stuffed his wallet back into his pocket. The ex-soldier took a moment to stare at the silver pocket watch, taking a moment to admire the engraving on the back, for gold is tried in the fire, and acceptable men in the furnace of adversity. A small, mocking smirk formed on his mouth. The ex-soldier shook his head and silently slid the watch into his pocket again. He flipped the phone open. The ex-soldier grumbled in frustration. No signal. Stupid cheap pay-as-you-go plans. The ex-soldier placed the phone back into his pocket alongside his wallet and watch, then stretched himself out, grimacing as his body creaked and groaned in protest. He was not the spring chicken he once was. Not that the excess booze and pills did any favors. Moving towards the small stream, the ex-soldier approached a relatively calm portion and stared into the water. The water was clear enough that he could see the man staring back up at him, skin pale and loose, deep purple bags under bloodshot listless eyes topped by a head of shaggy unkempt coal-black hair and a ragged beard fingers length long. If one glanced closely, they would be able to see the remnants of a relatively handsome man. The ex-soldier never wondered he'd been handsome enough to be popular, but he'd gotten the odd shy smile from the ladies in his youth. But years of neglect and drug abuse had wiped most of that away. The ex-soldier harumphed to his own wonders and spoke to the reflection. "What are you looking at?" Without waiting for a reply, he reached down and cupped a hand of the cold water and splashed his face. After washing his face, the ex-soldier took the opportunity to remove his outer shirt and started to wipe down his body in the clean water. The filth washed away as he shivered in the cold water, but at least it wasn't biting cold like shelter showers. As he reached over the water to scoop out more, something caught his eye beneath the dark smudges on his chest. The ex-soldier gently touched the area above his left pec, right above where his heart would be. There, barely the size of a palm, was a black tattoo, reminiscent of the tribal tattoos that were popular a few years back. He scooped out more water and cleaned more, wondering if maybe it was just a smudge. The rest of his chest cleaned easily enough, but the tattoo remained. The ex-soldier squinted at the unfamiliar image and traced along its surprisingly complex pattern. The ex-soldier rubbed his eyes with more water to clear his vision, and then glanced again. At first glance, it appeared to be a fireball or some kind of meteor, but looking at it in detail he could tell that it was a small glowing egg, wrapped in thin threads of fire. As he breathed, the tattoo expanded and contracted, giving it the illusion of flickering embers and dancing flames. Each line that made up the egg and the flames themselves were infinitely complex, formed from dozens and dozens of tiny lines and symbols, to the point that the ex-soldier questioned how long it had taken to make. Scooting back from the stream, the ex-soldier shook his head, trying to clear the last remnants of his hangover and reconstruct what had happened last night. Why was he in this cave? Who had brought him here? Who had put this tattoo on him, and why? But no matter how much he wondered, he couldn't come up with a good answer. The ex-soldier sat there and wondered. The shadows in the cave began to grow slightly darker. Looking up, he saw through the cave. Entranced the red sky of a setting sun, it glanced like he would be spending the night here once more. Several hours later, the ex-soldier sat down near the small fire in the back of the cave, the smoke escaping from a small man-made hole in the ceiling. In the fire sat a few larger stones, slowly starting to turn hot. With practiced hands, the ex-soldier maneuvered a pair of sticks and picked the stones from the fire, before quickly maneuvering them into a shallow stone depression filled with water from the stream. As the stones hit the water began to hiss and boil. After repeating this a few times, the ex-soldier waited a short while for the water to cool, before bending down and greedily drinking the remaining water. It was a slow and inefficient method, but it was better than going thirsty or contracting God knows what from the water. His years in the military had left him with a wide range of survival and combat skills, so he didn't fear death like some city boy without his modern comforts for just one night, but that did not stop him for cursing whoever had taken his beer bottles. The ex-soldier sat back up and leaned up against the damp stone wall, enjoying the contrast of the cool stone and the blazing flame. As he watched the flickering flames dwindle, their gentle dance and the soft sounds of the night seeming to cast a spell on his eyelids, and they grew slowly heavier. A shrill scream pierced the night and snapped the ex-soldier's eyes open from his slumber. What was happening? The little girl hummed a soft tune as she glanced down at the open book in front of her, the slowly dimming light of the sun barely illuminating the pages, as they shook gently with the swaying of the carriage moving down the road. The girl was so engrossed in the story before her, that she jumped slightly when the middle-aged woman riding in the back quietly spoke her name. The young girl, close the book, dear. It's not good for your eyes to be reading in this light, mother. The young girl turned around and gave her mother a pleading look that only a 7-year-old girl could give. Please mother, just a little longer. I've nearly gotten to my favorite part. The young girl glanced at her mother with an upturned lip, a large bald hand landed on the top of her head with a light thud, making her wince slightly. Now girl, listen to your mother. Close the book and start getting ready. We'll be making camp soon, father. With light tears in her eyes, the young girl cast her eyes down and reluctantly closed her book, handing it back towards her mother. The bald hand loosened, then gently rested on top of the girl's head, softly stroking her chestnut, shoulder-length hair. The man sitting next to her driving the carriage, her father, glanced down at the young girl with soft eyes and smiled as she smiled back, leaning up against him. He did not know what he had done to deserve such a beautiful wife and sweet little girl, but he could not help but think that this was what true happiness was. Watching the sweet family moment from atop a nearby horse, a young man in bright plate armor could not help but smile. Seeing him looking over at them, the young girl quickly hid her face behind her father's back, making him jump slightly in surprise. With an embarrassed look, her father glanced over at the young man and spoke. I'm sorry about that, Sir Hero. She's still shy around strangers. If she ever wants to take over the trade, she'll have to learn eventually though. Father, no, it is perfectly fine. I know how young girls can be. I have a sister that will be the same age this year. Hero. The young man spoke, a smile on his face but a slight tingle of sadness and homesickness in his voice. Hero. That is what her father had called him. She had read the stories before, of the gallant knights chosen by the hero's sigil to cleanse lands thick in miasma. But truthfully, in the young girl's eyes, all she could see was a boy even younger than her father, not the shining warriors of legend. Sneaking a quick glance out from her father's back, she glanced the hero in the eye and stuck her tongue out, before quickly ducking back into hiding. The hero simply smiled awkwardly and gave a light chuckle. Turning his eyes forward to the road, the hero's face took on a more serious look and spoke to the father without looking back. Is it safe to make camp here? Should we not press on to Whitewood? Hero. No, we'll never make it before dark. And besides, there is a small cave a little farther along the road we can use. As long as we are vigilant, there should be little danger, father. The hero squinted his eyes at the father's words. He wanted to press the issue, but he himself was not very experienced in such thing, having only just started his travels. In fact, if it was not for the good luck of meeting this trader family on the road, he would have been hopelessly lost by now. In the end, he decided to defer to the father's experience and stay silent. However, the hero could not shake a feeling of unease in his heart, like the calm before the storm. Roughly an hour later, as time went on, the daylight began to fade into dusk. As they rode on, the father suddenly gave a small exclamation of joy. Little ways away stood a stone bridge crossing a small stream. Approaching the bridge, the father slowed the carriage to a stop, then pointed up the stream, speaking to the hero. This is the place. The cave is about a 2 to 3 minute walk upstream. The path is too narrow for the carriage, so we will have to carry the more valuable goods and hide the carriage on the roadside. The young girl, help your mother gather the camping gear, father. Giving a slight nod, the young girl climbed over the back of the diver's bench and began to help her mother. As the father began to unbridle the horses, the hero walked over to the nearby path. In the distance, he could see a small back cliff, though the cave spoken of by the father was hidden by the forest. Suddenly, there was a slight rustle in the nearby trees, and the hero glanced up, his eyes bulging. With the ring of steel, his sword left its sheath, barely managing to block the heavy blow as the thing in the treetops leapt at him. The young girl and her mother chatted quietly in the back of the carriage as they prepared the camping supplies. They spoke of their journey so far, and what they planned to do once they reached the trade city, Whitewood. As they talked, her mother smiled gently as she stopped the young girl from sneaking several heavy books into their bag. She never understood where the girl's love for books had come from. She herself was just a plain farmer's daughter who'd caught the eye of a traveling merchant, and could not wrap her mind around the idea when her cute daughter spoke about the world inside of the books, but it made the young girl happy, and that made the mother happy. As they continued, the young girl stopped and stared as she noticed a slight ruffling of the carriage canvas, tilting her head in puzzlement, as the night was windless. Suddenly, she heard the cracking of breaking wood, then the distinct sound of a blade leaving its sheath, before the ring of clashing metal. Eyes going wide in panic, the young girl ran to her mother as her father called out amidst the freighted neighing of the horses. The young girl, Martha, quickly, hide, father. Over the next few moments, the sound of fighting pursued, with deep grunts and the constant ringing of metal on metal. After a few moments, the hero called out in a panic. Watch out! There's more, hero. Suddenly, there was the sound of whistling wind and sick-sounding impact, then a gurgling grunt as though someone could not force air out of their lungs. In the next moment, the young girl's father stumbled backward into view, a large arrow protruding from his chest. Her father silently glanced down at the arrow, dumbfounded, before turning his eyes to the young girl and her mother. The light in his eyes was filled with fear and confusion, but above all else, a desperate pleading scream for them to run, to hide. Then with a gentle smile, blood leaking from his mouth, he fell. No. Mother. The young girl's mother let loose a wailing shriek as she watched her husband fall onto the coach seat. Though in her grief, she still had the presence of mind to cling to the young girl as the latter tried to claw her way out of her mother's grasp in a desperate bid to reach her father. Father, father, let go, we have to help, the young girl. As the young girl continued to struggle, tears flowing down her face, the sounds of battle continued outside. Finally managing to wiggle herself free of her mother's grasp, the young girl rushed on all fours to the front of the carriage, reaching for her fallen father, her mother hot on her trail. As she neared the exit, there was a heavy impact on top of the carriage, causing both to stop in fear. Without warning, the carriage gave a shudder, and a long sinewy arm, green skin lightly coated with white hair, reached into the opening from the top of the carriage. A large four-fingered hand, fingered tipped with rotting brown nails, swiped randomly around before grabbing firmly into the young girl's shoulder-length hair, and began to pull her out. Screaming and kicking, the young girl struggled to lose the hand's grip, but could not overpower the large hand. Moving like lightning, her mother crossed the carriage and wrapped an arm around the young girl's waist, using the other to try and pry the hand away. As she did so, grunting sounds of frustration came from the top of the carriage. For a moment, the pulling force stopped, and the young girl felt hope well up, only to hear the distinct ringing of a blade leaving its sheath. In a panic, the young girl glanced down at her mother, to see a gentle and warm smile contrasted by a steady flow of tears, before hearing the sound of ripping fabric and seeing a large, rusty sword pierce down from the top and through her mother's chest. With a thud, her mother fell to the floor of the carriage, using the last of her strength to desperately cling to her daughter's waist. Slowly, the power in her mother's grip gave out, and with a scream, the young girl was pulled from the carriage. As she did so, she came face to face with the creature that held her in the air by her hair. It had long sinewy limbs and mottled dark green skin, perfect for climbing and moving in the treetops. Sparse white hair covered its body that gave it a flickering appearance, like light filtering through the leaves. Its eyes were large and dark, capturing the tiniest bit of movement and light. While it was relatively short when compared to an adult, it was still nearly twice the young girl's size, and its large gaping mouth, designed only for meat, nearly split its small head in two, as it grinned from large pointed ear to ear. Forest Goblin. That was the name that popped up in her mind as she saw the bizarre creature before her. While not as strong as their mountain cousins, or as fast as those in the plains, forest goblins were smart and agile. They were vicious, predatory monsters who saw other races as nothing more than food. Compared to the other goblin races, the thing that separated forest goblins was their high intelligence, able to prepare complex traps and strategies, as well as forge their own weapons and tools. In some parts of the world, their intelligence was so widely recognized that they were called tree elves. Though if you were to call them that in the presence of a true elf, you would pay a heavy price. Looking around the area, the young girl could see the result of the battle. Several dozen forest goblin bodies lay scattered around the ground, some long dead, other with not long left. A short distance away, the young girl could see the hero fighting a small group of 6 to 7 remaining goblins. However, he was heavily injured, covered in blood and outnumbered. Gray, 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 gray. The forest goblin, holding her up by the hair, laughed as it glanced towards the struggling hero. Jumping down from the carriage, the goblin held the young girl up to eye level and grinned that wide-mouthed grin again, before extending a long black tongue and gently licking away the tears on her face, a look of ecstasy forming in its half-closed eyes. Feeling a rage unlike anything she'd ever felt before welling up in her heart, the young girl screamed in anger, no longer fearing what may happen. She began to thrash and flail about, desperately trying to do any amount of damage to the creature with her frail strength. Laughing as though watching the funniest thing it could conceive, the goblin did not even try and stop her. Finally running out of steam, the young girl let her arms hang down as she breathed heavily. Looking the goblin in the eyes with a deep, seething hatred, bile welled up in her throat, and with a coarse sound, she spat it into the laughing goblin's face. Instantly, the goblin fell quiet, its eyes growing cold and its face expressionless as it sheathed its sword and used the hand to wipe away the spittle. It stared at it in its hand for a moment, as if in contemplation, and then gently placed the girl on the ground. Confused, the young girl could only stand there, when in the next moment the goblin balled its bony fist tightly and slammed it into the left side of the small girl's face. The young girl only heard a small pop, as the left side of her vision went dark, and she was sent flying several feet away. Moaning in pain as she struggled to move, the young girl watched in fear as the goblin slowly walked towards her. It was no longer smiling as it slowly drew its rusty blade, still wet with her mother's blood. Laying back down in resignation, unable to tell if her face was wet with tears or blood, the young girl watched in silence, her heart strangely calm. Suddenly, there was the sound of a snapping branch, and the goblin's eyes shot up, looking past her. The young girl could only feel a slight breeze as a dark shadow shot past, slamming heavily into the forest goblin and sending it flying several feet. The goblin stood up, it glanced at the shadow and screamed in rage. The last thing the young girl remembered before her passing out was the shadow looking down at her, a strange light in its eyes, like a tiny candle flickering in a field of darkness. As the scream sounded through the night, the ex-soldier was jolted awake, his eyes growing wide in surprise. Body slightly stiff from his awkward position, he quickly jogged to the cave entrance, straining his ears as he glanced out into the dark night. While the sound was far and faint, he could make out the sound of a commotion down the river. Standing there, he squinted his eyes trying adjusting them to the darkness. After a moment, the ex-soldier began to dash down the faint pathway next to the stream. He may have been a junkie and alcoholic, but he was an ex-cop as well. The least he could do was to check what was going on. If his luck was good, the other party might even know a way back to town. Of course, being this far out in the woods, there was always the off chance that whatever was happening was not something he should see. In that case, he would just hide and pretend like he was never there. The bosses of the local underground had been trying to find him for over a year now. He'd not be noticed by some low-level mooks. With practiced steps, he ran closer and closer to the sounds of fighting, furrowing his brow in confusion as he could make out the sound of clashing metal, like someone slamming metal pipes together. As he drew near, he could make out a tall, bulky man fighting a group of short fellows near a stone bridge, swinging rods at each other. Before he could be noticed, the ex-soldier ducked into the shadow of the nearby trees and slowly approached for a better look. The hell? Peering out of the shadows, the ex-soldier could see a young man standing on the bridge in the moonlight, his size magnified by the heavy-looking metal armor he wore. With a grunt, the young man swung the long rod, or sword rather, at one of the cloaked short fellows surrounding him. The short fellow gave a startled, high-pitched scream and fell to the ground. Watching in confusion, the ex-soldier wondered to himself whether he'd wandered into a movie set or some reenactment or another. Either way, it was the strangest thing he'd seen in a long time. As he watched the battle from the shadows, the ex-soldier's eyes were drawn by another loud scream. While it sounded younger than the first, the ex-soldier recognized the emotions it carried. It was not a scream of terror or pain but a primordial yell filled with rage, welling up from deep within the soul. It was a sound that the ex-soldier was intimate with. Looking a little ways away, the ex-soldier could make out the outline of an old canvas-topped wagon, sitting by the roadside. It was a simple design and could have fit neatly into any old Western movie. But what drew his eyes was what stood on top of it. There, in the shadow of the night, stood a short fellow, though a little taller than the ones fighting the man on the bridge. In his outstretched hand, he held the hair of a child, no older than 6 or 7 years old. Jumping down from the carriage, the clouds in the sky parted slightly, illuminating the short fellow's figure. At the sight, the ex-soldier's blood ran cold. There in the moonlight stood the ugliest creature he'd ever seen. Dark green skin covered long, thin bony limbs that made it look like an oversized spider monkey. Its small head was topped with a thin patch of white hair and huge pointed ears. Its mouth was long and slim, exposing thin needle-like teeth as it grinned at the girl in its hand. The girl screamed and flailed at the thing, causing its large black eyes to squint in amusement. The ex-soldier could do nothing but stare at the creature in shock, mind blank, unable to process what he was looking at. It was not till the young girl spat in the thing's face that the ex-soldier snapped back to reality. With growing fear and cold sweat dripping down his back, he watched as the creature's face went cold and he placed the little girl on the ground. With a fierce left hook, the little girl was sent flying across the road, landing hard before tumbling to a halt just shy of his hiding spot. As the thing started to slowly approach the girl, the ex-soldier's heart began to beat faster. He did not know where these monsters had come from, but he had to run before they noticed him too. He may not have cared if he died or not, but that did not mean he wanted to die with a sword through his gut. As he quickly stood to move away, he unconsciously glanced at the little girl lying on the ground and froze. The look in her eyes and the creature neared pierced his heart like a dagger. It was a dead-eyed stare filled with remorse and hopelessness that did not fit the face of one so young, but there was still a spark left, screaming for life. As he stood there watching, his mind could not help but go back to all those years ago, when he'd seen those same eyes on another youth. With the crack of bones, the ex-soldier closed his trembling hands into a tight fist, before cursing himself in his mind at the foolish action he was about to take. Son of a b. Then he charged out of the shadows at a full sprint towards the slowly approaching creature. Rushing at full speed, the ex-soldier used his momentum to deliver a full power forward thrust kick towards the creature's chest. The creature, noticing him immediately, crossed its arms to block the kick, taking the impact and flew several meters before tumbling to a stop. As the ex-soldier slid to a stop, his eyes caught the girl's and he could see a small glint of confusion and surprise before she lowered her head and closed them. Letting out a sigh of relief as he saw the gentle rise and fall of her chest, he glanced towards the creature again and opened his mouth in shock. While the creature stood up and screamed in rage at the ex-soldier's intervention, it appears otherwise unharmed. Thinking about the kick itself, the ex-soldier felt confused. Not only did the impact feel light, as though he were kicking something a quarter of the size, there was a strange bounce to the hit, like he'd struck a rubber wall. Not letting the wonder cloud his mind, the ex-soldier took a shoulder-wide forward stance, his right hand square against his chest, his left extended outward along his center line. He'd studied Kajukenbo while in the army for several years, and enjoyed it enough that he continued his practice even after leaving the service. He did not know how effective it would be against this thing, but if it was good enough to keep him safe from the street thugs, then it was worth a shot. Eyes filled with anger, the thing raised an eyebrow at the ex-soldier's stance, but a thin grin began to spread across its mouth as it saw he was unarmed. The ex-soldier's breath began to grow ragged and shaky and the thing slowly approached. Eyes full of mocking confidence. When it neared to about 1.5 meters away, the ex-soldier, still shaking slightly, gave a loud ki and shifted his stance forward, striking the creature in the chest heavily with his right fist. Again, the creature was blown backward several feet, as the ex-soldier stared in shock. Just like with the kick, however, the thing simply rolled a few times and stood up, otherwise unharmed. Again, the blow had felt light, like the creature weighed far less than it appeared. Rage filling its eyes, it charged at the ex-soldier, mouth filled with needle-like teeth gaping wide. As it approached, the ex-soldier moved to strike with his left hand, aiming a reserve hammer fist at its head. However, the creature stopped mid-rush and pivoted on its heels, ducking and using the momentum to send a crescent kick into the ex-soldier's unguarded flank. With a surprised grunt, the ex-soldier took several steps back and adjusted his stance. Unlike the wildly swinging grunts fighting the armored man on the bridge, it was obvious from its movements that this one was much more skilled. Its smile widening to a mocking grin, the creature took its own strange stance and waved the ex-soldier forward, taunting him. Furrowing his brow, the ex-soldier moved forward with the creature moving in the same moment. Over the next few minutes, they would exchange blow after blow, the ex-soldier relying on his heavy and powerful blows to disrupt the creature's movements, and the creature using its agile and long limbs to slip through the ex-soldier's guard. After several moments, the two separated, both breathing heavy, soaked in sweat. However, the ex-soldier realized that while he was covered in bruise and cuts, the creature itself seemed only tired. Barring a few cuts on the face, it seemed otherwise unhindered. A slow fear began to creep into the ex-soldier's heart as the creature let out a low cuckle at his pitiable condition. As the ex-soldier started to strongly consider retreat, a voice sounded out from nearby. "The sword. You have to cut them." Hero taking a quick glance at the young man on the bridge, the ex-soldier saw that there were only 3 to 4 of the creatures left as the young man in armor called out to him in haste. Eyes turning back to the creature in front of him, the ex-soldier took a quick glance at the blade strapped to its waist. Hope growing in his heart, the ex-soldier moved forward once again to meet the creature, the thing apparently unaware of the young man's warning. After another brief exchange of blows, the ex-soldier saw his chance and took a sliding step to the side. Pretending to miss a blow aimed at the creature's chest, he quickly grabbed onto the blade's grip, smoothly freeing it from the sheath and flowing around to its back. With a rage-filled cry, the ex-soldier swung down with all his strength. The creature, eyes wide with surprise, moved to dodge the rusty blade. As the sword made contact, the ex-soldier felt the distinct give of flesh and bone. Before hearing a high-pitched scream, looking back, the ex-soldier saw the creature fall to the ground rolling in pain, as it held onto the stub of the severed arm. Breathing heavily, the ex-soldier approached the creature slowly, a fire burning in his eyes as he glanced into the creature's own, full of fear. Suddenly, there was the crack of wood and the twang of a bow from behind. The ex-soldier barely dodged the arrow as it flew past and embedded itself into a nearby tree. Quickly turning around, the ex-soldier saw another creature, its face half shrouded in a gray hood, standing in the shadows of the tree behind him. The creature slowly lowered the bow it held, before giving him a mocking look with its eyes and disappearing into the shadows. A light bulb going off in his head, the ex-soldier quickly turned around to look at the first creature, only to see it running at full speed towards the opposite roadside. As it reached the trees, it leapt upwards, grabbing onto low-hanging branches with its good arm and pulled itself up. With nimble movements that belittled its injury, the creature began to climb higher. Turning around to give the ex-soldier a hate-filled, full-toothed evil grin, it quickly disappeared into the treetops. As the ex-soldier stood watching, a shrill whistle sounded through the night. The few remaining creatures still fighting the armored man raised their head and quickly broke off their engagement, running swiftly into the forest and up the nearby trees, just as the first had, then disappeared. The young armored man stood in shock for a moment, before collapsing to his knees, his sword the only thing keeping him upright. After a moment, he glanced up at the ex-soldier with strange eyes as they both stood there breathing heavily. Then giving a bloody-toothed grin, he began to laugh. The ex-soldier stood there and glanced over at the strange man and raised an eyebrow before shaking his head. Dropping the bloody sword, the ex-soldier turned around and walked over to the young girl, still lying on the ground. Watching the slow rise and fall of her chest, a frown began to form on his face. Author's notes. The ex-soldier finally meets the one who brought him here. This is more of a world-building chapter than an action one like last time. I'm also trying to correct my excessive use of passive tense. So forgive me if I ramble on. But chapters this focused will be rare, so forgive me. Please remember to leave your comments and suggestions. Several hours after the ambush, the ex-soldier sat in the shallow cave, poking the small fire with a stick to stir the flames. His eyes swept the area, landing on the figure of a small girl sleeping on a thin cloth bundle. Her chest raggedly rose up and down as her face contorted in fear, unseen nightmares tormenting her dreams. The ex-soldier could only stare helplessly, lost in wonder before the sound of footsteps drew his attention. A young man, stripped of the armor he had been wearing just hours before, walked into the light of the fire from the nearby entrance, a dirty shovel in his hand. The young man leaned the shovel up against the wall and spoke to the ex-soldier in a hushed voice, careful not to wake the sleeping girl. "It's done. I can't say it is respectable, but at least we will not have to worry about their bodies being eaten by some stray beast." The young man sat down heavily some distance away from the fire, his body sagging as if released from some immense pressure. A moment of silence passed before the young man inquired the ex-soldier in a solemn voice, looking towards the young girl. "How is she?" The ex-soldier did not speak immediately. He simply glanced into the flames with a contemplating look. He spoke after a moment, his voice low and without feeling. "It's infected. Whatever it is, it's spreading fast, might not last the night." The young man's eyes grew wide with anger and he quickly stood up before speaking in a half-whisper half-shout. "What the hell is your problem? Are we going to just do nothing? You're speaking like it's none of your concern, but why did you bother saving us if you were just going to let her die?" The hero was not sure what to think when he's first met the strangely dressed man on the roadside. On one hand, his sudden and inexplicable appearance and strange fighting style sent a red flag off in the hero's mind. On the other, he had put his life on the line for complete strangers. The hero was left with a strange mixed feeling of gratitude, suspicion, and frustration. The ex-soldier glanced up at the young man and spoke in the same half-shout half-whisper, the fire reflecting in his eyes. "And what do you expect me to do?" The hero opened his mouth as in rebuttal, but before he could the ex-soldier glanced back at the fire and spoke, this time in a cold soft tone. "We've already gone through the carriage, there's nothing left we can use, and if you're right, the nearest town is still a day's ride away." The hero felt as if a cold wind blew through his mind. He slowly closed his mouth and leaned against the cool stone wall. He slowly sank to the floor as his legs lost the power to support him, before laying his head silently on his knees as his body began to shake faintly in the firelight. The ex-soldier stood up with a grunt after several minutes of silence before reaching down to grab his discarded coat. The young hero did not even bother to look up at the ex-soldier as he passed by and walked into the cool night. The ex-soldier stood there at the boundary of the campfire in the darkness of the night, looking up into the night sky. While the stars and constellations he was familiar with winked back down at him, something else drew his focus. Instead of the bright and shining moon hanging in the night sky, there were three distinct chunks of rock spanning half the sky from the east to the west, and dozens of smaller less visible fragments floating between them. It was as if someone had taken a bat to a crystal globe and left the piece in the sky. The ex-soldier was not as shocked as the first time he'd seen the sight several hours ago. He briefly questioned if this was really a dream or not. Or a pill-induced nightmare at the very least. He finally lowered his gaze after several moments and began to walk down the dimly lit pathway. The ex-soldier arrived at the stone bridge a few moments later, taking only a moment to scan the area for danger before walking towards the opposite side of the road. He shifted around the dense bushes for a few moments, before a bright yellow flower caught his eye in the moonlight. He bent down to inspect the flower before giving a slight nod and swiftly began to extract the plant, roots and all. The ex-soldier was years out of practice, yet he was sure he remembered that pot marigold could be processed into a basic tincture. The equipment pulled from the carriage was basic, but at the very least it might buy some time. The ex-soldier slowly brushing the dirt off of the plant, careful not to damage it. He glanced down at the small flower, deep in wonder when a familiar sound suddenly came from his pocket. The ex-soldier slowly pulled the old phone from his pocket and flipped it open with shaking hands. A bright LED display flashed a two-word message at him as the phone continued to ring. Unknown number. The ex-soldier could only stare at the phone in shock and confusion before an unfamiliar voice called out from behind him. "Are you going to answer that?" The ex-soldier made a sudden tuck and roll motion to his left, grabbing a large rock as he did so. With a practiced throw, he sent the stone flying towards the unseen voice. The ex-soldier corrected his roll and entered a combat-ready stance as he heard the sound of a heavy impact, stone on flesh. His eyes went wide in shock and his mouth hung open, however, when he glanced in the direction of the toss. Leaning up against a nearby tree stood a calm man in clean and casual-looking clothes, his outstretched hand gripping the large stone. The stranger held to his head a new model smartphone, glowing bright in the dim nightlight. As he pulled the smartphone away, he pressed a button and the ringing of the ex-soldier's phone stopped. The stranger then pushed himself away from the tree and put the smartphone away, before beginning to leisurely toss stone in the air. He spoke in a soft voice, though it was strangely clear to the ex-soldier's ears even from that distance. "You always had a knack for the curveball, the ex-soldier. It's good to see you've not lost your touch." The ex-soldier raised his eyebrow in confusion at the stranger's overly familiar tone. He did not lower his guard as he spoke to the stranger in a questioning tone. "Do I know you?" The stranger glanced at the ex-soldier with a strange look in his eyes, then spoke in a small voice. "No, but I know you. Sergeant Floyd." Sergeant the ex-soldier Floyd, 3rd Battalion, 338th Regiment, 157th Infantry Brigade. Second son of Deborah and Samuel Floyd. 31 this October. The stranger spoke as if reading off a list, watching the ex-soldier's jaw fall open. The stranger paused for a moment before speaking again, a mysterious smile forming. 5 feet 11. 182 lb. Favorite color is dark green and favorite drink is mint tea and scotch. Should I go on? The ex-soldier's mouth slowly closed as he stared daggers at the stranger in front of him. His voice trembled slightly as he tried to speak out in a threatening manner. "Who the hell are you? Did Max send you after me? I told him before that I'm not going to work for him. I don't care how much he's paying." The stranger tossed the stone away and glanced at the ex-soldier with a smirk before speaking as a serious tone. "I'm not with the Black Dogs, the ex-soldier. They can't reach you here anyway." As the stranger spoke, he pointed up towards the sky. The ex-soldier's eyes followed the motion and his eyes landed on the strange splintered moon. The ex-soldier felt his blood go cold and his body shiver as he watched the shards drift slowly through the sky. The stranger's clothes and phone, coupled with him seeming to know the ex-soldier, had made the ex-soldier forget for a moment that wherever he was, it wasn't the world he knew. The ex-soldier forcefully quelled his shaking body before lowering his gaze and asking in a quiet voice. "Who are you?" The stranger glanced back at the ex-soldier as a large grin forming on his face, as if he had been waiting for that question all along. He paused for a moment before answering in a calm but questioning tone, as if not fully sure how to word it himself. "A watcher. A guide. A messenger. What you chose to call me is not important. What is that I have a request for you, Sergeant. One last mission." The ex-soldier raised an eyebrow at the stranger's words. Who did he think he was trying to play himself off as? God. "I've been called that, yes, but as I remarked, that is not important at the moment." The ex-soldier's eyes widened in surprise at the stranger's answer to his unspoken question. The ex-soldier felt his body stiffen as he took several steps back and tightened his guard. The stranger gave a light chuckle before speaking again in a light tone. "As I remarked, should you choose to accept it, I have one last mission for you, Sergeant." I've always wanted to use that line. The ex-soldier squinted his eyes in suspicion, choosing to ignore the stranger's choice in words before he answered in a cold voice. "I refuse. I stopped following orders a long time ago. I'm not some puppet dancing on your strings just so you can keep your hands clean. I don't care who you are, do your dirty work yourself." The stranger hung his head and gave a sigh of resignation before lifting his head and spoke in a calm voice. "You're no fun." In all seriousness, the ex-soldier, "You misunderstand. I say, mission, however I do not really require you to do anything. Your simple presence is enough." The ex-soldier tilted his head in confusion as the stranger spoke on. "The mission that I have for you is simply to be yourself. To live in this world as you. Move as you wish, do what you feel needs doing. Learn. Grow. Become better than you were yesterday, aim for more than you will be tomorrow. And frankly speaking, the ex-soldier, you are already here. There is no going back, no refusing even if you wanted it." The ex-soldier inquired the stranger in a low voice, even more confused than a few moments ago. "And where is here exactly?" The stranger glanced sadly up into the sky, his eyes focusing on the shattered moon slowly floating by. He wondered for a moment before speaking. "A shadow? A choice? A possibility made reality. This world is but one of infinite other like it, each the result of choices and outcomes, cause and effect. A collection of what could have been, sleeping in the shadow of what is. The stranger glanced back down at the ex-soldier with a gentle but tired smile before continuing. But do not misunderstand. This world is just as real as your home. Its people laugh and live, they bleed and cry just as any others. The only difference is that this world is sterile. It no longer has the ability to birth new worlds. It simply exists, sleeping alongside its sisters. The ex-soldier did not think himself a stupid man by any means, yet as the stranger spoke the ex-soldier's heart began to beat rapidly and his head hurt. The ex-soldier did not fully understand what was remarked, but the implications of the stranger's words felt like a blow to his psyche. The ex-soldier spoke with a trembling voice, his hands dropping powerlessly to his side. What does this have to do with me? Why drag me all the way here if you don't even need me to do anything? The stranger spoke in a low voice as eyes began to fill with a deep sorrow. This world is dying, the ex-soldier. It is no longer making choices, no longer growing or moving forward. It has grown cold and still, apathetic and content. With apathy comes stagnation, and with stagnation comes rot. If a branch is sick, it must be pruned from the whole before the entire vine is infected. If a limb is festering and the rot cannot be removed, then it is better for the limb to be cut off than for the body as a whole to die. The flame could burn away the rot, but this world has lost its flame. Its passion has dwindled into smoldering embers and ashes. But as long as even a single ember remains, hope is not lost. As long as there is one spark left, no matter how flickering and frail it may be, the flame can be rekindled. The stranger, as he spoke, became more passionate and joyful, moving from a somber tone to one filled with hope, spreading his arms out in excitement. That is why I called you here, the ex-soldier, that is all I ask. Be a spark, an ember to rekindle a smoldering flame. The stranger paused for a moment as if to calm himself. He lowered his arms and spoke again in a low, sad tone. Or else I will have no fair choice but to sever this withering branch, and cast it away. The ex-soldier massaged his aching head, then spoke to the stranger in a dull, uninterested tone. I refuse. The stranger simply smiled gently and spoke. As I remarked, the ex-soldier, it's not something you can really refuse. All I ask that you go about your way. The very act of you being who you were made to be, is all that is needed. The ex-soldier's eyes flared as he threw an arm out in anger. He spoke in a voice near shouting. And what if I don't want to? What's stopping me from gallivanting off into the woods, never to be seen again? The stranger laughed, lighting, and shook his head before speaking. You misunderstand, the ex-soldier. It is not the ember's will to light the kindling that it lands on. That's its nature. No matter where you go, no matter what you do, your very presence will bring change. The ex-soldier's mouth closed tight at the stranger's words, eyes still full of defiance and reluctance. The stranger's face suddenly lighted and he clapped, causing the ex-soldier to jump slightly. The stranger spoke again, this time his voice taking on a light and friendly tone. Well, enough of the heavy stuff. Let's move on to business. I have a gift for you, the ex-soldier. Think of it as a reward for saving Lil, the young girl. Simply say, system menu. The ex-soldier started at the stranger with a confused look, slightly off-put by the sudden change in tone as he inquired in questioning tone. System menu. The ex-soldier jumped suddenly in surprise as a small gray window popped up in the corner of his eye. What the F? Before the ex-soldier could finish his words, his mouth slammed forcibly shut. The stranger glanced at the ex-soldier with warning eyes as he spoke. Language, the ex-soldier. Anyway, I understand that coming to a new world may be confusing and overwhelming at first. More so when the culture, history and common sense differ greatly from what you are used to. So to help you in your travels, I whipped up a little gift for you. For now, let's call it the system, patent pending. Think of it as a new world wizard, designed to fill in the gaps of information that you would otherwise be missing. It's not perfect. It won't provide information that you would otherwise not be able to access, such as someone's bank PIN, a history of which there is no longer any record, or certain private personal information, but other than that, as long as it is something that you would have had the ability to learn, then the system will cut out the grunt work for you. But wait, there's more. I've decided to throw in a few extra functions I wondered might be fun. If you look at the menu in front of you, you will see several buttons. Examine, status, inventory, index. The ex-soldier could only stare in shock and a doubting eyebrow at the nostalgic menu floating in his vision. The ex-soldier gave the stranger a look that questioned if the man in front of him was really sane, then inquired. "Seriously?" The stranger simply smiled back with a wide-toothed grin and shrugged his shoulders before speaking. "Why not? I heard it's hip with the kids nowadays, so I wondered I would give it a go. I have to say, it turned out better than I wondered. Now, the main menu here is simply for organizational purposes. Simply think about which one you wish to access and it will open. You can bring up any individual menu by simply speaking its name as well, though do so later, we don't have much time left. The examine option is the main function of the system I had mentioned earlier. Simply focus on the target and select examine in your mind, and it will bring up the requested info." The ex-soldier smirked at the stranger's words. He focused his gaze on stranger and stealthily selected the option, only for a mechanical voice to sound in his head. "Warning. Host does not have proper authorization to perform this function." The stranger gave a deep-bellied laugh as he wiped a tear from his eye, before pulling a dull rusty sword from the air and tossed it to the ex-soldier. "Better luck next time. Here, try this instead. I recommend keeping it around, think of it as a good luck charm." The ex-soldier squinted his eyes suspicion as he skillfully caught the blade by the handle. He raised a questioning brow as he recognized the dull rusty blade he'd used against the creature, the forest goblin, as the young man from before had called it. Focusing on the sword, the ex-soldier's eyes widened in shock at the screen that popped up from the blade. Legend quality. Origin. Status. Damaged quartz. Index entry. This old rusty blade has seen more and been farther than you will ever hope to. It has traveled the world, being passed down age through age. It has been wielded by great and mighty heroes and common peasant soldiers. It has been used to slay dragons and skin pigs. Its very essence is a legend, a physical manifestation of history. Just don't nick yourself. You don't want to know what those stains are. The ex-soldier once more glanced up at the stranger, a queer look in his eyes, questioning the man's sanity, before shaking his head and tying its sheath to his belt. The ex-soldier knew next to nothing about wielding a sword like this, but it was obviously not normal. It would not hurt to keep it around for now. The stranger glanced at the ex-soldier with a laugh and spoke, "Time's almost up, but I have one more gift for you." The stranger pointed to the carriage nearby and crooked his finger as if to beckon something. With a shake, the bottom of the driver's seat came loose, and a small compartment was exposed. The ex-soldier, curious, approached the carriage with slow steps. Inside was a small wooden box, a large book, a folded letter, and a small satchel. The ex-soldier opened the small box only to find what he assumed was a rudimentary first aid kit. Inside were several small brown glass bottles and thin gauze-like cloth. He opened a secondary drawer to find several neatly organized bundles of herbs and a long blue stalk of a plant he'd never seen before. The ex-soldier lifted the strange stalk into the air, amazed at how fresh it appeared to be despite obviously being harvested long ago. He found the most striking feature of the herb to be its several small but transparent berries crowning its top. The skin of the berries was filled with light blue liquid that glowed slightly in the moonlight. Though they appeared fragile at first glance, their skin was thick and rubbery, refusing to burst even when the ex-soldier gave them a good squeeze between his fingers. The ex-soldier, engrossed in the strange plant, jumped slightly as the stranger called from behind, his voice filled with a sadness. The box was the young girl's mother, Martha's apothecary kit. She loved to experiment and cultivate new herbs and understand how they worked. Take it to Alexander, he should be able to use what is there for the young girl. The book was meant to be a gift from her father, Thomas. I'd ask that you hand it and the letter to her once she's recovered. The gold in the satchel, you can keep. It was intended to be used as emergency funds in case something happened, but it will be only a small fraction of the young girl's inheritance. Thomas would have wanted you to have it, as a way of saying thanks for stepping in when you did. For now, the ex-soldier, remember my words well. The world may be cold and dark, but as long as there is even a single person still willing to move forward, one flame left burning, the dark will never overcome the light. The ex-soldier, a frown forming on his lips as he turned to face the stranger, only to find the road empty. He gave a sigh of resignation before grabbing the parcels and walking back towards the shadowed pathway by the stream. The ex-soldier arrived at the small cave several minutes later, pausing for a moment as he let his eyes just to the light, Alexander, the young man who he had rescued alongside the young girl, glanced up at the ex-soldier with dull eyes, and spoke, his voice listless and dry. "What? Did you forget something?" The ex-soldier glanced down at the young man with questioning eyes, before looking over at the fire. He noticed that the flames had barely dwindled compared to when he had first left the cave, despite spending what felt like the whole night on the roadside. He raised an eyebrow before lightly tossing the small apothecary kit to the armored youth, not bothering to say anything as he walked over to the fire and leaned against the cold stone wall, his mind weary from the encounter. The armored youth raised a questioning eye, before turning his attention to the small box. His hands began to shake as he peered at its contents, eyes growing in shock as he yelled towards the ex-soldier, forgetting to even adjust his volume. "God's tear? Where in the hell did you even? No, now's not the times." The armored youth quickly stood and rushed over to the young girl's side. He kneeled down beside the girl, hands trembling slightly as he removed her bandages. The armored youth gagged a little as a stagnant rotting smell filled the air. He glanced down at the poor girl, his heart twisting in pain as he glanced at her condition. When the forest goblin had struck her, the left socket had caved in, crushing the eye and leaving a massive gaping wound for the festering rot to invade. Even now he could see the poison spreading outward from the wound. The armored youth worked quickly as he did his best to clean out as much of the pus and rotting flesh as he could. God's tear was powerful even in its raw form, but he didn't have the equipment to properly process it. The more he could physically do, the greater the girl's chances. The ex-soldier watched on in silence, no visible emotion on his face. The armored youth was satisfied with his work after a short time, then finally lifted out the blue-stalked plant from the box. He cut off the berry cluster with a small pair of scissors before wrapping them in a piece of the thin gauze-like cloth, then muttering a short prayer, he squeezed with all his strength. The armored youth's hands shook for a moment before there was the sound of a soft pop and the cloth gave slightly. The ex-soldier watched as a light blue liquid slowly seeped from the end of the cloth and began to fall drip by drip towards the girl's wound. As the drops fell, they seemed to ignite in the air, forming a bright blue flame which landed on the girl's face. As each small flame landed, the surrounding flesh ignited in a similar bright blue fire. The ex-soldier stared in wonder as the young girl seems unharmed by this strange flame. To the contrary, wherever the flame touched, the rot and pus seemed to burn away into nothing, leaving clean, raw flesh in its wake. The armored youth heaved a sigh of relief as he watched the flames move slowly under the girl's skin, eating away even at the hidden rot in her veins. This strain of God's tear must have been extremely potent for it to be so powerful even unprocessed. His heart grew icy at the wondered how much it must have cost. The armored youth saw that after a few moments, the blue flames began to die out, leaving only a slight afterglow under her skin. The young girl's breath began to calm and soften as even that glow began to fade, her pained face slowly loosening into a relaxed deep sleep. The armored youth gave a deep laugh as he fell backward onto the ground that slowly turned into tears of relief. He pulled himself together after a moment and began to work once more. He knew that the biggest danger was over, but the girl still had a major injury. He felt relieved, however, that the remaining common herbs in the apothecary's kit were enough to concoct a few useful salves he knew of. The armored youth worked feverishly preparing and dressing the girl's wound, before finally finishing shortly before dawn. He stood on shaking legs as he finished his work, pinching them as he attempted to return the blood flow. He glanced over to the opposing wall as he did so and saw the ex-soldier sitting there, in the same position when he had started. The ex-soldier's eyes were bloodshot and there were noticeable dark bags under his eyes, but as the armored youth walked over to his sleeping bag, he did not miss the gentle smile that rested on the ex-soldier's face as he stared at the sleeping little girl. Author's note: this one might be a little rougher than the last ones. I can't find if this is the edited version or not. Biwaha. So if you find anything that looks funky, go ahead and speak up. The ex-soldier squinted as the soft light of morning streamed through the cave entrance. He leaned his head up against the cold cave wall and slowly closed his eyes and gave a heavy sigh. His eyes suddenly opened at the sound of the young girl not far away quietly whimpering in her sleep. He stood with stiff movements and slowly walked to her side, frowning slightly as he watched the young girl toss in her sleep. The ex-soldier slowly bent down and sat on his haunches, his eyes softening slightly as he reached out to gently pat the small girl's head. As he did so, the young girl's hand shot out as quick as lightning, her small delicate fingers latching onto the ex-soldier's rough weathered right hand. The ex-soldier was shocked to find that despite the fiery fever that raged in her head, the young girl's hands were as cold as death. His eyes showed a struggle as he debated whether to pull the young girl off or not, but as he watched the young girl begin to shiver and groan in her sleep, his frown deepened. The ex-soldier gave a resigned sigh and gave the young girl's hand a gentle squeeze, before slowly sitting down beside her. A few moments passed before the young girl stopped her shivering, and shortly after, her cries stopped as well, her breathing easing into a soft, gentle rhythm. The ex-soldier reached over and laid his free hand on the girl's forehead. His lips turned up slightly as he felt the fever loosen its grip slightly. His right hand still trapped in the girl's grip, he glanced over his shoulder towards the armored youth, only to find the young man passed out on his bedding. He'd just spent most of the night treating the young girl's wounds. It was not surprising to be so tired. The ex-soldier figured he'd have to stand watch then. The ex-soldier shook his head slightly in resignation, before turning his wonders inward and towards the meeting with the stranger just a few short hours ago. He had to admit, he did not understand most of what the stranger had remarked, but from what he had he knew that he did not like it. He'd spent all his life following the orders of others. A soldier did not think, he only went where he was sent and did what he was told. And despite all of his struggles to change that fate, the only thing that resulted was being thrown away, tossed out like a broken tool. The ex-soldier's back bent forward as though a heavy weight pressed on his shoulder, and his wonders grew darker. As he brooded on his predicament, there was a sudden chime in his head, and a mechanical voice spoke in neutral voice. System tutorial program initiated. Would host like to continue? The ex-soldier sat in silent shock for a moment before straightening his back and staring at the simple yes and no window that had popped into his vision. He'd been so overwhelmed with the young girl's condition that he'd forgotten about the stranger's other gift. While he was reluctant to use anything that man gave him, the ex-soldier was not stupid. He recognized that his greatest weakness at the moment was a lack of knowledge. He knew that if he wasn't going to just hide out in this cave for the rest of his life, he needed to understand where he was. The ex-soldier stared at the options in deep contemplation, before ultimately selecting yes. Confirmed. Assigning system assistant to host. Please stand by. As the cold mechanical voice sounded in his head, the small window flashed once before disappearing. The ex-soldier watched in amazement as the morning sunlight began to swirl around the cave, slowly condensing into a small pool in front of him, like water being drawn into a drain. The small pool of light flickered for a moment, before finally stabilizing into a ball of pure light, the size of a tennis ball. The ex-soldier stretched out his free hand and gently poked the little ball of light, feeling a soft give like it was made of cotton. It quivered slightly like gelatin before returning to its original shape and gave a high-pitched hum as if in aggravation. The ex-soldier gave a small smirk as he reached out and again poked the little ball of light with his free hand, shoving it a little farther away this time. The little ball of light flew a few feet away, before stopping in mid-air and reversing its direction, before quickly flying in Mark's direction. It stopped slightly before his face and quivered angrily as if it was trying to tell the ex-soldier something. The ex-soldier's smirk only grew larger as he reached up once more. The ball of light, seeing the ex-soldier's action, backed away hastily. It stopped a few feet out of his reach and began to quiver and hum even louder, before beginning to fly around the cave as if looking for something. The little ball of light suddenly stopped near a patch of hanging vines in the front of the cave. It gave a reluctant hum before it dashed into the vines. The vines began to shake and stir for a moment before something flew out of it at high speeds, followed shortly by the small ball of light. The small ball of light quickly dashed towards the flying creature, like a hawk hunting its prey. The two's extremely high speeds and quick turns prevented the ex-soldier from catching a glimpse of the creature's form. The ball of light slowly began to catch up with the flying creature before finally striking it, sending it crashing into the ground nearby. The ex-soldier, having watched the entire confrontation in silence, was able to make out the shape of the flying creature. There, laying near the back wall, was a massive beetle. The ex-soldier could only stare at the creature in shock. It was huge, slightly bigger than the Titan beetles on Earth, but its shape and bulk were closer to that of a rhinoceros beetle. Its shell was a vibrant dark green and it glistened in the morning light in a way that would put any gem to shame. The most striking feature of the beetle, however, was the huge horn on its head. Easily 4 to 5 inch long, The ex-soldier could tell from a glance that it was hard as iron and insanely sharp, like a small dagger growing from the beetle's head. The ex-soldier found himself breaking out in cold sweat as he wondered about that horn, and the speed at which the beetle had been flying. He did not know what this thing was, but he instantly knew that it was dangerous. Very dangerous. The ex-soldier watched as the beetle gave a slight jerk and righted itself, standing on its thin legs and turning around in circles as if looking for something. The beetle's tiny eyes fell on the ex-soldier and it gave an aggravated clicking sound as though to vent its frustrations. The ex-soldier's eyes went wide as he saw the jewel-like shell raise up and the beetle spread its wings, its thorax raising in the air as its wings began to beat and the beetle readied itself to charge. The beetle never got the chance, however. The moment before it launched itself at the ex-soldier, the small ball of light slammed into the beetle, sending it tumbling a few feet away. The ex-soldier raised an eyebrow as he watched the small ball of light and the strange beetle roll around on the ground, the beetle desperately trying to separate itself while the ball of light slowly began to surround it. The little ball of light wrapped around the beetle like an amoeba devouring its prey, and beetle's struggle began to weaken, before finally ceasing altogether. The ball of light finally enveloped the beetle entirely and began to pulse slowly up and down, as if breathing. With each rise and fall, the ball of light seemed to shrink tighter and tighter around the beetle's form, before dissolving into its body entirely. After a moment, all that was left was the motionless body of the beetle. The ex-soldier watched on with bated breath, when suddenly the small beetle gave a jerk, its body twitching several times. The ex-soldier glanced around in a panic, searching for anything he could use as a shield or weapon when a tiny high-pitched yawn reached his ears. The ex-soldier's eyes went wide in shock as he glanced over and saw something strange. Where the beetle should have been, now stood a small person, only slightly bigger than the beetle, pushing itself up from its knees. The small person glanced around the cave in a daze, its eyes slightly dreary as though just waking from a dream, before landing on the ex-soldier. The small person stared in silence at the ex-soldier for a moment before its eyes went wide in anger and it jumped into the air, the large green shell on its back opening wide as the thin wings gave a light hum. The small person flew towards the ex-soldier face at a speed he could barely follow, though even if he could, the ex-soldier was in such shock that he had not even reacted. You, where do you think you get off poking this young lady? As the small person spoke, it thrust out its small hand and poked the ex-soldier in nose several times, each time moving slightly closer. This close, the ex-soldier could finally the small person's face. He could only stare in silence as he glanced at the small person in front of his eyes. Although her face was bright red in anger and her cheeks were puffed out with air, he could still make out the profile of a young girl, no more than 11 to 12 years old. Her face was striking but not overly so, more cute than beautiful. Her snow-white skin stood in stark contrast to her long black hair that reached slightly past her shoulders. Her eyes, though round in anger at the moment, were a vibrant emerald. On her body, she wore a jet-black set of leather armor like one might see in a medieval reenactment. The chest, arms, legs and other places plated on top with a bright green metallic substance that glistened in the light. Though currently raised as thin transparent wings beat rapidly in flight, her back was covered in a huge green shell, apparently made of the same stuff as the plating on her armor. Strapped to one side of the shell was a long naginata tipped with the beetle's horn. Though to the ex-soldier, this blade would have been nothing more than a fruit knife, he could not help but shiver as it gave off a cold light in the morning sun. The tiny girl, frustrated at the ex-soldier's inattention, dropped her arms to her side before huffing and bending forward to stare him in the eye, her own still cold with anger as she spoke. Well? The ex-soldier, blinking in surprise, shook his head as if to dispel an illusion. He glanced back at the tiny girl flying in front of his nose, the shock and fear in his eyes replaced by confusion. He tilted his head and lifted his free hand out as if to poke her and spoke with a low voice. What are you? The ex-soldier felt a sting from his finger as a sudden flash of light swept past him, before he yelped and quickly pulled his finger back. He glanced down at his finger but saw no visible wound until a thin line of red slowly formed. The tiny flying girl glanced at the ex-soldier with cold eyes before speaking in a neutral tone. I told you, do not think you can touch me, human. The ex-soldier could feel his blood run cold as he glanced at the tiny naginata she held in her hands. She was fast, stupidly fast. The ex-soldier had specialized in hand-to-hand combat while in the military, and while he would not go so far as to say he was the best, he had absolute confidence in his eyes. Yet he'd barely been able to see her movement, otherwise, he'd have lost the finger entirely. The ex-soldier had no doubt in his mind that the blade would have passed through his bone like it was air. The blade was that sharp. The tiny flying girl placed her weapon back on her shell, before crossing her arms and looking down nose at the ex-soldier, before sneering in a proud voice. "But since you ask, human, this young lady will tell you, rejoice, for you stand in the presence of the great manifestation of nature, the queen of earth and wind, master of the land, the great magi spirit, Sutsuji." The ex-soldier stared in silence at the young girl who called herself Sutsuji, as a light wind blew through the cave entrance, kicking up a bit of dust, before grabbing his stomach, then bending over and letting out a light laugh, not being able to hold it in any longer. Ha 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 ha. The tiny girl, Sutsuji, glanced down at the ex-soldier in a rage, her face growing redder in a combination of embarrassment and anger, as she yelled in a high-pitched voice. "What? Why are you laughing at this great one? Do you not know who I am? You should be in reverence, reverence." The ex-soldier barely managed to calm himself down, as he glanced up at Sutsuji with a slight smile. He did not know who or what a magi spirit was, but Sutsuji was the name of a flower from Earth. A subspecies of the azalea which meant temperance and fragility in the language of flowers. The Sutsuji also held the meaning of patient and modesty. Maybe whoever had named the little girl has wished that she would grow into these same virtues. Or maybe they just had a taste for irony. The ex-soldier did not care either way, but he had to admit, the little girl did not seem as nearly as threatening as she had just a moment ago. He glanced up at Sutsuji with a slight smirk before speaking in a questioning voice. "Okay, little bug Sutsuji, where did you come from? Why are you here now?" Sutsuji's face went another shade darker as a vein started to throb on her head. She suddenly drew her naginata again and began to swing it wildly at the ex-soldier's face. The ex-soldier was able to easily dodge each swing with a grin. Though Sutsuji was blindingly fast, her small size coupled with her blind rage causing her to drop all pretense of technique, made it as dangerous as if she were swinging a twig. Sutsuji, in her rage, billowed out as she swung again and again. "Bug. Bug. Whose fault do you think it is that I am stuck in this vessel? If you had let me be, I could have taken my time, but no. You just had to go and touch this young lady with your grubby fingers." The ex-soldier simply gave a chuckle as he dodged each swing. The ex-soldier's eyes suddenly flashed as Sutsuji began to tire, then with a quick hand he grabbed at her feet and pulled her down a few inches. Sutsuji, caught off guard, gave a squeal and stopped swinging as she was pulled down. The ex-soldier took the opening and plucked small naginata from her hands, hanging the young girl upside down by her feet. The ex-soldier raised the tiny girl to eye level while spinning the small naginata around his fingers like a knife, and gave her a mocking grin. Sutsuji could only flail her arms and wings helplessly as she dangled by her feet, then with tears welling up in her eyes, she spoke in a soft pleading voice. Stop. Give it back now. Where do you get off attacking this young lady like this?" The ex-soldier simply glanced down and spoke in a haughty voice. "Now, what makes you think someone in your position should be making demands? Besides, I distinctly remember you attacking me first." The ex-soldier's grin widened as Sutsuji's face blushed and she turned her head away as if to say, "I don't know what you are talking about." The ex-soldier leaned closer to the girl's face, their noses almost touching as he spoke in a flat, serious voice, the grin wiped from his face. "I'll ask you one more time. Who are you, and where did you come from?" Sutsuji gulped down as the tiny naginata in the ex-soldier's hand stopped spinning and pointed straight at the young girl's throat. A short while later, the ex-soldier sat with his legs and arms crossed as he stared down at the tiny girl in front of him. Sutsuji sat there in a practiced seiza position, silently looking at the ground, not wanting to meet the ex-soldier's eyes. The ex-soldier could not help but close his eyes and gently rub his temples. According to the girl, she was a spirit of the magi, a fundamental force of nature in this world. In simple terms, she was born from the collective intentions of the magi. Specifically, she was a subspecies of magi. Spirit Kala, guides acted as the voice of the magi, directing and instructing other beings on the Magi's will. Guides' duties varied from guide to guide, but each was critical to the natural flow and order of the world. The ex-soldier could not help but feel that if the other guides were similar to the one in front of him, then this world's average blood pressure must be very high. Sutsuji's presently assigned duty was to act as the ex-soldier's instructor and assistant in the system tutorial, answering any questions and concerns that he may have. The ex-soldier let out a low moan thinking about the whole thing and began to genuinely regret selecting yes, as he nursed his growing headache. The ex-soldier opened one eye as he glanced down at the little guide as she mumbled something under her breath, eyes still on the ground. He sighed heavily as he spoke to her in an impatient voice. What is it? Speak up and stop mumbling." Sutsuji glanced up at the ex-soldier, though her eyes almost at tears as she glanced away, unwilling to meet his eye. She spoke in a slightly louder voice. "I have a message for you." Quickly reaching into the space between her back and shell, she pulled out a large white marble cube flecked with gold, about half the size of her head. She placed the cube on the ground, and it gave a slight shake before quickly breaking down into a fine glistening sand. The sand mixed with the surrounding stone and dirt as though it had a mind of its own, quickly forming into the shape of a person, roughly the size of Sutsuji. The earthen person suddenly moved on its own, reaching out to tap the air, as if fiddling with something that the ex-soldier could not see. Then it spoke in a loud voice. The ex-soldier frowned deeply as he listened. The voice was instantly recognizable as the voice of the stranger. "Hello. This thing working? Blasted contraption. Why did I ever program these things in?" The ex-soldier, if you are seeing this message, then the tutorial program has been activated and you've made contact with Sutsuji. First off, let me apologize for her behavior. She can be a little fireball, so be careful not get burned. Sutsuji's eyes went wide and her face turned cherry red as the earthen stranger spoke, and she called out small squeak. Hey. The earthen stranger continued on with a wide grin. First off, I wanted to explain a little about the system, what its purpose is, and the nature of this world. As you are already aware, this is not your world. Or rather, it is better to say this is what your world could have been. One pivoting point of this world is the existence called Magi. When the world was still young, it was very similar to your own. However, a long time ago a certain event led to the destruction of the Lesser King, what you call the moon. The moon's function in nature was not just to light up the night sky, it played an important role in the natural order of the world. Its influence moved land and sea, called the tides and the wind. Its pull even affected the growth and direction that life would take over the eons. With its destruction and the splitting of the sky shards, while the moon's influence was not erased, it was greatly weakened. A great stone can support a great burden, but when that stone is broken into gravel, then that support is no longer stable. With the weakening of the moon's influence, the world was thrown into chaos and destruction. There was a need to replace that lost influence, to bring order back from chaos. Thus, the Magi were born. The Magi, in terms you would understand, are something similar to organic nanobots. Microscopic biomachines designed to mimic the influence and power that was lost. Alone, a single Magi cannot do much, but just as the trillions of cells make up your body, the countless Magi scattered through the world have the power to influence and reshape reality. Thus, they have become a cornerstone of the world, bringing order and become a fundamental law of nature. You might ask yourself, okay, so what does that have to do with me? Well, it is first necessary to understand how the Magi work before you can understand the system. I am sure by now, you've noticed your new ink. Yes. The ex-soldier's eyes went wide at the earthen stranger's words, and he quickly patted his chest and pulled on the top of his shirt, looking down at the strange markings over his heart. The ex-soldier furrowed his eyebrows as he lowered his arms and glanced back at the earthen stranger. The earthen stranger simply continued on. That is called a sigil. While not quite the same, you could liken it to a genetic supercomputer. Every intelligent, sentient organism in this world is born with a sigil. They are an indispensable part of life. And most importantly, the sigil authorizes one to give commands to the Magi. These commands take many forms. Abilities, mutations, magic. They are all a result of the Magi's power to shape the world. Of course, there are limitations and stipulations involved. We can't have people simply changing the nature of the world on a whim. First off, Magi require power to perform their functions. Magi in nature draw their energy collectively, and because they're maintaining the status quo, the energy required is minimal. If a sigil gives a command to the Magi, however, it must first provide the energy needed. And the farther this command deviated from the established natural order, the greater the demand. This energy takes the form of the host's metabolic power, MP, literally the chemical energy stored in your body. The greater the amount of energy stored, the greater the changes that can be made. Secondly, the commands that can be given are pre-constructed, whether it be through a skill or a spell. The Magi will only follow preset programs recorded in the sigil. Don't be discouraged though, there are as many different programs in existence as there are stars in the sky. It's simply a matter of discovering them. This is simply to prevent those who do not know better from tinkering in matters they cannot understand. Think of it as a fail-safe. Now, the system is a very special program that I've created just for you and others like you, to help you cough and the readers cough better assimilate to this new world. If anything, you can think of the system as this world's very own internet. It is a program that links together every sigil and Magi into one huge interconnected network. This allows you to pull out information that you would otherwise not even know you don't know. By the way, it is also the reason you are able to communicate with the people of this world. Your sigil automatically translates the words spoken in your head and sends the meaning of the words you speak through the system and to the other party's sigil, translating for them as well. That being remarked, however, the system is not almighty. Just like the Internet of Earth does not have everything, certain information will not be available to you. Specifically, anything that is not in the database, the collective sigil information storage, as well as personal information that the person is not willing to provide, such as their bank PIN or body measurements. Though if this information is publicly open or something that can be inferred, you may get lucky. Certain skills may also allow you to catch a glimpse at this personal information, however, these are an exception to the rule. Lastly, I wanted to talk about your own sigil. As a human of Earth, you were not born with a sigil, so think of this one as another gift. The name of your sigil is Survivor. While it is not unique, it is still very special. It embodies my desire for you to grow and survive in this new world, to bring change and stir things up. In its most basic form, you can think of it as a healing factor. Any damage that you take will cause your body to rapidly recover and at the same time become stronger than it was before. There are other functions and secrets to it as well, but where would the fun be if I told you all that from the get-go? For now, you simply need to do what you wish and go where your feet take you. Be warned though, while you are now much harder to kill than you were before, you are not immortal. Losing a limb or two is fine, but serious damage will still debilitate you for some time, and any attack that could kill you instantly will not be recoverable. Survivor also follows the laws of the Magi. If you run out of energy, you will be no harder to kill than any other normal man. Remember the ex-soldier, I'll be watching you. Make things interesting for me, if you can. With a smile and a wave of the hand, the earthen stranger collapsed back into a pile of sand. The ex-soldier glanced down at the pile and sighed deeply, his mind going over the information again and again. Tsutsuji gave a sigh herself, as she stood and brushed off the dust on her legs. Then with a quiet voice, still not willing to look the ex-soldier in the eye, she remarked, "Well, now that is over, do you have questions or?" Before Tsutsuji could finish her words, however, the little pile of sand sprang back to form, and the earthen stranger spoke again. "Oh, that reminds me. I have one more thing to mention. I am afraid that I'm going to have to put Tsutsuji on probation for a little while. She's been warned before to curb her temper. I'd like to ask the ex-soldier to watch after her for a bit until other arrangements can be made. Take care of her well, and sorry for the trouble." The two stared in shock at the earthen stranger, as he simply held his palms together and made a slight bow to the ex-soldier, before snapping his fingers. Tsutsuji gave a small squeak as a tiny grain of light flew out of her chest and towards the ex-soldier, passing through his clothes and hitting the sigil on his chest. The ex-soldier's eyes widened in surprise as he felt the sigil grow slightly warm and pulse with light under his clothes. He was suddenly aware of some form of link between himself and the tiny guide girl. While it could not be called reading her mind exactly, it was as if he was infinitely aware of her, able to perceive her intentions and her emotions. Her confusion and anger and fear and doubt all wrapped in one. Tsutsuji as well seemed to become aware of the connection, and as she stared at the ex-soldier with wide eyes, She turned to the earthen stranger and pleaded as tears began to well up. Wait, please. Master, no, anyone but him. The ex-soldier spoke at the same time. Wait a moment, I never agreed to the earthen stranger started to quiver as he hastily spoke. Whoops, went over time. Sorry, this is just a recording, I can't answer you. Well, have a good day. Before collapsing again into a pile of sand, Tsutsuji, in shock, fell to her knees, both palms on the cold stone ground as she gave out a loud cry. No. The ex-soldier too cursed out at the pile of sand. Wait, don't just pretend like you are recording. Come back here, you son of a... The ex-soldier's mouth slammed shut of its own volition before he could utter the last word, leaving the only sounds in the cave the flowing of the small stream, the snoring of the two who slept through the commotion and gentle sobbing of a tiny girl as she lay in a puddle of tears. Interlude 1. Ways of the World Part 1, Author's Notes. Warning, info dump ahead. The following interlude is the ex-soldier going through the Sista tutorial and some world building. While you can skip it and not miss any real story, I highly recommend reading it so that other information makes more scenes later on. I am not totally sure I want to keep with this format of chunks of information given like this at one time, or spread out sparsely as time goes on. Please leave your feedback. Interlude 1. Ways of the World. Part 1. The ex-soldier poked around the remains of the dead fire in front of him, trying to find a few still living embers he could use to relight the fire pit and start breakfast. He gave a tired sigh after a moment of fruitless poking, before standing and stretching out his arms. Looking around for anything that he could use to start a fire with, the ex-soldier's eyes landed on the small figure of Tsutsuji as she huddled in a ball not far from where the young girl slept. She had stopped sobbing a while ago, but she has refused to answer him, or even lift her head, since. The ex-soldier smirked as a light bulb went off in his head. He glanced down at the tiny guide and spoke in a questioning manner. Hey, bug. That crazy guy mentioned magic, right? Do you know how to use it? Light the fire and we'll get started on breakfast. Tsutsuji glanced up at the ex-soldier's words, her face red as she yelled out in a high voice. I am not a bug. And you will be respectful when you speak of master. Refer to him as Lord, or Lord Elaus. Besides that, of course, I know magic. She gave a humph as she turned her eyes away and lifted her nose, answering again in a mocking voice. And who do you think I am? I am not your servant. The ex-soldier gave a light chuckle and shrugged his shoulders as if he did not care, and remarked. Well, fine then. Tell me how to do it and I'll do it myself. Tsutsuji glanced up at the ex-soldier for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha, and how are you going to do that? You don't even have the fire magic skill. The ex-soldier simply glanced down at the tiny girl and lifted an eyebrow, before asking. Skill? Tsutsuji went silent, then suddenly burst into an even greater fit of laughter than before, holding her stomach as she rolled along the cave floor. Bawahahaham, you don't even know what AS skill is? Ha 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 ha, I can't street. Help. Dying. Bawahahahah. The ex-soldier could feel his head start to ache as his mouth would not stop twitching. He gave a sudden flick of his wrist, as a thin metallic object flashed in the light, slamming into the ground next to the tiny girl. Tsutsuji bumped into the object as she was rolling around, then with cold sweat on her face, she glanced up at the form of her naginata embedded deeply into the hard stone floor. The ex-soldier spoke out in the next moment using a cold, annoyed voice. And whose fault is that, little Ms. Guide? You forget I am not from around here, so how about you start doing your job? Tsutsuji instantly quieted and scrambled into a sitting position, her face flushed with embarrassment and fear. She avoided eye contact with the ex-soldier as she glanced at the embedded naginata, then spoke in a low trembling voice. Why yeah, let's do that. I initiating guided tutorial system. WST001. Basics. As Tsutsuji spoke, a familiar window popped into existence in the ex-soldier's eyes. Examine, status. Inventory, index. Tsutsuji gestured to the screen in an attempted professional manner. This is the main menu of the system. While not all functions are available at the moment, the four you see are the default settings. In the basic lesson, we will go over the function of each. First, we will start with the examine function. Examine is a function that system users can use to pull up information stored in the collective index, the data storage space of the sigils and magi. The collective index is the total sum of all the data collected by the sigils over the eons, and the examine function lets you tap into a small part of that information. Now, give it a try. Simply focus on a target and select examine in your mind. The ex-soldier followed the instructions and focused on a small rock nearby. As he did so, a small window popped into existence near it. Small shale rock description. A common mineral found near rivers and streams. Processed shale is one of the major exports of the Greater Southern Plains. Market price. 1 W per ounce. The ex-soldier stared at the little window in interest and started to examine other objects around him. Star moss description. A bright yellow moss that can be found growing in dark environments that have access to star and moonlight, such as cave entrances or tree hollows. On nights of a new moon, star moss will glow brightly. Some theorize that this light is used to attract flying insects, which it traps with a sticky substance. It then uses this prey to supplement the lost moonlight. Market price. 10 W per ounce. Rockhound merchant bag description. High-quality leather backpack made from rockhound leather. Its strong, elastic and durable nature makes it one of the best on the market, able to store and transport nearly anything. Market price. 10,000 W. Less than status, name. Guide number 77239. Sutsuji race. Magi spirit guide. Birthplace. Grandeur. Age. No. Bio. I am not a bug. The ex-soldier could not help but raise an eyebrow at the last one. Sutsuji glanced up at the ex-soldier and stuck her tongue out before answering his uninquired question. As you can see, even other people are not exempt from examine's power. However, the information that is available for viewing is limited to what that person is consciously willing to divulge. Keep in mind, however, while only system users are able to directly use the examine function, there are items that can mimic its effects in the world, such as the famous mirror of truth. Some skills may be able to gather more information, but the people who use such a method are rarely pleasant, as well as this. Information that is no longer available, for whatever reason, will not be able to be brought up. If there is no record of an event or the item has never been recorded by a sigil, then examine will be of no use past basic information. While we are on the topic, try using examine on yourself. Alternately, you can select the status option in the main menu. The ex-soldier followed the instructions and attempted to focus on himself before using examine. He furrowed his brow as he glanced at the large screen that popped into existence. Less than status, greater than name. The ex-soldier Floyd race, human age, 30. Active sigil. Survivor sigil level, 2 hydrogen phosphide, 312 350ths, status. Slight internal injuries, sleep deprivation. MP. 30 50ths STR. 15 end. 40, 30 10. Will. 10 dex. 22, 22. Active skills. Survivor's will, LVL2, passive skills. Healing factor, LVL2. Military survival, LVL10. Max, Kaju Kenbo, 2nd degree. McMap, 1st degree. Footwork, LVL4. Thrown weapons, LVL6. Long weapons, LVL6. Swordmanship, LVL1. Unique skills. Ember, from the ashes. As the ex-soldier stared at the window in shock, Sutsuji continued on with her explanation. The screen that you see is your personal status. In essence, it is a digital representation of your body created from the information gathered by your sigil. The numbers you see are simply benchmarks, by the way. They are only used as rough outline about a person's physical condition. Assuming that you beat someone, simply because you have higher stats, is a good way to get yourself killed. Your sigil level is an important number to pay attention to. Not only does the sigil level indicate how well you have adapted to its use, but the level of authorization you have when giving commands to the magi. Thus, the higher your level, the more varied and more powerful the skills you will have access to. By the way, the average level for a normal adult male your age is 6 to 8, with most soldiers pressing level 10. It's safe to say that you quite lacking, As well as increase the kills you have available, sigils will help to supplement the body by boosting related parameters. Someone whose sigil is based on production may find an increase to their dex, or someone with a combat sigil may find their STR will be increased. This effect will strengthen as the sigil's level increases. Next comes skills. You can see that they are broken down into 3 sections. First is the active skills. Active skills are programs installed into your sigil that allows you to perform actions that would normally be far above the limitations of reality. These include magic, chi, abilities or special functions of your sigil. Keep in mind that in order to activate an active skill you have both the knowledge and the energy. If you have the energy but not the knowledge, then the energy used will greatly increase and power will greatly decrease. If you have the knowledge but not the energy, you will burn your life force to make up the deficit. Passive skills are a bit different. They take 2 forms: trained and mutation. Trained skills are skills that you acquire through your own hard work. Once your effort is recognized by your sigil, you will acquire the corresponding passive skill. The benefit of this skill is that the sigil will assist you during related activities, automatically correcting your small mistakes and nuances as your proficiency increases. Mutations, on the other hand, are different. Mutations are the result of your internal magi changing your body on a fundamental level as the result of some form of stimuli. Mutations mostly come from your sigil itself. As your sigil's level grows, it will automatically trigger these mutations to better adapt your body to the newfound power. Examples of this is someone with a warrior sigil whose muscles become denser and compact, allowing for strength far exceeding the limits of a human. Or an archer's sigil changing someone's eyes to be able to see miles away. Though rare, mutations can also come from outside stimuli, such as a treasures or inheritance. Lastly, we have unique skills. These are a skill that is encoded into your very soul. Not everyone has a unique skill, and no 2 unique skills are the same. Most people are born with their unique skill, however, some can be passed down to an inheritor, either through will or blood, and others can be granted by a higher power. But no matter their source, every unique skill is mysterious and powerful. The ex-soldier had sat through the entire lecture in silent contemplation, staring at the open screen. Sutsuji lifted her nose up with a boastful smile as if to say, "Praise my brilliant knowledge," but after a moment of silence glanced at the ex-soldier with puffed-up cheeks. "Well?" Ignoring the little guide's outburst, the ex-soldier spoke in a low voice. "Most of it I can make out, but there are a few things I do not know about. What is survivor's will? And the unique skills are too vague. I can't make them out." Sutsuji simply glanced at the ex-soldier in shock, as if questioning if he was serious, before speaking. "What are you talking about? Didn't we just go over how to use examine? Just focus on the skill and select the command. Good grief, maybe you are sleep deprived." The ex-soldier raised his brow in wonder at the simple answer. Maybe this system was more useful than he had first given it credit. The ex-soldier turned his focus back to the status window, ignoring the tiny girl's complaints as he focused on a few elements and used examine. Survivor's will skill type: active, sigil cost, variable. Description: the basic active skill of the survivor sigil allows the user to quickly, but only temporarily adapt their body to a great degree, in order to overcome an obstacle. A host who finds themselves underwater may grow gills. Or if they are surrounded by fire, their skill will harden and thicken to become fireproof. Survivor's will is not foolproof, however. The longer and more complex the change to the user's body, the more energy will be consumed. Lower-level hosts may even find that they are not able to adapt quick enough, or that their change is not adequate. Hosts are advised to use survivor's will sparingly and with great discretion, or the dangers could far outweigh the benefits. Healing factor skill type: passive, sigil mutation. Description: your body's ability to heal and react to damage has greatly increased thanks to the influence of the survivor sigil. Even if you were to lose a limb, it will grow back given enough time and energy. However, the rate at which recovery takes place is based on your sigil level. Level effect: Level 2 host is able to recover from small lacerations and minor blunt force trauma in a few hours. Heavy and internal damage will take 1 to 3 days to recover. Lost limbs will regrow in a month. Ember skill type: unique skill, blessing. Description: the ember does not choose to light the flames, it is its nature. From the ashes skill type: unique skill, passive mutation. Description: the blood of the survivor courses through your veins. When injuries heal, your body will grow stronger in proportion to the severity. Your body will automatically adapt over time to hostile environments and stimuli. What doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Current adaptations: microbial resistance, LVL1. Your body has become resistant to the microbes of another world. Slightly increases resistance to infection and contamination. Rough living, LVL4. Your rough lifestyle has made you able to sleep and recover nearly anywhere. The earth is your bed and the sky your blanket. Presence detection, LVL2. Your senses have been slightly sharpened, allow you to detect the presence of others from a short distance away. Chemical resistance, LVL5, max. Someone has tinkered with your body in a way that it will automatically expel any harmful substance. Just in case a friend. The ex-soldier could not help but feel a little giddy as he glanced at the information provided. The healing factor had been mentioned by the stranger, the man Sutsuji named Elaus. While survivor's will was interesting, the skill, Ember, was still a mystery, though he could roughly guess where it came from. From the ashes, however, drew his attention the most. Not only was the effect insane, it seemed to be broken down into several sub-skills. He did not have anything to compare it to, so he was not sure if this was the norm for a unique skill, but the ex-soldier could see why Sutsuji had called them mysterious and powerful. Sutsuji herself had gone into shock when she'd seen the description and had yet to have the presence of mind to close her gaping mouth. The ex-soldier took advantage of her silence and inquired. "So what now?" Sutsuji was silent for a moment, before closing her mouth and shaking her head, then spoke in a slightly less enthusiastic voice. "The next option is the inventory. Like the others, simply select it from the menu, or bring it to mind." The ex-soldier gave a simple nod, then opened the option. His status window closed, only to be replaced by a nostalgic character screen from the only RPG he'd played when he was a kid. The bulk of the window was taken up by a 3D panning image of himself. To either side of the image were several slots, marked by obvious symbols. To the left, a helm, chest, legs, gloves, and boots. To the right, 2 rings, a necklace, and 2 earrings. At the bottom was 3 slots, one marked with a sword, one with a shield, and box with a swirl in it. It was a classic setup you could find in any cookie-cutter RPG in the past 20 years, and the ex-soldier was slightly annoyed by this fact. He was not quite sure what he was expecting, but he had the urge to yell at someone, "Do your job properly." Other than the gloves and helm, the left side slots were occupied by his current clothes, and the weapon slot showed the old rusty sword, Legend. Everything else was empty. The lower half of the screen was grayed out, and when the ex-soldier focused on it, a cold mechanical voice sounded in his head. "No spatial stones detected, inventory management is currently disabled." Sutsuji spoke again as if to answer the voice. "In order to use all of the functions of the inventory, you need to carry a spatial stone. Think of them as an item box in web novels, or a bag in an RPG. They are not rare in this world, and many people will choose to make them into items and jewelry, or even sew them into clothes. However, they are far more expensive than other methods, so most people will just bring a good bag or chest to carry their belongings." The ex-soldier chose to ignore why she knew those terms, and instead glanced down at the little girl. "Okay, fine. Where do I get a spatial stone?" "You buy them." Sweat. A few moments later, a small round pitch-black marble fell from the under Sutsuji's shell as the ex-soldier dangled her helplessly by the feet. The ex-soldier reached down and picked up the marble and glanced at it carefully. It was a strange thing, blacker than black. It almost reminded the ex-soldier of a black hole, sucking in all the light around it. Sutsuji glanced up at the ex-soldier with filled eyes and cried out in indignation. "Thief! Tyrant! Bandit! Who taught you to steal from sweet little girls?" Sutsuji gave a shriek as the ex-soldier suddenly let go of her feet and she fell head first towards the ground, only just managing to extend her wings and right herself before collapsing on the ground with a frustrated scream. The character screen's bottom half lit up as the ex-soldier held onto the spatial stone. The bottom screen appeared to be an open chest with several items laying inside. He found that he could sort and shift these items around by moving them with his finger. In all, the stone seemed to contain several bundles of herbs, a full camping set, and a brown leather armor set similar to Sutsuji's, minus the plating. The ex-soldier played around with it for a bit, before attempting to drag the leather gloves up to the glove slots, only to find that he could not move them past the top of the chest. He furrowed his brow in frustration, before turning back to Sutsuji and asking, "Hey, how do I remove the items?" Sutsuji, in response, simply lay where she was and gave a humph before turning her head away. I have nothing to say to someone who steals from children. Really? Was it yours? I'm sure you would have made great use out of a male armor, 100 times your size, yes? Sutsuji felt cold sweat on the back of her neck at the ex-soldier's response, but not losing a beat, she sat up and spoke slightly faster than normal. I don't know what you are talking about. Anyway, equipment can be equipped by focuses on the item and saying, equip. You can remove them and equip them directly, but the inventory system will make automatic size and build adjustments when using it. It's also faster. Don't worry about other people seeing it. There is a type of equipment magic that is fairly popular, so as long as you do not open your mouth, people will not find it so strange. As for removing items, simply pull the item from the window, and it will be extracted from the spatial stone. Same for putting items in, just touch them to the screen and they will be automatically stored. The ex-soldier nodded in understanding and organized the item box. Focusing on the armor, the ex-soldier quickly equipped each piece. He was slightly surprised when the dim light covered his body and his old dirty clothes were replaced by a snug set of rugged leather armor. Just as Sutsuji remarked, the system had automatically adjusted the armor to fit him perfectly. He could not find a single place that was ill-fitted or uncomfortable. He even felt he'd be able to sleep in he needed to. He next tried taking out several of the supplies stored in the inventory. The ex-soldier played around with this for a while, before storing everything back, as well as the money purse, some star moss scrapings and a few odd and ends found around the cave. As he was finishing up, the ex-soldier's attention was drawn to movement across the cave. He watched as the armored youth gave a yawn and stretched himself out, slowly pushing himself up and standing in the morning light. The armored youth began to slowly put away his bedding, still dreary-eyed when he caught sight of the ex-soldier. The armored youth froze instantly, his mouth gaping wide at the ex-soldier's appearance. Specifically, he was looking at the ex-soldier's new armor. Sutsuji, seeing the young man awake for the first time, opened her shell and quickly flew over to the ex-soldier, landing on his shoulder. Her eyes glaring suspiciously at the armored youth, she bent down and whispered into the ex-soldier's ear. Hey, who's that? The armored youth, the armored youth, the armored youth. After the banter, Sutsuji stood straight and crossed her arms, nodding to herself as if confirming something. The armored youth, on the other hand, still stood in shock at the two, his eyes darting back and forth between the ex-soldier and the tiny girl on his shoulder. His mouth was opened wide as strange grunting sounds came out, like he was struggling to say something, but could not put it to words, and his hand rose trembling, pointing at the two. The armored youth's eyes suddenly rolled to the back of his head and he collapsed to the ground. The ex-soldier could only give a deep sigh as he held his shaking head. Sutsuji, on the other hand, fell to her back and burst into rolling laughter. The ex-soldier sat near the small fire, stirring a small iron pot filled with oatmeal and small chunks of dried fruit. He had never heard of these fruits before, but examine ensured him that they were edible. Sutsuji hovered over the edge of the pot, staring intently into its contents, a greedy grin spreading over her face. After several attempts on her part to steal a taste when she wondered the ex-soldier was not looking, Sutsuji was flicked away, giving a small cry as she tumbled through the air. Hey, it's not ready. Go play with some of the cave beetles, I'm not a bug. Tears fell from Sutsuji's eyes as she raced to the far wall and began to sulk, repeatedly mumbling something the ex-soldier could not quite hear. The ex-soldier simply continued stirring the porridge, careful not to let it burn. As the mellow smell of the porridge began to fill the small cave, he heard a small rustle behind him. He glanced over to see the armored youth finally waking. The armored youth gave a long yawn as he stretched himself out and stood. Seeing the ex-soldier near the small fire, he drowsily walked over, speaking softly as he did so. Yo, I have the strangest dream. There was this little bug and you were. I remarked I am not a bug. The armored youth stopped mid-sentence as his eyes landed on the small figure of Sutsuji crouching in a corner of cave. Her tear-marked face was a bright red as she turned her head to yell at the armored youth, a dark and gloomy air surrounding her. The armored youth's eyes bulged as his heart began to pound, then yelled in panic. Pixie, quickly, kill it. The cloud of sleep lifted from the armored youth's mind and with a practiced hand he drew his sword. The ex-soldier moved at the same time, standing and striking down on the armored youth's sword hand with the wooden ladle, still covered in hot porridge. The armored youth gave a sharp yelp and dropped his sword, giving the ex-soldier a confused look before raising his hand and blowing on his slightly burnt wrist. Sutsuji quickly stood from her corner and flew over to the armored youth, stopping just short of his nose before yelling at him, a vein bulging on her head. "And I am not a pixie either, I swear. Do humans no longer know how to show any respect or reverence? I am a guide. A guide. Guide. A guide. Yes, a guide. Do you not know what that means? You mean, a spirit? Yes. Finally. Do get it now? Why yes. No. I mean, why is there a magi spirit here? Why do you look like a... Don't you dare say it." The ex-soldier raised an eyebrow at the two's banter before went back to stirring the porridge. As he watched the two go back and forth, the ex-soldier wondered to himself what the pixie the armored youth had mentioned before was. A small window suddenly popped into his vision, as if to answer his ponderings. Pixie Index Entry. Also called Fallen One, Corrupted Spirit, and Devil Wisp. While the name and shape vary between cultures, they all refer to the same creature. Pixies are malignants birthed when a magi spirit is corrupted by miasma, while magi spirits are naturally able to cleanse miasma. If the spirit is weakened or exposed to huge amounts, a pixie may be born. Pixies can take many forms, depending on their vessel when they were a spirit, but every one of them is extremely dangerous and are considered to be at minimal AC rank threat. Adventurers are advised to take caution and report any pixie sightings to the authorities. The ex-soldier raised an eyebrow in surprise at the sudden answer. He had not realized that the system could be used like this, as well. It would come in handy later. It took a moment to read through the information before he focused on another unknown word. The first window closed and a second opened in his vision. Malignant Index Entry. Lifeforms infected by miasma. Miasma is a poison released when dead magi are unable to be recycled back into the system. This poison can change the magi in an area, causes them to become destructive and virulent. If the internal magi of a life form is corrupted, they will begin to change the host, destroying their mind and mutating them into a dangerous malignant. Like a virus, malignants' only goal is to spread their sickness. To this end, they will attack any uninfected life forms without warning and without regard to their own safety. The ex-soldier furrowed his brow at the screen in front of him, as a deep frown crossed his face. He did not understand fully what these things were, but he did recognize that they were dangerous. Were those things in the forest malignants? The ex-soldier shook his head in response to his own question. No. The system remarked that malignants were mindless, but those forest goblins were obviously intelligent, if not too bright. Whatever they were, the ex-soldier knew he did not want to meet either again, though. He finally finished the porridge after a few moments and glanced up at the two figures of Sutsuji and the armored youth, still going back and forth before saying with a grin. "Sutsuji, are you sure you are not a pixie? Stop picking on the armored youth and get ready to eat. Food's done." Sutsuji's head snapped to the side as she gave the ex-soldier a fiery look, but she still hovered over quickly to receive her share, eagerness replacing the rage as she stared at the hot porridge. The armored youth, still in shock, ambled over with glazed eyes and sat down across from the ex-soldier. Sutsuji began to hum to herself as the ex-soldier passed her a small dish filled with porridge. The ex-soldier had found the small bowl in the supplies stored in the spatial stone, along with a few other items that had most likely been prepared for Sutsuji by her master. Despite it still being a relatively large dish for her size, she was still asking for seconds by the time the ex-soldier has filled the armored youth's and his own bowl. Sutsuji gave a satisfied sigh after her third bowl and fell to her back. She lay there for a moment, before springing to the air and began to fly, slow and low, to the bedding near where the young girl lay, speaking in a cheerful voice. "Well, that was nice. I'm going to take a nap. Hey, don't just leave your mess for others." The ex-soldier cried out to the retreating Sutsuji, but she simply floated away, humming as though she had not heard him. The ex-soldier gave a heavy sigh and shook his head. The armored youth, who had been mindlessly eating like a robot, gave a slight jump and stared at the ex-soldier as if he was seeing him for the first time. He spoke in a confused voice, though coming out of a daze. Wait. This is not right. Someone explain what is going on here. The ex-soldier. Why is there a spirit here? Why is she just sitting down and eating with us like it's normal? Why? What's wrong with it? What's wrong with it? What's not wrong? This is a spirit we are talking about, a magi spirit. A manifestation of nature, and you are talking about her like she's some stray that wandered in during the night. See, he gets it, came a small voice from across the cave. The ex-soldier simply shrugged his shoulders as though he did not understand and remarked in a calm voice, scooping more porridge into his bowl. Well, you're not wrong, in a way. As for why she's here, I'm not sure how Mark. Sutsuji interrupted the ex-soldier suddenly, shouting in a panicked voice from across the room. Both men quickly stood and glanced her way, weapons half drawn. There in the dim light of the cave, they could see Sutsuji keening near the young girl's head as she lay on the bedding, the young girl's good eyes slowly blinking as she stared at the three. 2 hours later, the ex-soldier scooped some of the still warm porridge into a small bowl, before thinning it out a bit with the prepared water. Careful not to spill any, he slowly walked over to the wall where the young girl sat and placed the bowl in front of the silent girl before walking away. The young girl had panicked when she had first woken up, though her injuries prevented her from moving much. The armored youth was still nursing the mark on his hand from when he had rushed over foolishly to check on her. Surrounded by strangers and the fear from last night still fresh in her mind, the little girl had lashed out, biting hard enough to draw blood before he managed to escape. Slowly, the memories of the prior night seemed to come back to her as her eyes went wide and she began to frantically look around the cave as if searching for something. She seemed not to find what she was looking for, however, as tears quickly welled up in her eyes and she began to wail. The sound of a deep grief unbefitting of such a small girl filled the cave. The young girl had cried for close to 20 minutes before seeming to run out of energy and falling asleep once more. When she awoke an hour later, her eyes were dead and cold, glazed over with a look the ex-soldier knew all too well. The armored youth hesitated for a moment, the memory of a child's sharp teeth still fresh in his mind, then moving slowly towards her, he carefully propping the small girl up before checking her wounds and changing her bandages. The young girl had simply sat there in silence, not seeming to have the energy to resist, her eyes staring into nothing. And there she had sat since. Sutsuji had sat on the girl's shoulder since she'd woken the second time, gently stroking the small girl's hair as she whispered words of comfort into her ear. Worry and sadness marring the tiny guide's face. Yet even that did not seem to invoke a response in the little girl. The ex-soldier sat down next to the armored youth with a sigh, both staring at the two girls across from them, deep in wonder. The armored youth spoke after a moment of silence, his voice low. So, what now? Still too weak to be moved. She'll need 1 to 2 more days to be up and walking. That's if she wants to. No, I mean, where do we go from here? I remember helping take care of my sister, but that was a few years ago. What do you mean? Where? You remarked the girl's parents were headed to Whitewood. We bring her there and leave her with the authorities. I'm sure someone there can find any family or friends. So you are just going to abandon her? With what she's been through, we can't. Do we have any other choice? I'm no nurturer, and what about you? Don't you have some journey or another? You gonna lug around some kid you barely know? The ex-soldier countered in a loud whisper tinged with anger, but the armored youth could see in his eyes sparks of frustration and something else. The ex-soldier cooled down after a moment, then looking back to find Sutsuji staring at him frowning at his volume, he spoke in a cold, resolved voice. We've done what we can for her. What she needs now are support and stability, and that's not something we can give her. The armored youth opened his mouth to give a rebuttal but went silent, unable to refute the ex-soldier's words. His own journey was far too dangerous. There is no way he would force a young girl not even old enough for her baptism to follow after him. As for the ex-soldier, he was even less involved than he was, just a stranger passing by. It would not be unreasonable to say the ex-soldier had already done more than most people would have. To ask anything else would be unfair. Yet the armored youth couldn't help but look at the small girl across from him. Eyes that should be bright and smiling with the light of youth, were instead clouded and dead to the world. The armored youth could feel his hands begin to tremble in grief and rage. It was his fault. If he'd paid more attention. If he'd insisted on continuing. If he'd not been tied down. If only he'd been stronger. He spoke after a moment, his voice trembling slightly, but his eyes burning with a strong desire. "I'll think of something." The ex-soldier simply glanced at the young man out of the corner of his eye, before giving a sound between a laugh and humph and standing up. He gave the armored youth a pat on the shoulder and walked towards the back of the cave. He spoke, not bothering to turn back around. "Don't try and be a hero, kid. You'll only get yourself hurt. I'm going to sleep. Wake me for night watch." Later that night, the ex-soldier shot up from his bedding gasping for breath. His eyes were wide in fear and his body was soaked in sweat. He slowly covered face with both his hand, massaging his eyes and temples as he tried to calm his racing heart. "Bad dream." A voice sounded from near the cave entrance. The ex-soldier glanced over to see the armored youth sitting on a large rock near the cave entrance, the dim moonlight barely outlining his figure. The ex-soldier didn't answer and simply stood from his bedding and stretched out, before walking over to the dead ashes of the nearby fire pit. The armored youth called out again. "It's still a bit before it's time to switch. Get some more rest." The ex-soldier, still ignoring the young man, started to work on getting the fire pit lit again. He'd only had breakfast and some scraps earlier in the day and planned on making a light meal. The armored youth simply sighed and slid off the rock, giving a light yawn as he walked towards his own bedding. As the armored youth prepared to lay down, the ex-soldier inquired in a quiet voice. "How is she?" The armored youth glanced first over his shoulder at the ex-soldier, then turned his eyes to the young girl, now sleeping soundlessly on her side. Sutsuji lay nearby in an unladylike position as she snored softly. Near the young girl lay a cold, untouched bowl of porridge. He frowned slightly before turning back to his bed. Sutsuji tried, but she just sat there all night before falling asleep. The ex-soldier gave a sigh before putting the small pot on top of the now burning small fire. The armored youth turned back around and remarked in a tired voice. "Wake me up early and I'll make breakfast while you rest. We'll start to get the carriage ready for travel in the afternoon." Before laying down on his bedding, the ex-soldier simply gave a grunt as a reply, before turning his attention back to the small pot of stew that was slowly taking form. As time passed, the thin stew began to boil, the stock, dried meat and small amount of vegetables rolling around in the pot. The smell of stew slowly filling the cave. Tasting it every few minutes and making adjustments accordingly, the stew was finally finished. The ex-soldier scooped a few ladles full into a bowl and brought it close to his nose, giving a satisfied smile as he deeply inhaled the aroma. The ex-soldier raised an eyebrow as he heard a slight growling sound from across the cave. He glanced over his shoulder and saw the outline of a small girl in the firelight. The young girl simply sat there on her bedding, not looking at anything in particular. She did not even seem to notice when her stomach gave another low rumble. The ex-soldier glanced over at the girl in silence for a moment, before letting out a sigh and grabbing another small bowl. Pouring a small amount of broth into the bowl, he gave it a light swirl to cool it before standing and walking over to where the young girl sat. He sat the small bowl down in front of her without saying a word before turning around and walking back to the fire pit. The young girl slowly glanced down at the bowl of broth before returning her gaze back to nothing, not bothering to even reach for it. The night passed in silence, only broken by the light growls of the young girl's stomach every few minutes. The ex-soldier simply stared out the cave entrance as if he could not hear. After a time, the dwindling light of the fire reflected off of something in the corner of the cave. The ex-soldier, catching the glitter out of the corner of his eye, saw something he'd forgotten about. There on a small cargo box sat a large leather-bound book, and a small letter sitting on its cover. The ex-soldier stood silently and walked over to the book, staring down at it for a moment as the words of the one called Elaus echoed in his head. The book was meant to be a gift from her father, Thomas. I'd ask that you hand it and the letter to her once she's recovered. He held the book in his hands and gently brushed away the dust from the old brown leather cover. Though they were foreign to him, he found that he could still make out the meaning of the characters pressed with gold leaf, Journal of the Traveler. It seemed the system's translation function even worked for the written language. The ex-soldier finally seemed to come to some conclusion and turned around, a low growl sounding in his chest. He walked slowly towards the still motionless girl, the items firmly in his hand, before laying them down on her lap and walking away. He walked back over to the fire pit and pretended to slowly stir the stew, not caring what she did with them, though he glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. In the dim firelight, The young girl simply glanced at the two items on her lap apathetically, though a small spark of curiosity lit in her dull eyes as she tilted her head. She slowly reached out her hand and grabbed the small letter attached to the book's cover. The ex-soldier was not sure if she could read, but he figured there would be no point in delivering it if she could not, so it should have been fine. The small girl slowly unfolded the letter as her eyes fell on the words written on it. A few moments passed in silence before a change could be seen. Slowly but surely tears began to leak from the corner of eyes, as her small nose crinkled and her hands began to shake. As the first tears began to fall onto the small letter, the ex-soldier could hear a soft sobbing fill the cave. It was still filled with deep grief and sorrow, but it was no longer the loud wailing of despair from before. The young girl slowly lowered the tear-marked letter and gently stroked the large book in front of her before pulling it into a heavy embrace, her face buried in its leather cover as the dam broke and her body shook with heavy sobs. The ex-soldier simply sat in silence, watching the cave entrance and gently poking the fire every so often with a stick. After some time, the sobbing stopped. The ex-soldier glanced over his shoulder stealthily, to see the young girl still sitting there hugging the large book, though her shoulders had stopped shaking. The ex-soldier simply gave a sigh and stood from the fire, head out the cave entrance to answer nature's call. Returning a few moments later, the ex-soldier glanced over to see the young girl laying down once more, eyes closed but refusing to let go of the book in her grasp. The ex-soldier walked slowly and emotionlessly back to the fire pit, returning his eyes to the cave entrance as he kept watch. However, he didn't miss the small empty bowl laying near the girl's bedding. As the ex-soldier glanced out into the dark night, unseen by him, two figures in the cave, one a tiny girl with wings and the other a young man laying across the way, exchanged a small smile. The ex-soldier yawned as he watched the morning sun slowly peek over the trees outside of the cave entrance. 2 days and 2 nights had passed since the young girl had awoken. Today would be the 3rd day, and with the girl's strength returning enough for her to walk on her own, it would be the day they finally left this small cave. They would have left the day before, but a sudden rain had prevented them from transporting the rest of the cargo back to the carriage. They could have simply left it all in the cave, but given the situation, the ex-soldier, the armored youth, and Tsutsuji agreed that it would be best to bring it along and sell off what they could in Whitewood, as the young girl's parents had attended. The resulting funds would be used as traveling funds and other expenses for the young girl, where even she ended up. The ex-soldier had been hesitant at first, but according to the armored youth, strict laws and regulations in regards to the inheritance of orphans would at least minimize the risk of the small girl becoming a victim. The young girl herself had steadily improved over that time, though her eyes still seemed dull most of the time and he'd yet to hear her speak. Every so often he'd catch a small spark still burning, refusing to give in to the hand life had dealt her. Even now, as she slowly walked back and forth from one wall to the other, Tsutsuji gently guiding her along the way, she did not seem to mind or even notice the scuffed knees and blood-mixed mud on her legs from her falls. The ex-soldier watched silently out of the corner of his eyes as he packed up the remaining supplies into his inventory and stood, turning towards the armored youth who just walked in from checking on the carriage, before speaking. "That's the rest of it. How's the carriage? There's some damage, but it should at least make it to Whitewood. I'm more worried about the horses." They'd found the horses on the second morning. The armored youth's own had been long gone, but thankfully the still attached harnesses had prevented the 2 horses pulling the carriage from going far. The stress from the attack and then spending a day and night harnessed together in an unknown forest had not left them in great shape. However, the armored youth had spent most of the following day on the road, hoping that they might be able to catch someone heading to Whitewood for assistance, but to no luck. For now, the plan was to take it slow and hope that they either were able to make it or met someone on the way. The ex-soldier turned to the young girls and spoke as he waited by the exit. "It's time to go." Tsutsuji and the young girl turned to look at him, before finishing their lap. The young girl bent down and reached towards a large leather book resting on a cloth near the wall. She gently warped the book in the cloth and threw the bundle over her shoulder with a heavy grunt, before moving slowly towards the exit. The young girl was short of breath by the time she reached where the ex-soldier and the armored youth stood. Either the book was heavier than it glanced or the girl was pushing herself. The ex-soldier did not care which, but with a sigh, he reached down to pluck the bundle from her shoulder. The young girl clung to the bundle with all her strength. However, giving panicked grunts as she struggled to move away from the ex-soldier's grasp. The ex-soldier furrowed his brow and frowned before releasing his grip and walked out of the cave, heading down the path. The young girl gave a light squeak as she stumbled back a few feet after losing the resistance holding her. She stopped for a moment to catch her breath before walking down the path herself. The four walked on towards the carriage with the ex-soldier taking the lead. The armored youth followed a bit farther back, stopping to look over his shoulder worriedly every so often, and Tsutsuji hovered close to the young girl as she trailed far behind. They would stop every so often to allow the young girl to catch her breath, and when the walk that should have taken 5 minutes began to run 10 without even hitting the halfway point, the armored youth heard a deep, frustrated grumbling from ahead. The ex-soldier turned around and walked back towards the small girl, a storm cloud brewing on his face as he reached down and lifted the young girl into his arm, ignoring her cries of protest, before continuing down the path at a brisk pace. Tsutsuji for her part could not help but point and laugh as she watched the man being continually whacked in the head by the small girl with her bundle the whole way. They arrived at the carriage a few moments later, the ex-soldier a little worse for wear but otherwise silent as he set the young girl into her prepare space in the back of the carriage. The young girl, not abandoning her assault till the ex-soldier was out of range, glanced around the familiar carriage with sad, tired eyes before burying her face in her bundle and slowly laying down. Tsutsuji, who has flown after them, immediately flew to the top of the carriage and sat down. The armored youth was the last to arrive and began preparing the horses as the ex-soldier added the last of the cargo to the back, before jumping into the driver's box. The armored youth jumped up and sat beside the ex-soldier, before nervously grabbing the reins and speaking. It's been a few years since I've done this. Are you sure you don't know how to drive?" The ex-soldier simply raised an eyebrow before leaning back against the seat, folding his arms and closing his eyes. With Tsutsuji taking the first watch, he decided to take this opportunity to get a little rest. Lucky the subskill, rough living, ensured he could rest properly even on the constantly moving and shaking seat. Thus they set off towards Whitewood. Sunset. The armored youth glanced up at the setting sun in the distance. Giving a deep sigh, he stretched out on top of the large boulder they had parked the carriage against. They'd traveled all day, but between the still wet and muddy roads and the frequent stops to allow the horses to rest, he estimated it would still take 2 to 3 days before they reached Whitewood. It may have been different if they had met someone on the way, but strangely enough, they had not seen a single other people so far. Even given the distance, the highway was still a major trade route, linking Whitewood to the Great Sea of Trees and the Western continent. Something was not right, but he wouldn't be able to find out until they reached the town. Looking over at their small camp area, the armored youth could see the ex-soldier stirring a pot of stew as it boiled over the fire. He was starting to question if stew and porridge were the only things the strange man could make, not that road. Rations were much better, but he began to dream of a good hot meal from an inn the past few nights. He feared he'd wake one morning to find he was missing some bedding if they didn't reach town soon. Tsutsuji snored lightly as she hung herself over a tree branch while the young girl sat nearby. The young girl had her book open, engrossed in the words as she read by firelight, wiggling around every so often in an attempt to better catch the light. She inched closer to the fire, a small frown forming as she seemed unable to get the perfect angle. A small spark jumped from the fire as she neared a little to lose, landing on the open pages and quickly igniting their edges. The young girl gave a small squeak in panic, but before she could respond, a large rough hand slammed down on the embers, smothering them before they could do much damage. The ex-soldier glanced down at the young girl with a frown and spoke in an apathetic voice. "Don't read in this light, you'll hurt your eyes. Put the book away and get ready. Food is almost done." The young girl simply glanced up at the ex-soldier with a scowl, but quickly averted her eyes and closed the book under the ex-soldier's own unwavering gaze. She held the book close, retreating some ways away, before sitting down on the cool ground. As time passed, she would alternate between looking down at her book in longing and giving the ex-soldier a nasty scowl behind his back. She instantly glanced away, however, when Mark glanced over his shoulder as to check on her. He gave a deep hum of contemplation when he noticed the girl's behavior, before giving a sigh and turning back to the pot. The ex-soldier spoke out a few moments later to call them in for dinner. The armored youth slid from his perch and headed for the campfire. Tsutsuji gave a gasp as she was startled from her sleep. Tumbling from the branch she lay on. She gave a squeal as she fell, but managed to right herself in the air before she hit the ground. The young girl simply frowned as she attempted to pretend she did not hear, though her rumbling stomach won in the end, as she slowly scooted forward. After the meal, Sutsuji helped the armored youth change the young girl's bandages. While the ex-soldier sat nearby looking into empty space, though his eyes moved back and forth as if searching for something. After a few moments, he seemed to find what he was looking for and pulled out a small metal rod from thin air. The ex-soldier pulled down a small lever attached to the side and began to wind it around and around. He pressed a small button on the side after a few moments, and a bright beam of light shot out of one of the ends. The ex-soldier pressed the button again and the light disappeared. He glanced down at the small hand-cracked LED flashlight and wondered. It had been one of the few items he had in his jacket pocket when he'd crossed over, along with an outdoor utility knife, a pen, and some spare change. When he'd went off on his excursions, he'd found the small flashlight convenient for whatever dark hole he found himself in. He gave a slight grunt as he stood and walked over to the young girl who was presently giving him an ugly look, as she leaned up against the tree Sutsuji had been sleeping on. He clicked the flashlight on and simply tossed it at the girl's feet, before walking away. The armored youth watched as he stopped near the boulder and leaned up against it, closing his eyes. The armored youth turned around and glanced back at the young girl as she held the flashlight with curious eyes, blinking quickly as she turned her head away from the blinding beam that she waved past her face. The armored youth too was curious at the strange object he'd never seen before. He knew a few artifacts could produce similar lights, but he'd never heard of one so bright or compact. Sutsuji simply laughed as she watched the little girl fumble around with it, before flying down and plucking it from her hands. She flew over to a nearby hole in the tree and wedged the flashlight's butt into it. The young girl's surroundings were suddenly bathed in light as she stared up in delight, a rare smile forming on her face. She quickly grabbed her book and nestled herself under the light, turning the pages to a slightly burnt page, before being lost in her own world. The armored youth found himself smiling warmly as he watched the sight. The little girl reminded him a lot of his own sister back home. Maybe that is why he felt such a burning desire to help her. If it was ever possible, he wished in his heart that the two could meet someday, maybe become friends. As the armored youth daydreamed of home and those who he'd left behind, the sunset quietly turned to a dark blue night sky. The ex-soldier woke from his light sleep by a gentle rustling. Looking up into the night sky, he saw that the first sky shard had almost reached its zenith and the third just barely peeking over the horizon. He glanced around the camp to see Sutsuji once more asleep on her tree limb and the young girl sitting under the tree, still lost in the book. The armored youth sat facing away from the fire, staring out into the darkness as he kept watch. Author's notes. In case you forgot, the sky shards are the three largest fragments of the shattered moon, taking up a bit more than a third of the night sky. The second sky shard would be about the position of our present moon in the night sky, with the first appearing before it, and the third after. The ex-soldier's attention was drawn to the young girl as she fidgeted in her spot, a look of frustration furrowing her small face. Seeming to sense his gaze, she glanced up and gave him a frown, before turning back to her book. He glanced back up at the ex-soldier after a few more minutes of fidgeting, seeming to contemplate something. She paused briefly, then coming to a decision she stood in. Reached for the flashlight wedged in the tree. The young girl briskly walked over to the ex-soldier and laid the book in front of him, not bothering to say anything as she held the light to the page and pointed to a passage. The ex-soldier raised an eyebrow, before turning his eyes to the page. He suddenly found himself in shock at what he saw. He was not sure what he was expecting, as he'd never bothered to peek at the book's content, but this was a surprise nonetheless. Though a relatively large page, it was packed tight with small and neatly organized words. Reading the passage that the little girl had been pointing at, he found it to be a detailed explanation about the workings of a complex clockwork device found in some ruins, the small diagram beside it marking each piece. Inferring what the young girl was requesting, the ex-soldier gave a sigh and read the passage out loud, explaining the part where she seemed to have gotten stuck. The young girl simply frowned down at the book and wondered, before nodding her head and picking it up, quickly returning to her spot beneath the tree. The ex-soldier followed the small girl with his eyes, then shook his head and gave a small laugh. He closed his eyes once more and leaned his head up against the cool stone, but it was not 10 minutes later when a small poke roused him from his almost sleep. Opening an eye, the ex-soldier saw the figure of the small girl, once more standing beside him as she pointed at another passage. He gave a sigh before looking down at the passage and again read it for the girl before she retreated once more to her tree. This repeated several more times in the next hour before the ex-soldier finally gave an aggravated growl and grabbed the girl by the collar. Before she could retreat, plopping the girl down beside him, he grumbled out between half-closed eyes. "Sit." The young girl, giving a small sequel in fright, complied, though a few moments later she was tugging on the ex-soldier's sleeve while pointing to yet another passage. Thus the ex-soldier sat there as the night waned on, answering the questions the little girl asked. He had to admit, while the book was written in the form of a personal journal, the author had a way with words and he found himself silently reading along. Most of it was a record of the unnamed author's experiences as he traveled the world, though it was sprinkled with some pretty advanced terminology and detailed descriptions of such and such ruin, or some uncovered artifact. The ex-soldier soon found himself engrossed in the book as he explained to the little girl what a certain word meant or why something was read this or that way. The ex-soldier eventually stumbled across a passage that instantly drew his eye. He slowly read the author's words as he contemplated their meaning. "In my journeys, I have observed nearly every culture, creed and belief system the world, and while I would hesitate in calling myself even fluent in my understanding, a peculiar similarity in all of them have come to my attention. In all of the myths I have come across, there are key points which all have seemed to agree upon. While I doubt one could call this the truth in its entirety, I have come to the conclusion that each of these accounts is a retelling of the same event, even if with their own biased twist. An event that may lead to the understanding of one of the greatest mysteries of this world: the origin of the sky shards, the Sentinel Tower, and the Magi. I advise you to take the following with a grain of salt, however, this may very well be the foundation of our very world. In the beginning, the Lord, High God, King of the gods, formed the people here varying from culture to culture, from the clay of the earth, breathing into them the breath of life. He then set them in the center of the world, commanding them to go and spread far and wide, learn and grow. And so the people did. They spread outwards from the center of their new world, working the land and creating marvelous things. However, as the years waned on, the oldest of them grew tired and weary of their life. They had seen all there was to see in the world, been to every corner and tasted every fruit. Not content with what they had been given, the elders turned their eyes to the shining throne of God, Godstone, the lesser king high in the skies above. Banding the people together, the elders constructed a massive tower in the center of the world. The plan was for them to build all the way to the great celestial body from which their God watched over them, and make their plea directly to their Maker. And so the eons passed, till finally, the great tower was complete and the people stepped foot on the Godstone for the first time. Only to find nothing. The great throne they believed to be the home of their Maker lay empty and barren. Believing themselves to have been abandoned, the people raged with all of their might, and in their anger, the great throne shattered. With a mighty roaring, the force of the shattering caused the tower to crumble underneath them. For 3 days and 3 nights, great stars and pieces of the tower rained on the land, bringing destruction and death in their wake. Even when the falling had ceased, the world was thrown into chaos. Great storms the like of which had never been seen raged across the world. The very land heaved and twisted underneath their feet, before spewing out seas of hot molten rock. The dead festered where they lay, bringing sickness and death to the few survivors. When all seemed lost, the Lord, High God, King of the gods felt pity for those small people, shedding a single tear which fell on the land, and with that tear fell also the divine lights, the Magi. With their strange power, the Magi quelled the storms and soothed the earth, bringing order back from chaos. And the world was silent. The ex-soldier was silent for a long time, as he wondered the words written in the book, and about his own experiences the past few days. He was about to turn the page when the flashlight suddenly began to dim and lose power. It was then that the sound of gentle snoring reached his ears. He glanced over to his side to see the young girl fast asleep, her head resting up against his arm. The ex-soldier gave a sigh before standing slowly, careful not to wake the sleeping girl. He then carried her to the prepared bedding and lay her softly down. The young girl gave a small whimper as he did, groping for something in her sleep. The ex-soldier lay the large book in her arms as he stood and walked back to the boulder. The last thing he saw before he sat down and closed his eyes was the young girl clinging tightly to the large book, a small smile on her lips. Author's notes. Since someone pointed out a big plot hole in some future content, the ex-soldier is 30 now. Sorry about the mix-up, let's pretend this did not happen. Time passed, and as the road improved, the group made steady progress along the highway. Despite spending 2 more nights traveling, they'd yet to see another living soul. The armored youth frowned to himself as he watched the abandoned highway. They were nearing a major intersection that divided into the north and south. By all accounts, the road should be bustling with caravans and adventures as they went on their way. The armored youth glanced over at the ex-soldier. The older man's eyes were sharp and focused as he kept watch over the surrounding area. It seemed he'd noticed as well. The armored youth spoke, his voice almost a whisper as he stopped the carriage near the intersection. This isn't right. What is going on here? The ex-soldier glanced out into the trees off the side of the road and squinted his eyes as he attempted to see past the dark shadows they cast. He couldn't see anything, but he felt a chill run down his back as he watched the tree branches sway in the light wind. His instincts were screaming at him to leave, yet he could not tell where the feeling was coming from. The ex-soldier glanced towards the back of the carriage and made eye contact with Tsutsuji. The little guide sat cross-legged near the young girl as the child slept in the back, a contemplating look on her face. He turned back and the armored youth spoke. Let's get out of here. The quicker we make it to town, the quicker we can find out what's going on. The armored youth nodded before flicking the reins. The carriage shook slightly as it started up again. The quickly started on its way past the intersection and towards Whitewood. Shortly after the carriage passed by, there was movement from either end of the intersection heading towards the north and south. A few moments passed and close to a dozen short figures stepped out from the deep shadows. The cloaks they wore patched with green and brown and covered in branches, leaves, and other such things. The tallest of the newcomers was no more than 5 feet 3, and as he walked towards the road leading to Whitewood, the others quickly moved out of the way. He stared after the long-gone carriage for a moment, as a wide-mouthed evil grin slipped his face in two, thin needle-like teeth visible from under the heavy hood. At the carriage, the ex-soldier rubbed his tired eyes. As they got farther from the intersection, he could feel the sense of danger lessening, yet he couldn't help but sigh. Ever since he'd come to this world, he could feel his fatigue building up. It did not help that the little girl had made him read with her for the past few nights. He glanced back at the peacefully sleeping girl and frowned a little. When he turned his eyes back towards the road, they went wide in shock. As they came around the bend, the distant dark brown and greens of the forest were replaced by rows and rows of large white objects. At first glance, the ex-soldier was not sure what he was looking at. It appeared as though he'd stepped into a field of rough marble pillars, streaked with dark veins. He could not help but stare, mouth agape, when he realized what they were. Trees. Rows of neatly organized trees, roughly 4 meters tall. The branches at their top were crossed and woven together as they stretched towards the sky, reminding the ex-soldier of the dragon's blood trees he'd seen once while on deployment. From the branches of several trees, dark, blood-red flowers hung down, similar to a wisteria, swaying gently in the wind. Wow, pretty. The ex-soldier glanced down at the sudden voice to find Tsutsuji laying on the young girl's head as the two peeked out of the back. While Tsutsuji's eyes were sparkling as her mouth hung open, the young girl watched in silence. Though there was excitement in her eyes, there was a shadow of sadness as well. The ex-soldier turned back around and nodded his head. He focused his mind on one of the large trees and activated Examine. Whitewood Tree Index Entry. The namesake of the western trade city, Whitewood, as well as one of its major exports. The Whitewood tree has been cultivated for centuries and is remarked to have been the result of experiments carried out by the ancients. Whitewood is extremely durable and almost as hard as steel, as well being extremely beautiful, made famous around the world. The slight metallic properties of the wood even allow it to be beaten into shape to some extent, allowing weapons and armor to be forged from it. The fruit of this tree is considered a delicacy among the wealthy, and its sap and flowers have extensive use as medicine. All of this results in the price of even a single whitewood tree being astronomical, and a large portion of the city Whitewood's wealth is owed to this plant. The ex-soldier raised an eyebrow as he read through the text. While he hadn't expected the trees to be normal, he had to admit he was surprised. He was shaken from his wonders a moment later, as the young girl tugged on his sleeve and pointed down the road. Though still some distance away, the ex-soldier could make out the figure of people walking around a barrier in the road. He turned to the armored youth, only to the young man frown. As they neared the barricade, a large rough-looking man standing a little over 6 feet walked forward. He was an older man somewhere between his late 40s or early 50s given the streaks of white that marred his short brown beard and cropped hair. The man stopped in the middle of the road and called out to them. "Halt! State your names and origin." The armored youth stopped the carriage some distance away before standing on the seat and pulling a scroll case from under his coat. He held it up so that the large black and gold seal could be seen, before speaking in a loud voice. "I am Alexander Lucio of Granger. I am correct in assuming that you are Duchess Whitewood's men?" At the armored youth's words, the group behind the large man broke out in the sound of chatter. The large man raised his hand to silence the commotion before carefully walked towards the carriage, his hand never leaving the hilt of the long sword at his waist. The man gave the ex-soldier a suspicious glance as he reached up and took the scroll case. He glanced over the seal in detail, before popping the end of the case open and withdrawing a thick parchment. He unfurled the parchment and read its contents, his brow furrowing as he did. He finally rolled the parchment up and placed it back into the scroll case. Handing the case back to the armored youth, the man turned towards the men standing on the road and called out in a loud voice. "Move the barricade," before turning back to the armored youth and motioning for them to follow. The armored youth gave a sigh of relief, then taking up the reins, he drove the carriage slowly behind the large man. As they passed the barricade, they arrived in a small military-style camp. Several soldiers approached the carriage, leading it to the side so that it could go through inspection. At first, the soldiers were surprised when they found the small injured girl resting in the back, but after the armored youth had explained the events of the last week, their looks of suspicion turned into pity. As for Sutsuji, while the ex-soldier could hear the odd whisper from the surrounding men, he was surprised at how calm they were, given the armored youth's initial reaction. The group now waited as the camp medic examined the young girl in a nearby tent, Sutsuji remaining with her. As they waited, the large man who introduced himself as Jonathan motioned the two men towards the largest tent in the middle of the camp. Entering in, they found contained only a small cot and dresser taking up one corner, while most of the floor space was taken up by a large desk in the back and a long table sitting in the middle. Both the desk and the table were filled with paperwork, and several soldiers bustled around as they worked. Jonathan led them towards the back and motioned for them to sit down, before taking a seat behind it. After a moment of moving papers around, Jonathan had the armored youth recount the events leading up to this point in detail. The ex-soldier, for his part, simply sat quietly with his arms crossed, content to be ignored. The armored youth proceeded to tell their story, omitting or changing some details in light of the ex-soldier's situation. Jonathan's frown deepened as he listened to the story, as he began to grumble in frustration. Forest goblins, on the trade road? Well, at least it is starting to make some sense now. The armored youth tilted his head and inquired in a questioning tone, "You already had some information?" Jonathan sighed and leaned forward before shaking his head. "Some, but not much. Since about 10 days ago there have been several reports of attacks by bandits along the route. Any convoys that left the city would be ambushed from the shadows and forced back. The strange thing was, the attackers would never show themselves. Normal bandits would approach and demand a toll or goods. No reason to fight if you can intimidate the other side into giving up. But whoever was behind the recent string of attacks would do so without warning, firing bows from the shadows or attacking at night. Those that survived could not give a proper description. Eventually, the mercenaries and adventurers stopped taking the escort jobs and the caravans were stranded." The armored youth glanced down as he leaned back in contemplation. If that was true, then it would explain why they hadn't seen anyone along the roads. More so if it was happening at the other ends of the highway as well. But something still didn't sit right with him. Why were forest goblins, a race that should not have any foothold in this area, attacking the trade route? And if they were, then, barring the first attack, why did we not see them again? They had nearly a week to finish the job, but they never did. That is what I would like to know. What makes this instance different? Could the first fight have scared them off? Unlikely. Even given the fact that you managed to kill a good number, an injured man and a random passerby should not have posed much of a challenge if they had gathered reinforcements. It's possible that their attention was drawn elsewhere and you simply got lucky. Or it may be they'd finished what they were there to do. The ex-soldier spoke out for the first time since sitting down. Jonathan gave the ex-soldier a silent gaze before nodding his head. Yes. It's possible that yours was simply the last one before they completed their objective, or they had done so in between then and now. Whatever the case, we'll not know until we send out a scouting party. As for you lot, you are free to head on to Whitewood as soon as the inspection is done. Jonathan shifted through the papers on his desk as he spoke, before pulling out one and handing it to the armored youth. The armored youth glanced down to find it was a gate pass for their clearance into the city. At that time, a small voice called from the front of the tent. "Hey, we're back." The three men glanced over to see Sutsuji laying on top of the young girl's head, as the little guide called out, ignoring the glances from the surrounding soldiers. The young girl was wearing a clean new dress and bandages. The dirt and grime from the road had been washed clean and her shoulder-length chestnut hair was still slightly wet. The little girl seemed slightly nervous from the stares of the soldiers, as she clung to the leg of the older female medic who walked beside her, the woman holding the young girl's ever-present book in her other arm. The medic gave the watching soldiers a threatening glare as they broke out in a cold sweat and quickly turned back to their work. The three ladies made their way to the back of the tent and met with the waiting men. Jonathan glanced at the medic with a gentle smile and inquired, "Thank you, Sam. I hope she was not much trouble?" Samantha glanced down at the young girl with a smile and patted the side of her head. "It was fine, we just had a little girl talk. She's a very smart young lady." Jonathan glanced up at Samantha and gave her a wide grin. The little girl reminded him of their own daughter when she was her age. He could just imagine his wife and chief medical officer chatting the girl's ear off. Samantha bent down to look at the young girl and handed her the book with a smile. The little girl latched onto the book and quickly moved to a nearby corner, sitting down with Sutsuji as she opened it up. Samantha watched the girl for a moment, before standing and turning back to her husband with professional eyes. Jonathan met her eyes and inquired in a low tone. "So, how was she?" "Better than I imagined she was before, but she's still in rough shape. Her bruising has started to lessen and the internal damage was minor for the most part, though her shoulder will still take a few days to heal. I guess we should be grateful for the healing ability of a young body, though it's thanks in part to the fact that she was strong, to begin with. I say all of this, but unfortunately her eye." She slowly turned around to look at the young girl reading her book, a sad look crossing the medic's face as her voice trailed off. The ex-soldier could guess what she wanted to say. He'd seen similar wounds during his time. They never ended on a happy note. Samantha turned back and sighed, speaking in a sad voice. "Honestly, I'd want her to stay here for at least another week. She's fine now, but without adequate rest, there could be complications. Unfortunately, I can't allow that. Given the current situation, there is no telling what may happen. It's best to send her off to town for the time being. We can check up on her later if you wish. I'll send someone ahead to inform the Duchess of this matter as well as the new information. Anyway, the inspections should be finished by now. I do hope you forgive the inconvenience, it's simply regulation." As he finished speaking, Jonathan stood and walked around his desk, gesturing for the group to follow him out. The young girl and Sutsuji, seeing the group move, closed the book and quickly followed. At the tent entrance, Samantha parted from the rest. She first remarked her goodbyes to the men, then bent down and wrapped the young girl in a long embrace, before patting Sutsuji on the head. Jonathan leant in and gave her a light peck on the cheek as she passed. The soldiers working on their paperwork began to boo and jeer at their commander as he did. The burning glare from Samantha quickly silenced their heckling, though her face had turned a bright red before she exited the tent and headed back towards the medic tents. Jonathan watched her go, then turned back to his guests and led them to the inspection area. By the time they arrived, the inspection team had finished their work and was prepping the carriage for departure. Seeing Jonathan walk up, a nearby soldier quickly headed in their direction, handing him a clipboard with several pieces of parchment attached. He flipped through the information before stopping on a certain page. Jonathan glanced at the page for a long while, muttering to himself in a voice the ex-soldier was barely able to make out. So it was there after all. Is there a connection? Or just coincidence? Shaking his head as if to clear a fog, He motioned for the nearby quartermaster and pointed to a few items on the list, then turned to the armored youth. "Speak to my quartermaster before you head off. We're short on supplies since the caravans stopped coming, so we'll buy what you have at a premium. Just don't tell me, boss." He finished with a chuckle before saying his goodbyes, patting the young girl gently on the head and heading back to the command tent. The armored youth walked over to the quartermaster and began to discuss their trade, while the ex-soldier brought the young girl to the carriage, Sutsuji leisurely hovering after them. The ex-soldier lifted the little girl into the back and sat her in her spot. He frowned as the new bandage covering one side of her head caught his eye as it peeked out from under her hair. He did not know if she fully understood what it meant for her yet, but he still could not help but feel his shoulders sag, as if under some immense weight. Turning around and leaving the girls to their play, the ex-soldier caught sight of the armored youth as he walked back towards them, a large grin on his face. The quartermaster had not bought everything, but now only a few small boxes sat inside the carriage. The ex-soldier raised an eye at the 3 bags in the armored youth's hands. Peering inside, he found each contained a jumble of strange coins. The largest bag contained a large number of small gold coins, slightly larger than a US nickel, but twice as thick, making the ex-soldier's eyes bulge. As a man who grew up in the era of credit cards and paper bills, he'd rarely seen real gold if it was not in the form of jewelry. He did not know how his modern understanding of gold translated to this world, but he could recognize that this was a huge amount of money. The armored youth discreetly took this bag and stashed it under the driver's box, in the same hidden compartment that had held the apothecary's kit and the young girl's book. The next bag was slightly larger than a grapefruit and contained 50-50 split of large and small silver coins. The small silver coins were the same size as the gold coins, while the larger silver was between a US quarter and US half-dollar in size, again twice as thick, but the edges had a slight round bulge to them, as if they were cut from the center of a sphere. This bag, the armored youth split roughly in 2 and handed 1/2 to the ex-soldier, who followed the armored youth in tucking it securely away on their person. The third bag was a small purse-like pouch filled with a mix of large and small strange azure-colored coins, the same size and shape as the silver ones. On closer inspection though, he realized that they were in fact oxidized bronze coins. This one he again split and handed 1/2 to the ex-soldier. The ex-soldier would later learn that it had become customary to split funds among party members when entering a new town. That way if one person happened to be targeted by a pickpocket or the like, then they would not lose everything. The ex-soldier pulled out one of the smaller coins and activated Examine. Trade weight, large bronze, 10W, index entry. Standard currency used by traders throughout the world. Issued by the Global Trade Initiative. They're double-stamped with a complex scale symbol, causing their edges to bulge and round. 6 standard denominations: small bronze, small silver, small gold. Large gold. Non-standard denominations include high-value banknotes and regional coinage. Global Trade Initiative was established by allied countries on all 4 continents to standardize international trade. Trade weights follow strict regulation and are accepted in most countries. Their use has become so prevalent by the common man, many countries have discontinued the stamping of their own coins. Examining each in turn, he saw that the value of each coin was as follows: 1 weight 1 small bronze, 10W 1 large bronze, 100W 1 small silver, 1000W 1 larger silver. Using those numbers, he could infer that the small gold coins were worth 10,000W and the yet-to-appear large gold was 100,000W. While he still did not know what that value implied, the ex-soldier felt that his initial assumption was correct. Hiding the bags one more, the ex-soldier and the armored youth began the final preparations for their departure, then headed back on the road to Whitewood. Author's note: the ex-soldier will figure it out later along the way, but for the reader's sake, 1 small bronze is valued roughly 10 United States cents, so 1 large bronze is 1 United States dollar, 1 small silver is 10 United States dollars, etc. Roughly 30 minutes later, the carriage approached the city walls. To the ex-soldier's surprise, what he saw was not the classical rough stone or brick walks one would expect from an otherworld setting. What met him was dark gray, almost black slabs that, to his surprise, appeared to be made of some kind of concrete. The armored youth gave a laugh as he saw the ex-soldier gawking at the strange sight. "Ugly, aren't they?" Not many people know, but Whitewood, before it was Whitewood, was a grandeur fortress built to keep malignant hordes out of the South Continent. Not particularly sure how it's done, but the walls are made with the ancients' technology and have stood longer than the oldest whitewood tree in the grove. The ex-soldier simply nodded his head as he glanced at the massive 15-meter-tall walls. The carriage approached the city gates, and the armored youth called out to the surprised gate guards. Since the traffic had stopped some time ago, and combined with the pass from Jonathan, the gates were quickly opened and the armored youth drove into the city, Whitewood spreading scenically out in front of them. The ex-soldier glanced up at the huge 20-meter main gate towering as it opened up in front of him. The armored youth had mentioned, when they first caught sight of the city walls, that the main gates at each end of the city was made of several pieces of solid whitewood. The huge gates had originally been stone and metal, but were replaced close to 150 years ago, and time had yet to leave even a mark on them since. The ex-soldier had to admit, the almost black walls contracted with the blindingly white gates made for an awe-inspiring sight. As they passed through the gates, the sight that caught the ex-soldier's eyes next stole his breath away. The west gate was raised on a small hill, and from it, he could see that the city spread out for close to 5 to 6 miles. While it was not anywhere close to a large city in the ex-soldier's eyes, the densely packed buildings spreading out like a carpet and the bustling sounds of city life made him feel like he'd stepped into a tiny modern-day metropolis. The ex-soldier had to admit to himself, it was beyond his expectations, especially when it came to the atmosphere of the city. When one thinks of fantasy story, they tend to imagine swords and magic, castles and medieval life, but the city in front of the ex-soldier seemed more like a part of Victorian Boston had been cut out and plopped down. The streets were clean and paved, tall light posts lining most of the wide major streets. The buildings were brick and mortar and some as tall as 5 stories, and wherever you glanced you could see people going about their way. Near the middle of the city was a small island, roughly a square mile in size, surrounded by a moat 1/4 of a mile wide. The moat was bridged by 2 large bridges on the west and east side and split into 2 wide canals stretching to the north and south. These canals were themselves spanned by 4 smaller bridges, 2 to the north and 2 to the south. On the island sat dozens of elegant estates, packed onto the island and surrounding a large fortress sitting in the middle. According to the armored youth, the city was broken into 5 main districts. The trade district in the southwest, the entertainment and workers district in the southeast, the residential district and the slums in the northeast, the manufacturing district northwest, and finally the wealthy upper-class district taking up the central island. Author's note: I'll have a crude map of Whitewood in this post, to help. Not great at city design. Sumi. ROFL. Their own destination was the entertainment district. With that in mind, they cut south through the traders district along the main trade route and towards the southern crossing bridges. The traders district had inns in lodging for traders come from the west. They were far more expensive than those found in the entertainment district, and as the only money they had on them did not belong to them, they agreed to be as conservative as they could. Jonathan had mentioned that he would send someone to help with the young girl's situation, so they would be staying at an inn near the northwest corner of the district that was recommended by him until the ex-soldier took in the sounds and sights of the city as they drove the carriage through the wide streets. He started to notice something strange as they drove on, however. Every so often they would pass by a street vendor or storefront and be given a quizzical glance, or a passerby would stare up at the ex-soldier and the armored youth with a strange frown as if seeing something they were not expecting. The ex-soldier gave the armored youth a nudge in the side as the weird looks continued to increase. The young man simply nodded while keeping his eyes on road, before speaking in a low whisper. "Yeah, I noticed. Any clue what's going on?" "Not a one." "Are they just surprised to see a merchant wagon, what with the attacks?" "No, they should still be getting supplies from the east. This feels different, hostile almost." As they spoke, the ex-soldier noticed a young man, no more than 15 to 16 years old, standing off to the side of the road. The young man wore loose high-quality clothes and carried a large stack of paper in his arms. The boy seemed unaware his simple eyeglass frames resting on his nose were slowly slid down his face, his eyes wide in shock as he watched the carriage drive by. The ex-soldier glanced back at the boy with a raised eyebrow as they passed. The boy quickly shook his head and readjusted his glasses. The boy then quickly walked to another similarly dressed youth nearby and began to too hastily discuss something. After a moment, the boy passed off his burden to his companion and dashed through the crowds, towards a large building further down the road. Some distance behind them, the ex-soldier could see a crowd gathering, as if following the carriage. The ex-soldier could feel his frown deepen as he watched the boy. He turned to the armored youth and spoke softly. "Something's going on. I don't know what we've done to stir them up, but if it comes to it, we may need to run." The armored youth nodded his head while the ex-soldier turned around to the back and woke the napping Tsutsuji, informing her of the matter. Despite her half-closed in sleep eyes and tired scowl, the ex-soldier could feel a sharp readiness coming through his link with Tsutsuji. The tiny guide had developed a deep bond with the little girl over the last week. The bug may get on his nerves for the most part, but the ex-soldier knew he could trust the young girl with her when push came to shove. They drew near to the large building after a few moments, their trailing crowd growing larger as now even random passers-by had noticed the strange atmosphere. There was a sudden commotion shortly before passing by the large building, the sound of shouting and muffled arguments before. The large sliding doors of the building gave a creak and burst open, torn off their frame as if hit by a huge force. The armored youth was forced to quickly stop the carriage while the surrounding crowd gave a sudden yell and backed away. A large older man walked from the small cloud of wood dust near where the doors had been. The man was even taller than Jonathan. No less than 6'7", he was a huge mass of muscle and fat. His face was contorted in rage, eyes bulging and his face a deep red, in stark contrast to his short gray beard and balding head. In his hand he held a huge war mace. The weapon was just as massive as its owner. The ex-soldier would have believed it if someone told him the large man was simply swinging around one of the lampposts on the side of the street. Though what really made the ex-soldier break out into a cold sweat was that the fact that this man was holding the mace with one hand like it was a common stick. The ex-soldier's heart froze in his chest as his eyes made contact with the large angry man. The large man glanced at the ex-soldier and the armored youth, breathing heavily as his gaze flicked back and forth between them and the carriage. Warning. Signals immediately screamed to life in the ex-soldier's brain, but just as he opened his mouth to tell the armored youth to run, the large man gave a massive roar that seemed to shake the air. He then raised the huge mace and charged straight at them with a speed that should not have been possible for a man his size. The ex-soldier was barely out of his seat when he saw the shadow of the huge mace descending on them. Someone in the crowd gave a scream of terror when a small shadow suddenly shot from the back of the carriage. Tsutsuji appeared in a flash before them, hovering in the air as she extended her hand out as if to catch the descending mace. The ex-soldier felt his heart leap into his throat as he watched, but in the next moment, his eyes went wide. The instant before the mace made contact, a thin translucent barrier spread out from Tsutsuji's palm. It appeared no thicker than a hair, but when the mace made contact, it rebounded with enough force to push the huge man off his feet. The barrier rippled with a rainbow of colors like a soap bubble as it gave a strange wobbling sound, before shattering with the sound of glass. As the barrier burst, the ex-soldier felt a wave of intense fatigue wash over him, like he just ran 10 miles with no rest. He collapsed back into his seat, not even have the energy to support himself anymore as he gasped for breath. In the same instant, the large man was thrown to the ground, his mace crashing heavily into the road, leaving a crater of broken pavement as it shook the ground. He simply sat there, eyes wide in amazement and disbelief as he glanced at the tiny guide hovering in the air. Tsutsuji simply glanced down at him, arms crossed as she frowned. A few moments later the ex-soldier watched the strange scene from atop the driver's box, still too weak to move much. On the ground near the carriage, the large man now knelt down, his head as far forward as his large stomach would allow. The armored youth stood in front of him as he tried to calm down a fuming Tsutsuji flying around the large man. She had been lecturing him for the past 4 moments, the crowd silently gawking, till finally seeming to lose steam she puffed out her cheeks and yelled at the large kneeling man. "Seriously, what were you thinking? Just suddenly attacking people? Is this how Whitewood treats its guests?" The man answered back in a deep, thundering voice, not even lifting his head. "No, my holiness, this was my mistake. They tried to stop me, but I let my anger control me." "Mistake? That is what you are going to tell the Grandeur Investigative Unit when it's reported you attacked not only a hero but a spirit as well? That you just made a mistake? Wait, Sutsuji, there is no need to go that far, at least hear him out. The armored youth quickly interceded, stepping in front of a fuming Sutsuji. At the mention of Grandeur Investigative Unit, the large man glanced up, his face pale as death as his eyes lit up in panic. The crowd surrounding them burst into commotion. The ex-soldier raised an eye at the unfamiliar term. Focusing on it in his mind, a small window popped up in his vision. Grandeur Investigative Unit Index Entry. Special unit formed by Grandeur as a countermeasure against non-malignant threats. The unit is deployed when there are claims that may disrupt normal operations such as Rouge Heroes, Pixie and Devil. Sightings or obstruction of hero or guardian duties. The GIU's influence is enough to quarantine entire countries and arrest kings. Grandeur. There was that term again. He vaguely remembered seeing it Sutsuji's status, and the armored youth had mentioned it as well, but he'd assumed it was just some town somewhere. Once more focused on the unknown word, the first window closed and another replaced it. Land of origin. Grandeur of the Tearfall Index Entry, the largest collection of wisp pools in the world. Legend holds that this location is where the tear of Elaus fell, and Magi were born. Grandeur also refers to the organization based here. Grandeur has existed for thousands of years in response to the malignant threat. They're also responsible for the training and deployment of heroes and spirits throughout the world. Contrary to popular belief, Grandeur holds only very loose ties to the Grand Church of Elaus, and rarely steps into the global political stage. Their entire existence and focus are solely on defending against malignants and miasma. Though that has not stopped many from growing nervous about the organization's influence and power, there are very few brave or crazy enough to speak out publicly such concerns. The ex-soldier furrowed his brow in deep wonder. He could begin to see why the people would be terrified at the tiny guide's threat. The ex-soldier glanced once more over at Sutsuji, inspecting her with new eyes. Though he was not completely convinced that she had the power to carry out her threat, the crowd seemed to think she did. As the crowd grew restless, the large man quickly bellowed out. No, please. The blame is on my head alone. When it was reported strangers had driven Thomas's carriage into town, I lost myself. I'd wondered you'd come to sell it off, or some such thing. The armored youth's eyes went wide in shock as the man spoke. You knew Thomas? Yes, yes. Thomas was a regular in town. He would often travel between Whitewood and the Western Continent. His prices are always fair and he is a good-natured man. There are many people in the trade district who know him by face. Well, that would explain the stares. The ex-soldier wondered as he started to regain some strength. Sutsuji gave an angry grunt and quickly flew around the armored youth and stopped in front of the large man's face, jamming her finger into his large nose. Fool. And why would bandits drive their spoils directly into town? I mean, I'm sorry, as I remarked, it was my mistake alone, I beg you. The large man's pale face went beet red, then he slammed his head back to the ground. The armored youth quickly pulled Sutsuji away, before placing his arms under the man's and urging him to stand, speaking in a voice loud enough to be heard throughout the crowd. We understand, please stand up. There is no reason to take this any further than it has already. The large man quickly stood up, a look of relief flooding his face, as an audible sigh swept the crowd. The large man faced three and gave a deep bow that made it seem it would almost topple over again, before speaking in a much lighter voice. Thank you, truly. Let me apologize and reintroduce myself. I am Matthew, merchant current head of the Traders Guild. Again, let me thank you for your mercy and kindness. The ex-soldier could not help but chuckle a bit in his heart at the man's reaction. Sutsuji and the armored youth's good cop, bad cop routine was so spot on he wondered he was back home watching a show. As the armored youth spoke to Matthew, beginning to retell their tale, the ex-soldier heard a noise from behind. Turning around, he saw the small figure of a girl huddled up against one of the boxes, shivering. It seemed she had awoken from the commotion. Reaching out his hand to the terrified girl, the ex-soldier gently tapped her shoulder. She gave a slight squeal and glanced up at him. The ex-soldier gestured for her to move forward when she met his eyes. Still trembling slightly, the girl crawled forward and leaned out of the carriage. When she saw the large man talking to the ex-soldier, her eyes went wide as she gave a strange sound, as if trying to say something. Matthew noticed the sound and glanced their way. He froze for a moment in shock, before giving a loud bellow and rushing forward. The young girl. The young girl quickly scrambled out of the back onto the driver's box, and as the man neared, she leapt from it and into his arms, her loud sobs slightly muffled as Matthew held her close to his chest. Matthew simply rocked the crying girl in his arms, speaking in a soft comforting tone as tears fell from down his cheeks. "Shoo, it's all right now, little one. It's OVR now." After a moment, Matthew pulled the young girl from his chest and glanced down at her condition. His eyes filled with pain as he noticed the bandages and bruises. His next word came out choked as if he was trying to hold back 1,000. Oh, the young girl. About an hour later, Traders Guild headquarters, Guildmaster's office. The ex-soldier, the armored youth, and Matthew sat around a large desk while Sutsuji and the young girl sat quietly reading on a nearby cushioned window seat. Several cups of tea sat untouched on the desk, as the ex-soldier and the armored youth recounted their travel so far. They mentioned the initial ambush and the young girl's recovery over the next few days, followed by their travels in the crossroad, before meeting Jonathan at the military camp. As Matthew listened, his complexion became darker. And placing his head between his hands, he massaged his temples, speaking out in a serious voice. This does not make any sense. There are no forest goblin tribes anywhere near the main trade highway, and even if there were, the kingdom does inspections every 2 months. If they'd been there before, we'd have known long in advance. If I recalled, the attacks even started shortly after the last inspection. What is going on? The armored youth glanced down at his cooling tea in contemplation and remarked half to himself. So we have goblins who should not be there, pointless attacks and an unknown objective that may or may not already be complete. Are they even still in the area? Why go through all of this trouble? And who's behind it? Matthew and the armored youth both glanced at the ex-soldier with a questioning gaze. Matthew wondered for a moment and spoke out half as a question and half as a statement. They are not working alone. Unlikely. I don't know much about forest goblins, but they don't seem bright enough to pull off something like this. This was not some random plan out of boredom or desire. It was carefully planned and organized. You've already touched on the biggest clue so far. How did they know when the inspection was over? The armored youth tilted his head in confusion, before asking. Couldn't they have simply gone off of previous inspections? Or watched and waited for them to leave? No, Matthew sat straight up, his face paling as he understood what was being remarked. The inspection time and length is randomized every time, to prevent bandits from abusing the schedule. As well as that, the inspection is a thorough sweep of the trade route. Even if they'd waited, there would have been traces to detect. The armored youth sat in shocked silence as the weight of the words sank in. Was someone working with the goblins? Why? Who? The armored youth shook his head and inquired, slightly queasy at the notion. So what, is it someone on the inside, or an outside influence? Matthew wondered for a moment and spoke. It's possible that the information was leaked from the inside, but it's impossible to tell from what level. Were they informed of the time and came after? Or were they already here, but ignored by the inspection team? If so, why? It's also possible they outside helped to conceal themselves. Foreign powers destabilizing trade, greedy merchants taking out competitors? Even devils. After a moment of dark silence, Matthew stood up and gave a sigh, speaking in a resolved voice. For now, it's too early to tell. Too many questions, not enough answers. I'm going to have to report this to the Duchess. For now, I would like to invite you all to stay in the headquarters. We have a few rooms that are used for special guests. They're far better than you'll find at some inn. Besides. As his voice trailed off, Matthew glanced over at the small figure of the young girl, silently reading in the fading light, his voice too low to reach her from across the room. Thomas was a good man. I'm proud to have called him a close friend. For something like this to happen. The ex-soldier could hear the sharp cracking of bones and he glanced over and saw blood slowly dripped from the big man's shaking clenched fist. The large man finished his words in a cold voice, a fire burning brightly in his eyes as he glanced over at the little girl. You don't have what it'd take to hide from me. In some unknown place, a dark figure cloaked in shadows, broken out in a cold sweat. Map of Whitewood Interlude 2. To my second love, Interlude 2. To my second love. The young girl lay on the small bed, unable to make herself sleep. She slowly opened her eyes and glanced around the dim moonlit room. It was a familiar room to her, the same one that her parents had used when they visited Uncle Matthew. She had loved it here in Whitewood. The sights and sounds of the bustling city, the smells of the various food stalls lining the roads, even watching Aunt Caroline and Big Sister Audrey go about their work. But now, the dark room just seemed cold to her, and lonely. She gently shifted to her side, careful to not wake Tsutsuji, who was sleeping on the pillow beside her, and stared out the window. After a moment of restless silence, she slipped out of bed and walked to the small table sitting near the window, the hard wood floor cold beneath her feet. She grunted a little as she pulled the heavy chair out, her heart pounding as it screeched in protest. She glanced over at Tsutsuji nervously. The tiny guide just scratched herself and slept on, mumbling in her sleep. The young girl gave a sigh, then sat down at the table, pulling closed the large book that sat on top. The little girl stared at the book with warm eyes, gently tracing the words on its cover, before opening it. Instead of turning to the marked page, the young girl opened to the front and lifted a small pouch attached to the cover. She carefully drew out a small folded letter, staring at it with sad eyes as the moonlight dimly reflected off of it. She slowly opened the letter, careful not to tear it. The creases on the paper were worn and several parts were smudged from tears, but the young girl had read letter enough that she could recite it from her heart. Even still, she held the worn paper as if it was a treasure, and carefully read each word by the dim moonlight. To my second love, as I write this letter, I am looking over at you gently sleeping in your mother's arms, and I think to myself, what did someone like me ever do to be blessed with the two greatest women in this world? You are only a little thing now, and I must admit, it makes me terrified sometimes. You must be so ashamed to have such a coward as a father. Such a fragile thing. I can't help think that you'll break or I'll make you cry. But when I see that pure smile light your face, it's like all the worries in the world disappear, clouds vanish from the sky and the stars shine just a little brighter than before. I wonder, how many years will pass before you see these words? What kind of woman will you become? Will you be as kind and brave as your mother? Will you stand up tall and be able to lift your head up high? What will you do when you finally step out on your own? What kind of person will the man who steals your heart be? What will my grandchildren look like? When your hair is gray and your back crooked, will you still remember the things this foolish father taught you? So many questions go through my mind every time I look into your eyes. When I think about what life has in store for you, I sometimes find myself overflowing with happiness and expectations. Other time, I'm terrified and weep at the sorrows you will have to endure. But no matter what crosses my mind, I will always remember that you are my daughter, my second love. You may only be a tiny sapling right now, but it will not be long before you grow into a mighty oak, unwavering even in the fiercest gale that life throws at you. So, my sweet little girl, I ask only this of you. Live on. Through whatever may come. Live on. In both the good times and dark times, never give up. Keep pressing forward and never lose sight of the things that will come after the pain. The night will never last forever. One day the sun will break over the horizon and a new day will come. Till then, live on. With all the love within me, signed, your foolish father. The young girl struggled to silence her sobs as her hands shook, a few fresh tears adding themselves to the stains on the letter. After a long moment, the young girl finally managed to calm herself down. She took a deep breath and carefully refolded the letter and returned it to the book cover. She closed the book and leaned back in her chair, looking out the nearby window with tears in her eyes. The young girl knew that the others only wondered of her as a child, that they tried to keep her ignorant, thinking to protect her from the truth. She may be young, but she was not stupid. She heard the whispered words and saw the looks of pity from the adults. She was not stupid. While she pretended not to hear, she understood the words they remarked. The young girl's eyes took on a dark look, a flame burning deep in their depths. As she glanced out over the dark cityscape, a wonder began to form. They were out there somewhere, lurking in the shadows, thinking no one could see them, thinking no one could touch them. But they were wrong. After a short while, the young girl slid off of the chair and gently slipped into bed. She closed her eyes once more, As she slipped away into sleep, the gears began to turn in the back of her mind. The ex-soldier awoke to heavy banging on his room door. He jerked up into a sitting position, momentarily confused at his location. He glanced around the unfamiliar room in a daze as the events of the past days slowly made their way from the depths of his memory. That's right, they had spent the night at the Traders Guild headquarters as guests of Matthew. The loud banging sounded again, as a feminine voice called out. "Sir, the ex-soldier, are you awake?" The ex-soldier quickly rose from the bed and approached the door, opening it wide as the person on the other side raised their hand to knock for the third time. The door swung open and the ex-soldier glanced at the young lady on the other side. He didn't remember her name, but he recognized the office worker-looking lady as one of the secretaries working in the guild. His eyes were still half closed as he inquired in a tired voice. "Yes. What is it?" The office lady seemed to have frozen in place, her hand raised and her mouth agape. She stood there for a moment wide-eyed as her face and ears quickly turned a deep shade of red. The ex-soldier glanced down at her quizzically, before following her eyes. It was then he realized he'd yet to get dressed. He was now standing in the doorway wearing nothing but an old pair of boxers. He gave a light chuckle before grabbing the door handle and pulling it shut, speaking out as he did. "Sorry, one moment." "Why yes." The ex-soldier opened the door once more after getting dressed. He now wore a pair of dark brown trousers, similar to khakis, and a light gray button-up shirt. Matthew had provided them the night before. The ex-soldier couldn't identify the fabric used, but it was light and airy with a cottony feel, though softer. The young office lady, seeing that the ex-soldier was decent, stood straight and tried to present herself in a professional manner, though her face was still red. "Ahem. Well, yes. I am here to inform you that you have been summoned to the Whitewood Fortress, by order of the Duchess. Mr. Matthew has already gone on ahead and has ordered us to prepare a carriage. Breakfast will be served in the staff mess hall in 10 minutes, after which you will head directly to the fortress." The young office lady delivered her message in a monotone voice before quickly retreating away from the door and walking stiff-legged down the hall. The ex-soldier watched the lady leave with a smirk before closing his door. 5 minutes later, the ex-soldier opened the door, this time wearing his jacket and a thin cloak. The armored youth was just exiting his own room across the hallway, and the two met up with the young girl and a still half-asleep Tsutsuji at the stairwell. The group then proceeded down to the mess hall and ate a light breakfast. While the ex-soldier found the meal of small amount of bread, cheese, and ham to be a little light, the armored youth had a look of ecstasy as he ate, like a man who'd just finished a long fast. Tsutsuji gently moved the young girl down the bench as they watched, giving the ravenous man a complex look. After everyone had finished their meal, they were quickly ushered into a waiting passenger carriage and made their way to the large central island. The ex-soldier glanced out of the carriage window as they drove through the streets, taking in the sights of the early morning bustle. He'd never really liked crowded cities like this, but he had to admit, Whitewood had its charm in its own way. After roughly 30 minutes, the carriage crossed over a large ornate bridge, stopping at both ends as their paperwork was verified. The atmosphere on the central island was completely different than on the other side of the bridge. Instead of tall, tightly packed buildings, the large estates were spaced reasonably far from each other, and while the trade district was a noisy urban center, the lush greenery and quiet murmur of the well-dressed people as they walked the streets made it feel more like a city park rather than a residential area. The vast number of people walking the streets seemed to be servants, dressing in a similar manner to each other, though a young lady in a light dress escorted by well-groomed young men could be seen every now and again. The traffic on the road was far lighter as well, with the majority being elegant passenger carriages like their own, though every now and again, a supply or merchant wagon would stop at one of the large estates. 10 minutes later they approached the massive stone fortress sitting in the middle of the island. Made of the same near-black concrete material as the walls, its rough lines and functionalist design stood in stark contrast to the ornate elegance of the estates they had passed. It was obvious from a glance that this building was created with the mindset of functionality first, though some lighter stone and stone trimming here and there spoke of someone's attempts as easing the fort's rough appearance. After going through another round of checks at the fort entrance, the group was ushered into the open courtyard. They left the carriage to find Matthew waiting close by. He approached them with a large grin, the extra fat on his body slightly wobbling as he picked the young girl up in a tight embrace. "Welcome. Welcome. I trust that the ride was not too rough. Thank you for taking the time to come here. Let us hurry, the Duchess will be with us shortly. Matthew's grin widened as he motioned for the group to follow him, taking the small girl's hand as he did so and led her along. Passing through a set of large double doors that seemed to be a smaller version of the city's gates. The group entered into the dark fortress. Contrary to its outward appearance, the grand entryway of the fortress was elegantly decorated in green and white marble. A few small round gardens in the corners and live plants as well as a few small whitewood trees, combined with the tastefully designed benches and tables around the area, gave the entryway a surreal feel. Ah, Mr. Lucio, Mr. Floyd. Thank you for paying a visit to me today. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Duchess Grace Whitewood. From the back of the room came a sweet chiming voice. The ex-soldier looked to see a young woman gracefully descending a gold inlaid marble staircase at the back. He couldn't help but stare as he watched the woman approach. She was shockingly beautiful, standing roughly 5 feet tall. Her skin was white as snow without the slightest blemish, her face vibrant enough to make even a model back on Earth jealous. Her eyes were a deep azure, and her long blonde hair shined with a golden light as the sunlight from the entryway skylights hit it. The simple white dress she wore proved to be both elegant and professional while still highlighting the woman's charms. But what surprised the ex-soldier the most was that this woman introducing herself as the Duchess appeared to be no more than 20 years old. The ex-soldier realized he'd forgotten to breathe when he felt a small pitch on the side of his leg. He gave a small jump, then glanced over to see the young girl standing next to him, looking away as if uninterested. The armored youth seemed to be entranced as well, but shaking his head as if to clear it, he gave a practiced bow and spoke with a slight stutter. Thank you. It is an honor to finally meet you. I have heard much about your work. For you to even come greet us in person. No, it is fine. It is always a pleasure to meet father's guests. Father? The armored youth spoke in a confused tone, question marks floating about his head, when Matthew gave out a deep-bellied laugh, a wide mischievous grin splitting his face as if he'd played a great joke. Ha ha ha, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Matthew Whitewood, merchant, trades guild head, and former Duke of Whitewood. Grace is my daughter and the acting Duchess. The armored youth stared at the huge man, mouth agape before his face went pale and he bowed deeply. I'm sorry for not recognizing your grace. I have heard all about your stories, Grand War Priest, sir. Ha ha ha, calm down boy, calm down. I've been retired from the adventuring game for close to 60 years now, and I've not been a duke in over 20. Besides, I was pretty rude myself during our first meeting, if I recall, ha 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 ha. Matthew's grin turned into an open-mouthed laugh as he held his sides at the young man's reaction. Grace Whitewood, however, took on a cold look as she eyed her father, anger visible on her face. Yes. I heard all about the incident yesterday. What were you thinking, father? Attacking random travelers and in broad daylight, no less. Do you understand how much damage control I've had to do since then? Matthew gave his daughter an apologetic look, laughing nervously as cold sweat wet his neck. Yes, sweetie, have I not already apologized? It's all water under the bridge now. That look of yours is getting more and more like your mother's every day. The Duchess narrowed her eyes at her father before giving a humph and turning her head away. Her eyes fell on a certain young girl as she did so. The Duchess seemed to glide across the floor as she approached, kneeling down and wrapping the young girl in a warm embrace, her eyes almost tearing up. After a moment she separated, holding the young girl by the shoulders as she scanned her up and down. Her voice sounded raw and weary as she spoke in a soft voice. Oh, the young girl, look at you. The Duchess pulled the young girl in again into a long embrace, before finally standing as she tried to compose herself, seeming to remember the armored youth and the ex-soldier's presence. The Duchess blushed a little and coughed into her hand. Well, now if you would follow me, we have a lot to discuss. The armored youth, who had been pretending to be admiring plants, gave a small bow and followed after. The ex-soldier, for his part, had remained standing at attention through the whole scene, being unfamiliar with this world's etiquette and customs for such situations. The ex-soldier followed in the armored youth's footsteps shortly after, Matthew, the young girl, and Sutsuji bringing up the rear. They followed behind the Duchess for a short while, before arriving in front of a set of double doors. The nearby guards opened the doors to reveal a spacious and tastefully decorated personal office space. A large desk similar to the one Jonathan had in his tent made up the centerpiece of the room. In front of it were a small table and several large soft-looking leather couches. A large bronze statue of a dragon stood on one side of the room, a two massive white axe grasped in its claws. The axes were easily the size of the young girl, and their clean white blades were carved with an elegant pattern of climbing vines and blooming roses and whitewood flowers. The ex-soldier found himself drawn to the weapon's beautiful design, and a small window popped up in his vision. Judge and Jury Quality. Engraved Origin. Mythforge Workshop, Whitewood. Status. Sealed Quarks. Index Entry. Personal Weapons of Grace Whitewood. These oversized war axes accompanied Grace during her travels as an adventurer in her younger days. The blades are carved from solid whitewood, and the handle is black iron. The blood that splattered the floral design of these blades as she danced on the battlefield earned Grace the handle of Blood Rose. The ex-soldier felt a cold shiver go down his spine as he glanced at the window. What could he say? Like father, like daughter. The ex-soldier made a note in his heart never to cross this seemingly fragile young woman. The Duchess walked forward and motioned for the group to sit on the couches surrounding the center table. Matthew and the Duchess sat on one side, the ex-soldier and the armored youth on the other. The young girl stood for a moment, looking back and forth, before finally walking over to the ex-soldier and crawling into his lap. The ex-soldier simply frowned down at the little girl, before lifting her up and placing her on the couch beside him, as the young girl puffed her cheeks. Matthew and the Duchess raised an eye but otherwise remarked nothing. Tsutsuji simply flew over and gently landed on the ex-soldier's shoulder. A nearby maid began to lay out a few cups and snacks, and the group exchanged pleasantries for a moment, before getting down to business. The Duchess glanced at the armored youth and the ex-soldier with serious eyes, before asking, "I have heard the reports from both Father and Jonathan, but if you do not mind, I would like to hear it one more time, in your own words. Do not leave anything out, no matter how insignificant it may seem." The ex-soldier and the armored youth exchanged a glance before launching into their story once more, careful to not leave anything out. When it came time for the ex-soldier to share his own story, he saw no reason to hide his situation, though on Tsutsuji's advice he had left out his connection and meeting to Elhouse. Instead, he had simply awoken in the cave, unsure where he was. Matthew and the Duchess gave the ex-soldier an analyzing look as if re-evaluating him when the Duchess spoke in a low voice. "So, you are claiming to be a wanderer? That is the term used for people like you, those few who wander or slip through the cracks between worlds. They are not unheard of, but they are not as common as being able to randomly meet one on the streets. I'll be honest, if it wasn't for the Magi spirit, I would not even consider you were telling the truth. Though I have never heard of a guide taking a wanderer as a partner. See the ex-soldier. You should start taking better care of me." The ex-soldier, in response to Tsutsuji's nose in the air boasting, simply lifted his hand and flicked the small guide on the forehead, sending her tumbling off his shoulder and onto the young girl's lap, the spirit giving a small shriek as she fell. At the show, the people around them had varying responses. The armored youth placed his head in his palm and gave an embarrassed sigh, while Matthew went pale as a ghost, and the young girl gave a startled jump, before hiding her face in the cover of her book. The Duchess stared in shock for a moment before bringing her hand to her mouth and giving a light chuckle. Tsutsuji stared reproachfully up at the ex-soldier before turning her head away with a humph, settling instead for the young girl's lap. The armored youth gave a cough, and spoke, turning their attention to him. "That about sums up the whole story, so the question is, what now?" The Duchess folded her arms and leaned back into the couch, deep in honored, as Matthew spoke in a low voice. "The problem is, we still do not have enough information at the moment. Our agents have been gathering what they can, but whoever was behind this incident knows how to cover their tracks well." The Duchess spoke, furrowing her brow in frustration. "I feel like we are still missing some part of the puzzle." She gave a sigh before sitting back up and spoke in a resigned voice, "But truthfully, this is our problem. I thank you for your cooperation and information, but these matters are for Whitewood to handle now, for now. There is one more matter that needs resolving." As she spoke, 5 pairs of eyes landed on the young girl sitting next to the ex-soldier, as she hid behind her book. Matthew was the first to speak after a moment of silence. "Honestly, I am very grateful for what you two did. Thomas and Martha were dear friends, and Whitewood as a whole owes them a lot. You did more than most people would now these days. If there is anything I can do for you, please say so." "Yes, I agree. I watched her grow up. The young girl is like a sister to me. Please, if you have any requests, I will do all that is in my power to fulfill it." The Duchess crossed her arms and nodded in agreement with her father. The armored youth went beet red as he quickly dismissed their claims. No, I simply did my duty given the situation. I don't need anything as compensation. If anything, the ex-soldier played a bigger role than me. If he'd not shown up when he did, I don't know if I'd even made it out myself." The ex-soldier, for his part, remained silent as if in wonder, neither dismissing nor accepting the offer. Matthew and the Duchess grinned at each other before Matthew gave a slight chuckle and spoke. "You underrate yourself, young hero. They were strangers to you. You could have run at any time and abandoned them to their fate. But you chose to stick around. That kind of action is not something to simply dismiss." As for the ex-soldier, the group's attention was suddenly drawn to a loud commotion from the office door, as several arguing voices could be heard. The ex-soldier suddenly had a bad feeling when there was a large impact on the doors and they were forcefully thrown open with a loud bang. In the doorway now stood a thin woman, her face filled with rage as her hands gripped a huge hammer. Behind her, several guards struggled to restrain her, though their efforts seemed to have little effect. Her face was a deep red, almost as red as the short blood-red hair on her head, and her eyes were filled with a deep anger as they scanned the room. Then her eyes landed on the ex-soldier as he sat on the couch. The woman gave a loud bellow as she locked her eyes on him, raising her large hammer high above her head. As the hammer descended, the ex-soldier couldn't help but think that this felt oddly familiar. The ex-soldier glanced down at the kneeling woman in front of him. Her face was still red, though out of embracement rather than rage, as she refused to meet his eyes, opting instead to pet the little girl that sat in her lap. He glanced around the room at the group as they took in the scene. The guards in the background were cleaning up the mess, struggling to lift the large hammer that had been blasted away, even with 2 people. The armored youth seemed almost numb at this point, simply letting out a tired sigh, while Matthew shook as he held his sides, barely able to contain his laughter. The Duchess, who seemed overly calm, sipped her tea, though her red ears betrayed her embarrassment. Tsutsuji rambled on in a rage, venting herself in a nonsensical manner as she scolded the kneeling woman, and the young girl simply sat on the woman's lap as she petted her, looking slightly confused. Matthew took a moment to gather himself, before standing and coughing into his hand, calling the group's attention to himself. "Well now, I presume introductions are in order. The ex-soldier, the armored youth, Tsutsuji. Let me introduce my youngest daughter, Salah Whitewood." "Another daughter?" The ex-soldier reaffirmed his earlier conjecture. Like father, like daughter. If you could say one thing about the Whitewoods, they were interesting. Nonetheless, Salah seemed to be a bit more prideful than her father, as she simply humphed and turned her head away at her father's introduction. "Salah, this is Guide Tsutsuji, Alexander Lucio, and the ex-soldier Floyd. They are my guests as well as the young girl's benefactors." Matthew continued, introducing the 3 of them. The ex-soldier glanced at the cold woman, slightly shocked at how different she was from her sister. The clothes Salah wore were thick and rough, comprising of a simple trouser and shirt combo, still slightly dirty as she had rushed over from whatever she was doing without bothering to change. She wore a thick leather apron over her clothes, several tools visible in the many pockets lining the outside. She was quite a bit taller than her older sister, standing a little shorter than the ex-soldier, who was 5 feet 11. Her face was exceptionally beautiful, just like her sister's, though in a different way. If Grace was a still, moonlit pond, then Salah was a wild crackling fire. On her arms and hands were several tiny scars and burn marks. Compared to her sister's snow-white complexion, Salah's was several magnitudes darker. Not quite a full tan, but showing that she spent a good bit of time in the sun. Her blood-red hair was cut slightly shorter than the young girl's and in a similar style, though he was not sure who was imitating who. What drew the ex-soldier's attention the most, however, was what peeked out from the short red hair. A pair of slightly pointing ears that would seem to fit in any Tolkien story. The ex-soldier was somewhat amazed as he wondered to himself. An elf, really? The ex-soldier couldn't help but feel the strangeness in the wondered, and be reminded once more, he was not in the world he once knew. After a moment of silence, the Duchess gave a sigh and set her tea down, before addressing her younger sister. Salah, what are you doing here? I had heard the traders talking. They remarked that Uncle Thomas's carriage had been attacked. So you wondered you would barge in on an official meeting and attack my guests? No, but nothing. I've already had to deal with Father's mess. Is Mother the only one in this family who does not enjoy giving me more work? As she spoke, the Duchess' grip on the table steadily increased. The ex-soldier could hear the armored youth swallow nervously as he watched the hard whitewood table slightly bent inward under the force. Now Grace, it was an honest mistake. Let your sister off for now. What matters now is that the young girl is safe. The Duchess gave a resigned sigh and released her grip on the table, gently massaging her temples as she spoke. Yes, I know. Fine, we'll drop this matter. For now, I feel tired, so I am going to take a rest. We will finish up this matter at another time. Mr. Floyd. Mr. Lucio, Your Holiness, I invite you to stay here at the fortress for the time being. Take some time to relax, or take a look around the city. Whitewood has a lot to offer. Matthew rubbed his chin as he wondered about his daughter's words, before giving a smile and speaking. Salah, how about you show them around town? Think of it as a way to make up for your actions. You can even visit the workshop. I am sure Caroline would love to see the young girl. Wah. No. That's a great idea. Salah, as the Duchess of Whitewood, I am assigning you to act as a guide for our guests. Show them what the Whitewood life is all about. At her sister's words, Salah could only grumble silently and look down at the ground, before reluctantly agreeing. The ex-soldier and the armored youth simply exchanged a look, the ex-soldier raising a questioning eye and the armored youth shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Later the same day, the young girl hummed lightly as she shifted through the large box in the back of the carriage, pulling out several random objects and laying them off to the side. It had been almost a year since she'd last seen Aunt Caroline, and she could barely contain herself. As she searched the storage box, a small glint caught her eye. She reached down and pulled out a short tube about the length of her forearm. It was made of a dull gray wood. There was no distinguishing markings or other such things anywhere on its surface. If not for the slight shift in weight as it moved, one might think it was just a wooden rod or stick. But the young girl recognized what it was. She could still make out the scene of her father arguing with the stranger as she hid in the back, though the words they remarked were low and hushed. She reached down after a moment and picked up the rod with a frown, examining its length in detail. As she did, a memory popped into her head and she drew the small knife on her belt, then pricked her finger. She took the tiny drop of blood and wiped it on one end of the rod. It gave a small shake, and the opposite end popped open and half of the rod retracted back like a ribcage, giving a series of soft clicks. The young girl gave a small squeal and nearly dropped the rod as it moved, but managed to maintain her grip. She stared in amazement at the strange thing, wondering how it worked. After a long moment, her eyes fell on the contents of the rod. Laying in the exposed center was an old scroll, tightly rolled. Her heart began to beat in excitement as she reached down to touch the old scroll, but before she did, a voice called out from around the corner of the carriage. The young girl, are you finished? We're almost ready to go. The young girl gave a slight jump, before turning her head and gave Salah a nervous look, careful not to let her see the case. Salah glanced at the carriage and the items that were strewn about, before giving the young girl a frown and speaking in a stern voice. Clean up the mess and gather your things. We leave in 5 minutes. The young girl gave a quick nod and began to shuffle some things around. Salah gave the little girl a suspicious look before turning around and walking away. The young girl sighed when she saw the woman leave and pulled out the rod. It gave another series of small clicks as she picked it up and quickly closed itself once more without a visible seam. The young girl stared down at the rod for a moment, before placing it in her carry bag and turning back to the large box. After a moment of searching, the young girl pulled out a small ornate wooden box the size of 2 of her fists, her eyes sparkling. The young girl quickly stuffed the box into her bag as well, and replaced all of the remaining items into the box, before hopping out of the back of the carriage. A few moments later, she rounded the corner to see a small group of people surrounding a passenger carriage. The armored youth and Matthew were off to the side discussing something, while the ex-soldier was loading a few items into the back of the carriage, Sutsuji napping lightly on his head. Grace was speaking to Salah as they glanced over a small map of the city, marking certain areas as they did so. Salah, seeing that the young girl had arrived, quickly walked over and picked the small girl up, while the Duchess gave a bright smile and clapped lightly, drawing the rest of the group's attention. Well now, seeing that everyone is here, let's get this show on the road. I've put together a little route for you all that will highlight all of Whitewood's charm. I do hope that you come to enjoy your stay here. The ex-soldier walked over to the small outdoor table the map lay on and glanced it over. According to the route they would take, they would first start off in the manufacturing district, before circling the city in a clockwise manner through the residential, workers, and trade districts, before finally ending the day back at the fortress. 10 minutes later, 3 adults, a little girl and a still sleeping guide stuffed themselves into the passenger carriage and headed out. As the group moved through the streets, they sat in awkward silence. The ex-soldier leaned back in the padded seat, staring out of the window, bored, while the young girl sat quietly on Sayla's lap, the latter humming slowly to herself as she petted the small girl. The armored youth couldn't help but feel a little restless in the strange atmosphere and pretended to study the small town map in detail, while Sutsuji mumbled something softly in her sleep. The ex-soldier, seeing that it would be a while before they reached their first destination, decided to make up for a little lost sleep. He didn't know why, but recently he had become unable to sleep properly, even with his skill. He would often find himself waking in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat or shaking. Other times, he would lay down only to immediately sit back up, a wave of intense nausea washing over him. He had begun to take up small naps in the middle of the day to compensate, but he could feel his fatigue and irritation building. He gently rubbed his temples, trying to ease the slight pressure, before closing his eyes and letting the light rumble of the wheels on the paved road sweep him away. An unknown time later, the ex-soldier woke up to a gentle nudging. He opened his eyes to see they had stopped at a small building with several over-passenger carriages lining the street. Dozens of people of all shapes, sizes and colors mingled around. Some were dressed as travelers or adventurers, while others were obviously workers of the district, and the various sounds of work and loud yelling filled the air. The building they had stopped at seemed to be some form of relay or parking garage, as several people approached the nearby counter and filled out a form of some kind, before an attendant drove the carriages nearby, away. The ex-soldier stepped out of their own carriage and gave a grunt as he stretched himself out, then glanced around the area. The armored youth was standing nearby with Salah, speaking to a well-dressed attendant, while the young girl and Sutsuji sat on the edge of the carriage door, looking out at the passing crowd. After a moment the armored youth and Salah returned, as the attendant walked over and sat in the driver's box. The young girl slid down as the attendant drove the carriage, and Salah spoke. "We'll be heading to Mother's workshop from here. It's not too far, but we'll have to walk the rest of the way." It seemed that to cut down on traffic, only supply, transport, and emergency wagons were allowed on the manufacturing district's roads. While the ex-soldier didn't mind the walk, the young girl frowned. She wanted to see Aunt Caroline, but she never liked the manufacturing district. It was smelly, loud and hot. She quietly walked over to the ex-soldier and reached up, grabbing his large hand as she stared into the crowd nervously. The ex-soldier glanced down at the small girl and frowned, but remarked nothing. Salah, seeing this, furrowed her brow and quickly walked over, grabbing onto the young girl's other hand, and gave the ex-soldier a threatening look as if she'd seen a stranger try and snatch her child. The ex-soldier simply raised an eye and shrugged. Sayla's face reddened and a vein began to throb, but she simply humphed in the end and turned her head away. Sutsuji gave a light laugh before flying over and laying on the young girl's head. The ex-soldier shook his head with a sigh, and the group began to walk down the side of the road. The armored youth, following behind, gave an awkward smile, feeling a little left out. The group quickly made their way down the road, Salah pointing out to a building every so often and giving the name of some famous company or craftsman. The ex-soldier glanced around the district, impressed with what he saw. While it wasn't comparable to his own world, the technology of this one was a strange mix of old and new. On one corner you might see a carpenter steadily shaving down a massive log by hand, while on another you MGHT see a man repairing a metal railing with a blowtorch-like device. Overall though, the atmosphere gave the ex-soldier the vibe of a civilization on the cusps of a technological revolution. Elaus had remarked this world was stagnating, but as far as the ex-soldier could see, it seemed to be progressing along nicely. After about 20 minutes of walking, the group approached a large building with a crowd around the entrance. The building itself was a simple design, but it was a good 3 or 4 times the size of any others in the surrounding area, and the large sign hanging on top read, "Mythforge, is." Huge glaring letters. The ex-soldier could see a steady flow of people coming in and out of the entrance. Some carried packages and boxes, a wide smile on their face, others left empty-handed. Salah quickly led the group through the crowd, ignoring the sounds of protest as those gathered were pushed away, before nodding to the guards standing at the entrance and leading them through. The building, while not overly crowded on the inside, had several dozen people milling about as they glanced at the items and merchandise on sale. Several sales clerks walked around the store, approaching the guests as they answered questions or pushed a sale. The atmosphere made the ex-soldier feel like he'd walked into a large specialty shop in his old world. Though he'd never seen a specialty shop like this. While the vast majority of the displayed goods seemed to be metal or wood tools and traveling equipment, one side of the store was dedicated to things such as armor and weapons as well. Salah led the group through the crowd and to the back of the store, nodding to a few of the employees as they passed. Several even gave the young girl a cheerful greeting, though their eyes took on a look of pity as they noticed the bandages wrapped around her limbs and head. The group soon left the bustle of the storefront and passed through a door in the back, entering into a long hallway with several doors on either side. From a distance, a loud, rhythmic sound of metal on metal could be heard. The sound grew louder and louder as they neared the far end of the hallway. As they neared, the door opened and 2 young children walked out, carrying several large bundles and dressed in similar clothes and leather aprons as Salah. The leading one, a boy roughly 12 years old, called out with a smile, "Miss Salah, you're back." The young boy rushed over with his bundle. Though he glanced quite young, he was surprisingly tall, only a head shorter than Salah herself. A wide grin spread on his face as he stopped in front of the group, and as the boy glanced up at Salah, the armored youth couldn't help but imagine a small puppy happy to see his owner return. Salah glanced down with a smile and patted the young boy on the head, then remarked, Yes. Sorry about running out on you guys like that. And no, it's all right. We can take care of just this small amount. Speak for yourself." Suddenly, a boot placed itself on the boy's behind and shoved him several steps down the hall. The ex-soldier glanced to see the face of a young girl, a few years older than the young girl, peek out from behind the bundle she carried. Her face glanced over at the older boy in contempt, her temple throbbing. She suddenly snapped her head up to Salah, giving her an angry look before speaking in a light voice that would be quite pleasant if not filled with irritation. "And you, big sis Salah, do you have any idea how busy we've been with the sale today?" I'm sorry, truly, something came up." As the young girl scolded her, Salah moved her eyes away nervously and glanced down at the young girl. The young girl's eyes followed her line of sight and she finally noticed the young girl standing between the ex-soldier and Salah. Her eyes quickly went wide, and the girl gave a shout. The young girl. She threw the bundle she carried at the older boy and rushed over, wrapping the young girl in a tight hug, eyes on the verge of tears. "What happened? Where's Aunt and Uncle? Why are?" Salah gently pried the young girl away from the young girl and patted her on the head, before speaking in a soft voice. "I'll explain everything later. For now, take the supplies and go tell the head clerk we'll be visiting Mother for a short while, so please turn anything away." The young girl gave a short nod before picking up her dropped bundle and began to quickly walk down the hall, glancing back every few steps with a worried look. The boy glanced over with sad eyes, before turning around without a word and following the girl. Salah watched the two walk away, before looking down at the young girl. The little girl who'd been a little excited and bubbly a few moments before had gone stiff, her eyes cold as she stared at the floor in front of her. The ex-soldier glanced down at her with a frown, before giving a sigh and gently petting her head with his free hand. The young girl glanced up at the man for a moment with a complicated look, then giving his hand a tight squeeze, she walked forward with determined steps towards the open door. Salah watched on silently, a frown marring her face as she followed after. The group walked through the door and into a large room lit by a massive forge and several open skylights. The room was stuffed full of tools, equipment and raw materials waiting to be processed. As they walked into the room, Tsutsuji, who had been riding on the armored youth's shoulder in the back, quickly flew into the air and started to buzz around excitement, examining the large weapons and armor that lined one wall. A strange gleam lit her eyes as she flew about, touching each piece feverishly. Ignoring the bug's strange behavior, the ex-soldier glanced around the room in interest. When his eyes landed on the figure of a person in the back, with a quick downward swing, the person swung the large hammer into the glowing bar in front of them, giving off a loud bang that seemed to make the air around them shake. Then again, they raised the hammer and brought it down with precise movements. The group simply stared at the figure slightly blurred by the light of the forge, seemingly hypnotized by the work, while the figure continued on as if they didn't even notice the newcomers. After a moment, Salah walked over slowly and spoke in a quiet voice, "Mother, we have guests." The hammering stopped, and the figure glanced up at Salah with a quizzical glance, before turning their gaze to the rest of the group. The figure paused for a moment, before glancing down at their work. They quickly picked up the glowing bar with a pair of tongs and quenched it in a nearby barrel, then laid it aside and walked towards them. No longer half blinded by the light of the forge, the ex-soldier's eyes widened in surprise as he glanced at the figure of the woman in front of him. There, standing in an outfit the same as her daughter, was a short lady no taller than 5 foot, her short blonde pixie-cut hair slightly dirty with soot. Her eyes were an icy blue, like looking into the heart of a glacier, and her arms and body were surprisingly thin considering the work she had been doing. Though still red from the heat of the fire and slightly smudged with ash, her face was quite beautiful, and the ex-soldier could instantly see the resemblance with her older daughter, Grace. Though the ex-soldier was slightly startled and confused, both girls had referred to this woman as mother, but no matter how much the ex-soldier tried, he couldn't see anything but a young woman in her early 20s. Caroline's eyes fell on the others with a dull look, her icy eyes staring at them as if contemplating their worth. She walked slowly over, wiping her dirty hands on a cloth she pulled from her leather apron, and stopped in front of them. She stared at each in turn with a wonderful gaze, though not saying a word. The armored youth was the first to catch her gaze. She glanced at him with contempt at first, but as she moved her eyes up and down his body, she finally gave a cold smile and a light nod. The armored youth simply stood there at attention, nervously shaking as he felt her eyes on him, seeming to see into his soul. He couldn't help but give a sigh of relief when her gaze turned to Tsutsuji. When Caroline saw the little guide still excitingly bouncing around the room, her eyes lit up in surprise, before regaining their cold light, though a slight spark could be seen in their depths. She gave a smirk and light chuckle before turning to the ex-soldier. As her eyes fell on him, she gave a frown and her brow furrowed as if in deep wonder. She glanced at him in the eye as he stared back, meeting her gaze without blinking. After a long moment, she broke away without another word and finally turned to look down at the young girl still clinging to the ex-soldier's hand. Caroline knelt down to the girl's level and glanced at her with a blank face, the young girl refusing to meet her eyes. After a moment, Caroline reached up and grabbed the little girl's chin, pulling it forward, and the girl's eyes swam around. "Are you not going to say hello, runt?" The young girl simply glanced away again, tears on the corner of her eyes. Caroline frowned and gave a sigh, before gently pulling the girl into a deep embrace. Her cold face softened, though only a little, as the little girl wrapped her arm around the woman and shook slightly. After a few moments of silence, the two separated, and Caroline stood up, looking slightly annoyed at the tear stain on her shirt. She quickly took off her apron and tossed it to her daughter, before speaking. "I'm going to go clean up. Bring them to my office." "Yes, mother." Salah answered quickly, giving a slight bow as she folded the apron and walked towards the door, motioning for them to follow. Author's notes. The chapters from here onward are machine edited, so I don't expect them to be perfect. If you see anything that looks or sounds weird, please speak up. About an hour later, Caroline walked through the office doors, a pair of fresh but otherwise plain shirt and pants on, similar to what she'd worn before, though thinner. The group sat in a small sitting area at one end of the office, drinking the light tea that a secretary-looking lady had delivered a while ago. Caroline walked over to them and sat down in one of the large leather chairs, not even bothering to greet them before pouring herself a cup of now cold tea and leaning back to relax. The ex-soldier couldn't help but feel that though they glanced quite similar, Caroline and Grace had a completely different air about them. Grace had a gentle and flowing nature that made you want to simply nod your head at whatever she proposed, while the woman in front of him seemed rough and unstoppable as a glacier, compelling you to obey. Though despite these seemingly contradictory natures, one couldn't deny that they were mother and daughter. She sipped on her tea for a moment in silence, before speaking, slightly annoyed. "Well, tell me the story," the armored youth chuckled nervously as he launched into his tale for the fourth time. At this point, he had gotten it down so well, the ex-soldier laughed to himself as he wondered that maybe the armored youth should take up a job as a storyteller instead. Caroline's face hadn't changed a bit as the armored youth spoke, and when he finished, she sighed and laid the cup down. As she did, the ex-soldier noticed that the thick glass cup had several spider web fractures spreading out from 5 clear indents in its surface. Caroline glanced over at Salah and spoke in a low voice. "This is troubling. On more than a few levels. I assume that your sister has already begun preparations?" "Yes, mother." "Good. We can leave it in her hands for now. If worst comes to worst, I can contact brother. The young girl, come here." At the woman's call, the young girl gave a jump and slid from her space between the armored youth and the ex-soldier, before walking over and standing in front of Caroline. Caroline simply glanced at the girl with a blank look and grabbed her chin, turning it from side to side as she examined her. Letting go of her face, she grabbed the young girl's arm and placed her fingers on her wrist. Caroline frowned slightly, before turning the girl around and pulling up her shirt to reveal her back. The young girl blushed slightly as Caroline pulled several thin pitch black needles an inch long, from somewhere the ex-soldier couldn't see. Caroline stared down at the needles and the ex-soldier was amazed to see them begin to give off a light white glow. They shook for a moment and then one by one began to float in the air. Before aligning themselves and then as fast as lightning, the thin black needles plunged into several places on the small girl's back. The young girl only gave a slight squeal as she felt something akin to an ice chunk touching her back and then a soothing warmth began to spread out through her body. The ex-soldier could only stare out in amazement as he watched. The little girl's body flushed red and some of the lighter bruises began to clear up at a visible rate. After a while, the needles were pushed out one by one and fell to the floor, before crumbling to dust. Caroline gave a sigh and remarked in a tired voice, "I'm no healer, but I can at least get rid of some of the pain. Don't try and push yourself, runt, you still need a few more days of rest." The young girl gave a quick nod before turning around to head back to her spot. She stopped halfway through, and turned to Caroline, looking as if she wanted to say something. Caroline glanced at the struggling girl before raising an eye and giving her a look that remarked, "Just say it already." The young girl looked down, and then reached into her carry bag, pulling out a small box and handing it to the woman. Caroline glanced down with a frown for a moment, before slowly opening the box. Her eyes went wide in shock at first, then a gentle light replaced the cold chill. Inside on a cushion sat a small shard of metal, as black as night but with tiny specks of green and blue mixed in. On the inside of the lid, sat a small folded note, the words, "Happy Birthday," scrawled in messy handwriting on the front. Caroline gave a gentle smile completely unlike the ones before, causing the ex-soldier's heart to flutter. She leaned over and softly kissed the little girl's forehead and petted her head, speaking in a soft voice. "Thank you." The young girl blushed and quickly retreated back to her spot on the couch between the ex-soldier and the armored youth. When Caroline raised her head back up, the same old cold icy look had returned. Salah watched over with soft eyes, though as she watched her mother read over the small note, a mischievous light flashed in them. She grinned slightly and spoke to her mother in a teasing manner. "Ho ho, isn't this great, mother? It must be nice to still get presents even at your age." "Shut up, girlie. I am still a young woman." "Young woman? Is that really something a cradle robber like you should be calling yourself?" "See, cradle robber. How dare you, you little. Your father and I are only 15 years apart, and father will be 142 next May. Doesn't that mean you just turn? Don't you dare." The ex-soldier gave a sigh as he watched the two go back and forth, Caroline's normally cool and calm attitude crumbling as her face went red at her daughter's jabs. As they continued on, something clicked in Mark's mind, as he realized something strange. Did he mishear? Tilting his head in confusion, he stealthily focused on the red-faced woman sitting across from him and activated Examine. Less than status greater than name. Caroline Whitewood Mythforger race, dwarf. Age. 157 active sigil. Earthsinger sigil level, 78 hydrogen phosphide. 8,008 of a megapixel. 14,556 17,250ths. STR. 375. 3065525550 100 100. End. 165. 2065525550. Will. 485. 20390 52550. Dex. 415. 40195 52550 100. Active skills. Earth Pulse Needle. Passive skills. Unique skills. Deep Priestess. Author's notes. Remember, status numbers, HP, MP, STR, End, Will, and Dex, and are more like digitized information, rather than some physical force like you might see in other novels. The numbers are a generalization so that overall ability can be understood at a glance. A quick tip for understanding the number. While numbers vary, the average adult male will have stats around 10, with each 10 after that representing roughly a 50 increase in ability, i.e. someone with 100 STR would be as strong as 4 normal men. The first number is that person's natural state, before any modifications. The second bolded number is modifications done by the sigil as it increases in level. The italicized numbers after the second are modifications by passive skills. Any number that is both bolded and italicized at the end are temporary effects from buffs or active skills. Again, take the numbers with a pinch of salt. There is a pattern and method to the idea, but they are more here as a guide rather than an absolute. Looking at the screen, the ex-soldier could feel his eyes bulge. He still didn't know what the standard of this world was, but even he could tell that these numbers were not normal. Sutsuji, who was sitting on the ex-soldier's shoulders, glanced at the screen with a frown, being the only other one in the room that could see it. She leaned over and spoke in a low voice, unusually serious. As expected of Mythforger Caroline, abnormal is the simplest word to describe her. All of the Whitewoods are insane. You'd best step your game up, the ex-soldier. There are plenty of powerful people in this world. If you don't want to be walked on, then you need the power to back up your words. The ex-soldier's hand tightened into a fist at Sutsuji's words. It was kind of ironic. In his old world he was fairly confident he could protect himself, but ever since he arrived in this world, he started to become more and more aware at how weak he really was. Scanning the information once more, the ex-soldier confirmed what he had suspected before, but as he opened his mouth to ask, Sutsuji beat him to it. It's the Magi. In your world, your bodies were governed by the natural laws and aged accordingly. In this one, a person's internal Magi are able to make repairs and sustain the body for much longer. The average human lifespan for a healthy adult is close to 200 years. For dwarves and elves who are naturally born stronger, they live a little longer, 220 to 225 years. 230 if they are lucky. The Rillican are a bit different, they technically have no determinate lifespan, though without proper care they may only reach 400. Congratulations, the ex-soldier. You're a spring chicken again. As for her looks, that's because she's a dwarf. The dwarves were engineered as manual laborers, and old workers are just a drain on your resources. Dwarves stop aging at their optimal state. For females they're early to mid-20s, for males they're mid-30s. There's an old saying, elves may be eternally beautiful, but dwarves are eternally young. Human, elves, dwarves and Rillican, the four major races of this world. The ex-soldier remembered reading about them in the young girl's book. Elves and dwarves were remarked to be branches of the human race. Mutations caused by the selective breeding and genetic modifications of the ancients in order to produce better and stronger workers. Collectively, they were mankind. The Rillican, on the other hand, were something different. Semi-organic artificial life forms, remarked to be someone's attempts at mimicking the Magi, though somewhere along the line they gained sentience and life of their own. The ex-soldier found his wonders wandering as the mother-daughter pair was still going at it, when his eyes landed on Salah, and he found himself wondering. Just as he was about to activate Examine again, the armored youth spoke up in a curious voice. I've actually been wondering this for a while, but from the stories I've heard, Mrs. Caroline, you and Matthew only had one child, Grace. So who? Caroline and Salah stopped their banter and stared at the armored youth with a strange look, causing him to sweat slightly before Caroline gave a sigh and nodded. Correct. Officially, Grace is our only child. Salah, I'm adopted. Salah spoke in a neutral voice, crossing her arms as she gave the armored youth a look that dared him to say something about it. Caroline gave a nod and spoke in a voice as if reminiscing about something. In fact, it'll soon be 20 years since a dirty little rug rat no older than the young girl showed up on my forge floor. I wasn't that dirty. Really? I distinctly remember having to cut clumps of mud and twigs from your hair. Salah seemed unable to retaliate and stomped her feet, and she puffed her cheeks out and fumed at her mother. The armored youth paled a little as he bowed and spoke out quickly. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry into private matters. No, it's all right, boy. It's more of an open secret, really. Officially, Salah is my elder disciple, though it has been a long time since anyone in the city has wondered of her as anything but a whitewood. Mostly it is to keep those wolves in the capital at bay. They just love to sink their teeth into a little princess. I am thankful that Grace is a little too hot for them to handle, so at least I don't have to worry about her. This one, on the other hand. Mother. Selah's face went another shade of red, darker, almost blending in with her hair, as the armored youth nodded his head in understanding. Salah took in a deep breath and breathed out slowly, trying to calm herself. Slowly, her face cooled down and she glanced up at a nearby clock. Mother, we have to move on to business. We don't have much time before we have to leave. Caroline glanced up at the clock after her daughter and nodded her head. Yes, let's head to the vault. We can continue there. She gave a sigh and stood, motioning for them to follow her. The ex-soldier and the armored youth stood up confused as they followed after, Sutsuji riding on the young girl's head as the little girl walked behind, hand gripping the ex-soldier's coat. After walking through a seeming maze of hallways and rooms, the group finally arrived at a large door at the back of a smaller room. The door glanced heavy and thick, the distinct grainy luster of whitewood peeking out from the peeling paint. Caroline reached out and touched a nearby brick, and as if the brick was made of clay, pulled out a small metal key from inside. Instead of inserting the key into the keyhole on the door, she turned the key around and touched the butt end to several places on the door in rapid succession. There was a series of clicks and the sound of metal grinding as the wall nearby slid to the side and revealed a long, narrow staircase descending into the depths. Not only was there a dummy lock and hidden key, but it seemed even the room on the other side was just a diversion. What could be down there that required such security? The group entered in the hidden entrance and they descended down into the depths. They arrived at another door shortly after, and as Caroline opened it up and ushered the group in, she spoke in her normal cold voice. This is the Whitewood Vault. We store my best works and the more valuable relics in the city here. Matthew inquired me to open it up as part of your reward. Mrs. Caroline, like I told your husband, there is no need for something like this. I didn't do what I did to ask for a reward. The armored youth shook his head at her words, though his eyes lingered on the rows of glistening swords lining the wall. Caroline gave him a cheeky grin and spoke like a salesman. Now, don't be like that. This isn't just a matter of your pride. What would we say if it got out that the Whitewoods don't repay their debts? Right, like Mother says. You'll be doing us more harm than good by refusing this small token. Salah nodded her head in agreement with her mother, a serious look crossing her face. Double-teamed by the ladies, the armored youth could do nothing but sigh and begin to look around the room in earnest, though it wasn't long before he became entranced by the various pieces of equipment stored in the room. Sutsuji soon followed and the pair glanced like a couple of children stuck in a candy shop. Salah chuckled lightly as she watched, then noticing the ex-soldier had yet to move, she inquired in a questioning tone. Not going to pick anything? No need. What, you think this old blade is better than something Mother can make? With a practiced hand, she drew the old rusted blade hanging on his hip, giving it an ugly look. Truth be told, it was the opposite. The ex-soldier was a soldier, yes, but he specialized in unarmed combat and survival. He'd never even picked up a real sword until about a week ago. Unless they had a rifle stashed somewhere in this room, there wasn't anything in this room he could make good use of. The most he could say was that he was confident in the throwing skills he'd trained in the army as a pastime and the bow staff training he'd picked up while studying his martial arts. As Salah held out the old blade, Caroline gave it a queer look, and plucked the blade from her daughter's hands, looking over it with strange but serious eyes, before asking the ex-soldier in a low voice, never looking away from the blade. "Where did you get this?" "Off one of the forest goblins that attacked the girl. Don't know where it got it." "A forest goblin? Who? She glanced at the blade for a long moment, lost in wonder, before sheathing it at the ex-soldier's side and spoke out. "Either way, you'd better choose something else. You're not fit for a blade, judging by your hands. What do you prefer?" The ex-soldier glanced down at Caroline in silence, slightly impressed that she could tell with a casual glance. He finally gave a sigh and spoke out in a resigned voice. "Staff. Staff is it?" Caroline glanced down to the floor, hand on her chin before seeming to come to a conclusion. She stood straight and immediately walked to the back of the room and moved some things around. After a while, she seemed to find what she was looking for and pulled out a large, long box, then walked back. She placed the box on a nearby table and opened it up, dust flying out as she did. The ex-soldier leaned over and glanced inside to see a stick. A long solid whitewood branch, slightly gnarled and rough with age. It was roughly 8 foot long and as thick as a man's calf. The ex-soldier glanced down in confusion as the thing that could be called more a log than a staff. It was ugly as an old dried bone, but he found himself strangely attracted to it, like he was seeing a long-lost friend. Caroline glanced down at the branch fondly and spoke in a sad voice. "It used to belong to a dear friend. Long ago, but it's never found anyone it's taken a liking to after her. How about it, want to give it a shot?" The ex-soldier glanced down at that gnarled branch for a moment, the strange feeling again overtaking him. He swallowed, then slowly he reached down and grabbed firmly onto the branch. As he made contact with it, Caroline's eyes seemed to light up but quickly dulled as if not seeing what she was expecting. The ex-soldier was about to lift his hand when he felt a slight quiver run through the branch, then strangely it began to twist in on itself, like a towel being wrung dry. Caroline's face lit up again as a small smile played over her icy face. Only a moment later, the large branch had shrunk down to 6 foot long and only 3 to 4 centimeters thick. The dense grain pattern on its surface was as smooth as glass and its length as straight as an arrow without a single flaw. Amazed, the ex-soldier reached down and lifted the strange staff out of the box, grunting slightly as it was far heavier than he wondered it would be. As he held it in his hands, it felt comfortable, like it had always belonged there. Gripping the staff in both hands, he quickly moved through several forms, testing out the balance and feel. Despite how heavy it was, the ex-soldier was surprised at how easy the staff moved. It almost seemed as if it was doing half the work itself. As he finished his forms, Caroline gave light applause as he stood to the side, her eyes still icy and cold as ever, but a slight smirk crossing her lips as she spoke. "Bravo. Good job. I'm assuming that it is up to your standards?" "Yes." The ex-soldier once again glanced at the strange staff in his hands, before nodding and giving his answer. On a whim, the ex-soldier focused his mind on the staff and activated Examine. Penitence quality. Engraved origin. Unknown quarks. Dense. Made of super compressed whitewood, this staff is far harder, and heavier, than normal. It takes great skill and power to properly use such an unwieldy thing. Requires long weapon LVL6. Will. LVL1. Over the years, this weapon has taken on a slight will of its own, allowing it to predict its wielder's intent and assist them as needed. Only usable by those that it has acknowledged. Index entry. A specially made staff carved from an ancient whitewood. The staff's original owner was remarked to have been a traveling monk who would appear in times of need, but only the staff itself knows the truth of the matter. A vow fulfilled, a debt forgotten, a life changed. The ex-soldier stared at the staff for a long while, deep in wonder before he was roused by the sound of Selah's voice. "Well, now that we seem to be done here, how about we continue on with our tour of the city?" The ex-soldier glanced up to see that the others had gathered near the doorway. He quickly glanced over them, curious as to what they had chosen. Contrary to what the ex-soldier was expecting, the armored youth didn't choose a new sword. Instead, on his arm was strapped a medium-sized shield. At first glance, it appeared to be solid bronze, with a few specks of azure tarnish on it and engraved with a detailed image of a towering windswept mountain. However, There seemed to be more to it than just a pretty picture. The armored youth moved around with the large shield as if it weighed nothing at all, easily swinging the arm through the air as he tested his movements. Tsuji desperately clung to a large crystal, almost as big as herself, glancing into the nearby shadows suspiciously as if each one contained a thief. The ex-soldier didn't know what it was, but if it was stored down here, then he doubted that it was something normal. Even the young girl, it seemed, had been allowed to take something, though carefully guided by Sala so as not to stumble on something dangerous. Unsurprisingly, what the young girl carried in her arms was a small book the size of a notepad. It was a strange, crude thing, its cover made of hard whitewood and its binding seeming to be raw fiber. Even the paper looked crude and low quality, but strangely the whole thing gave off an air of freshness as if it had just been made the other day. The group gathered together and headed up the stairs, Caroline closing the doors behind them. Author's notes. 2 more chapters before releases start to slow down. Bwahahaha. But hey, maybe that will be an excuse for me to actually start working on it more. The group parted ways with Caroline near the forge area, the woman wrapping the young girl in a long hug before finally letting her go. The ever-present icy look in her eyes thawed slightly as she watched the little girl walk down the hall towards the exit. As the others walked away, Salah turned to Caroline and inquired, "Are you coming to dinner tonight?" Her mother had a bad habit of locking herself in the forge for extended periods of time, sometimes for days. Caroline wondered for a moment and nodded her head in silence, then reached up and patted her daughter on the shoulder. Before she entered the forge and closed the door, Salah sagged her shoulders and gave a deep sigh, then quickly followed after the others. A short while later, they were piling back into the passenger carriage at the carriage station and moving on their way. The next destination was the residential district to the east. They headed south first, then arrived at the main trade street that ran through the middle of the city, before turning northeast as it branched off from the main road. As they did, they passed a convoy of half a dozen wagons coming from the east. The wagons were covered, but as they passed, the ex-soldier could see through the slit, large iron cages and dozens of people stuffed inside. The ex-soldier furrowed his brow as he watched the wagons pass by, a scowl forming on his face. Salah glanced out the window, curious as to what had caught the ex-soldier's eye. As she saw the wagons driving off into the distance, frowned and spoke in a low voice, half to herself. "The prisoner transports are becoming more frequent now these days. I've heard that a large bandit group has set up shop in the Relic Pass to the northeast." From the information the ex-soldier had gathered, it seemed that several countries of the southern continent practiced a form of debt bondage. Instead of locking their criminals away in a jail cell, anything greater than some minor offenses such as drunkenness or petty theft could have you branded as a criminal and sold into servitude. The criminal would then be sold at a set price according to their crime and ability. Once they've paid off their debt, the brand would disappear and they would be freed. Of course, having criminals act as servants carried a certain risk, so the vast majority were either sold off to large companies to work in the mines or in logging and farm work. Nonetheless, the ex-soldier couldn't help but feel uneasy about the concept. He understood the reasoning behind it, but as a man with modern sensibilities, he felt that the cons outweighed the pros of the system. The convoy soon passed them by and the carriage was once again quiet. Tsuji and the young girl sat to one side reading the strange book the young girl had picked up in the vault. Tsuji pointing one thing or another out every so often, while the armored youth hummed to himself softly, wiping a small wax block and clean cloth on the bronze shield. Salah and the ex-soldier sat across from each other in awkward silence, not bothering to look at each other. The ex-soldier folded his arms and leaned back into his seat, again closing his eyes, attempting to make up for lost sleep. After a short while, the ex-soldier could feel his consciousness fade, and he dreamed. The ex-soldier ran through the dark alleyway, panting heavily as he stripped the large pack off his back and leaned against the wall. He slid down the wall as he tried to catch his breath, a bloody trail following him down. The sound of gunfire still sounded in the far distance. A moment later, 2 others entered the alleyway from the same direction he'd come. One was a short but densely built black man in his mid-30s. The other was a younger white man in his early 20s. The ex-soldier raised his sidearm, but let out a breath of relief as he caught sight of their uniforms. The 2 men seemed startled to see the ex-soldier but quickly approached. The young man, seeing that the ex-soldier was injured, knelt down and opened the kit he carried at his side, moving to treat the ex-soldier's bloody shoulder. The older man stood near the entranceway, his eyes giving off a sharp light as he watched the surroundings. He called out in a low voice. "Good to see you made it out." The ex-soldier. "Any idea what the hell is going on? This isn't what we were told." The ex-soldier grunted a bit as the young man tied the bandages tight around his shoulder as he spoke. The mission was supposed to be a simple one. A quick trek through the forest, secure the chemical factory and get out. 2 full platoons had been dispatched to clear the area out, and the ex-soldier's squad was one of the first to arrive. But almost as soon as they'd neared the compound, they were ambushed. The small factory they had been told about turned out to be the size of a small village with nearly 200 combatants in the area. Outnumbered 3 to 1, the squad was scattered instantly. The black man shook his head, a dark look crossing his eyes. "No, not a clue. When they split us up, they did something to jam communications as well. I've not been able to get a hold of anyone else. Other than you and Jacob. Ron and 2 of his are the only ones I've seen. We agreed to head towards the rendezvous point and request reinforcements." The ex-soldier nodded in agreement. They were far too outnumbered and had too little information to continue the operation. The combatants' equipment wasn't great, but they had somehow managed to jam their radio and other communication devices, preventing them from contacting the others or requesting assistance. The only thing they could do at this point was to head to the rendezvous point to the south and grab as many people as they could on the way. After the young man finished his work, he helped the ex-soldier stand and the 3 nodded to each other, taking up their positions, the older black man leading the way, the ex-soldier in the middle and the younger white man in the back, before heading out of the alleyway and down the abandoned street. They ran for a short while and neared a large concrete storage building, hugging its wall as they moved around the corner. As the older man passed one of the doorways, the door suddenly opened and 2 men with older-style rifles rushed out, one aiming at the man's back and the other at the ex-soldier. The combatant aiming at him moved to fire, but the ex-soldier was a second faster, and with consecutive bangs, put 2 rounds into his chest. The older man in front, hearing the ex-soldier's gunfire, dropped to one knee on instinct as a bullet flew just over his head. He quickly drew his sidearm and turned, firing at the second combatant, who crumbled on the spot. The older man breathed heavily for a moment, sweat on his forehead, then gave the ex-soldier a wide grin and held his thumb up. After searching the bodies, then moving them into the shadow of the doorway, a faint sound caught the ex-soldier's ear. He glanced over to the 2, and seeing that they had heard it was well, they readied themselves and quietly entered the dark building. As they walked further in, the sound became clearer, and the ex-soldier recognized it as the sound of several voices weeping. The voices were coming from a nearby room, locked on the outside with a heavy slide lock. The 3 approached and the ex-soldier gave them a look, before quickly sliding the bolt out and opening the door. The 2 other men rushed in, rifles at the ready, the ex-soldier following right behind. The room was dark as night, with no visible furniture or fixtures in place. The sound of weeping came from the shadows in the far back. As they approached carefully, the ex-soldier raised his flashlight. A small group of huddled figures entered his sight, giving out shrieks of fright as the light landed on them. He could tell after looking closer that it was a small group of children, the youngest just a few years old with the oldest being roughly 10. As he watched the young group cower in the corner, the ex-soldier could feel his blood run cold. Every one of the children was pale as death, as if they'd never seen daylight in their life. The pale gray clothes they wore were worn and stained with dried blood. But what stood out most to the 3 was the black ugly veins that ran under the children's skin, seeming to crawl out along their limbs. Some of the children seemed almost normal, the dark veins barely visible under the pale skin, while others were as black as night, covering a large portion of their body. One child even had the darkness reaching up and covering one of her eyes, the white no longer visible as she stared lifelessly at the 3. The ex-soldier could feel his heart beating faster and he reached out instinctively, a mixture of confusion, fear, and anger raging in his mind. What the hell is this? The ex-soldier awoke with a jump as the carriage hit a bump in the road. He yawned and stretched out as much as he could in the small space. He rubbed his temples trying to ease the slight pounding in his head. As he pushed away from the remnants of memory he wondered long buried, lingering in his head. He glanced out the window to see that they had just begun crossing over a large bridge. While the bridge wasn't as ornate as the one connecting the central island, it was still a sight to behold. made of a combination of whitewood timber and cold steel. Salah began to chat away about the history and construction of the city's bridges. They entered into the residential district shortly after crossing the bridge. The residential district was surprisingly neat and clean. The streets were relatively free from the normal filth and grime that one would expect to see in another town. Salah explained that one of the first things her sister had done after their father's retirement was to improve the city's overall living conditions. Not that her father had ignored it, mind you, but he was much more carefree than his overly strict and orderly daughter. The ex-soldier could see a distinct pattern as they made their way through the district. Those homes closer to the manufacturing district and farther away from the central island tended to look more run down and poor, while those close to the entertainment district and central island were obviously built with richer occupants in mind, and small parks and greenery were more common. It seemed that even in a different world, money talked. The trip through the residential district took about 2 hours, including a short stop at a small park that was apparently a favorite of the young girls while in town. The group moved on to the entertainment district shortly before noon and stopped at another carriage station near the middle of the district. From here, Salah switched to her tour guide mode and led the group through the streets, pointing out to the various theaters or music halls. The ex-soldier smirked a little as he watched the young woman chatter on. For someone who was so against it at first, she seemed to be rather enjoying herself now. After walking for a short while, they turned onto a busy street filled with various food stalls and displays. It reminded the ex-soldier of those street fairs you see every so often in smaller towns. The atmosphere was light as cheerful, more so now that the western trade route had reopened. The people walking around were a mix of residents and travelers, with the odd adventurer type mixed in every so often. The young girl's eyes lit up at the sight. She swiftly grabbed onto the ex-soldier's hand and dragged him into the crowd, Sutsuji following quickly behind. Salah frowned slightly, then ran after them, leaving the armored youth behind on the side of the road. The young man simply dropped his shoulders and sighed, then followed them before he lost sight. He didn't like crowds. The group spent the next hour moving between stalls. The ex-soldier pulled out a few bronze weights every now and again and handing them to the young girl as the girl enjoyed the few game stalls scattered around. After a while, the young girl caught a scent in the air and she glanced over to see a food stall selling what appeared to be some kind of fried dough on a stick. The little girl glanced up at the ex-soldier with pleading eyes, but he shook his head. "No, we'll be eating soon. You'll just make yourself full." The young girl turned her eyes down, a sad look on her face. A small silver weight was suddenly placed in her hand as she pouted. She glanced up to see Salah kneeling down, a bright smile on her face. The young girl gripped the coin and smiled, before running off to the stall. The ex-soldier watched her back with a frown. Salah stood up and gave the ex-soldier an angry look, then spoke in a low voice. "What the hell is your problem? If you've got to walk around with a rain cloud over your head all the time, then don't let it rain on the young girl as well." The ex-soldier glanced at the angry woman and furrowed his brow, speaking in a calm voice. "That girl's smarter than you give her credit for, if you keep treating her like a child. She is a child. With what she's been through, why can't you just let her be one for a while? She needs support, but you can't just hold her up and never let her learn to walk on her own." "You don't think I already know that?" Salah clenched her shaking hands as she spoke the last line, her eyes wandering off with a sad look. When she glanced back at the ex-soldier, they were cold, her voice calm and distant. "Besides, she's not your kid. You're just a passerby, the matter doesn't involve you." She then turned around and walked toward the returning the young girl, the small girl holding several sticks of fried dough in her hands. The young girl smiled up at the woman before passing her one of the sticks. Salah smiled and gently petted the little girl as she took it. The young girl saw the ex-soldier standing by the side and quickly walked over, though her bright smile dimmed slightly as she noticed the strange atmosphere. The ex-soldier glanced down at the girl as she shyly held out one of the sticks. Salah was right if truth be told. He was just a passerby, a stranger who happened along at the right time. He didn't have a real relationship with the little girl in the end, and soon they would part ways and go about their lives. The ex-soldier gave a deep sigh, before grabbing the stick and turning around, walking back towards the street exit. The little girl simply smiled and followed in his shadow. A little while later they decided to stop at one of the many restaurants lining the main road for lunch. The one they had decided on was an open-air cafe-style restaurant near the district center. It wasn't top quality, but it was decent and there was no need to wait for a table. As the group ordered, they chatted lightly about the day. When the food came, the group quickly ate. The ex-soldier glanced at the young girl sitting across from him with a frown. The girl had barely touched the food on her plate and feeling the ex-soldier's glare, her face went red in embarrassment. Salah glared back at the ex-soldier as though it were his fault. After lunch, the group moved on, visiting several famous shops and venues in the district. By the time they decided to head back to the carriage station, the sun was close to setting. The group walked through the thinning streets at a leisurely pace. The young girl skipped cheerfully along as she held Selah's hand, humming one of the songs they'd heard during an outdoor performance earlier. The ex-soldier and the armored youth walked towards the back, carrying several large packages while Sutsuji napped on the ex-soldier's shoulder. They arrived at the carriage station and packed everything away, before heading back towards the fortress. As they rode back, the ex-soldier's wonders returned to Selah's words from earlier. He didn't really know what had been wrong with him the past few days. He'd been unable to sleep and felt irritated at the slightest thing. His body felt weighed down and sluggish. Maybe it was time he wondered about moving on. The girl was safe, he had no connection to the armored youth, and no real goal or responsibilities in this new world. He could travel around, see what was out there. As he wondered about his future, the carriage rolled to a stop in the fortress courtyard. Matthew was once again there to meet them, though he'd changed out of his plain clothes and now wore a more elegant suit, barring the extra fat around the waist. The ex-soldier had to admit that the man gave off a certain noble air when he wanted to. Matthew approached the group and lifted up the young girl into a hug, meeting her bright smile with his own WDE grin. "It looks like you had fun today, little one. I'm glad. Now come. We've prepared a meal to welcome you and thank our new friends." Matthew ushered the group into the fortress, beaming the whole way as he carried the little girl in. Salah stayed behind for a moment and ordered the servants to unload the packages. As they walked through the hallway, Matthew turned to the ex-soldier and inquired in a cheerful voice. "So, how did you like the city? Whitewood has always been a place where the West and East meet. Grace especially has worked tirelessly to make the city a beacon of not only trade but culture. I dare to say we'd not lose out to any capital on the southern continent. It's impressive, I'll give you that. Even some of the larger cities of my old world can't compare." "Ho ho. Thank you for the honor. To say that our city is even as great as those of another world, I can rub it in the noses of some of those old foxes at court." Matthew stroked the head of the small girl in his arms, then inquired in a serious tone after a short pause. "So the ex-soldier. What now? Have you decided what you are going to do in this new world of yours?" "No, not really. I don't have any end goals in mind, so I've wondered about doing some traveling." "Have you wondered about settling in town for a little while? It will take some time to prepare for a long journey and Whitewood would welcome you with open arms. It's the least we can do." The ex-soldier wondered for a bit, and the young girl stared at him, her eyes sparkling. He finally shook his head with a sigh, before answering. "No, I think it's best if I move on as soon as I can. I've never been comfortable in one place. I'm used to traveling quickly, so I don't need to prepare much." "I see. When do you plan on leaving?" "Tomorrow, if possible. The day after at the latest." As he gave his answer, the young girl's eyes seemed to dull, and she turned her face away, leading her small head up against Matthew's chest. The large man gave the girl a sad smile and gently patted her head, then spoke out once more in a cheerful voice. "Well then, we need to make tonight one to remember, don't we? Dinner will begin shortly, take this time to clean up." Matthew parted with the men near their rooms and walked away with the small girl still clinging to him. He watched from his doorway for a moment until they were out of sight, before sighing and turning around. The ex-soldier's heart gave a jump as he did, almost bumping into Sutsuji as she flew at eye level only a few inches from his face. The little guide just stared at the ex-soldier, not saying a word. Though her face was blank, the ex-soldier could feel a mixture of disappointment, frustration and a little sadness flow through their link. After a long moment of silence, Sutsuji flew away down the hall, following after Matthew. The ex-soldier just gave a sigh and walked into his room, closing the door softly. The ex-soldier walked out about 2 hours later, hair still slightly wet, though combed back neatly, his beard trimmed short and the clothes he first wore clean and fresh for the first time in a long time. he met the armored youth in the hallway, the young man wearing some form of ceremonial military uniform. It was not as gaudy as some he'd seen, but it was obviously designed to impress. If he'd not known better, he'd never suspected that the nervous, green young man he'd spent the last week and a half with, to be this sharply dressed and confident officer type in front of him. The two gave a quick nod to each other and followed after the nearby servant. After a short walk, they entered a dining hall. Though it was more of a private venue than a large hall designed to entertain a large number of people, the room was elegantly arranged and the gentle light from the candles and strange lighting devices gave it a refined and welcoming atmosphere. Matthew sat at one side of a large round table, speaking to a beautiful young lady in a sky-blue one-piece dress sitting by his side. The ex-soldier questioned who it was as first, but when she turned to look at him, he realized that it was Caroline. Even though the feeling she gave off was completely different, there was no mistaking that icy glare. The ex-soldier and the armored youth swiftly took their seats and gave a greeting to the pair, lightly chatting as they waited on the others to arrive. Some time passed, and the large double doors to one side of the room opened and a group walked in. Grace walked in the front, carrying a refined air as she glided along the ground in a pure white party gown. Her gentle smile and the golden light that bounced off her hair as she moved to sit next to her mother gave the illusion of a holy aura surrounding her. Salah followed in behind her wearing a dark green high-low dress, her blood-red hair pulled up into a short bun, giving her the appearance of a budding rose. The ex-soldier found his eyes glued to the sight as she gracefully approached, not losing out to her sister at all. Though as if she felt his eyes on her, the wild rose showed her thorns, giving the ex-soldier a scowl before sitting down next to the Duchess. From her shadow, a small girl stepped out and quickly sat down beside her. The young girl's hair had been trimmed and combed straight, the chestnut-brown hair hanging slightly past her shoulders, several fresh red whitewood flowers woven in. The ex-soldier found the dark blue one-piece the girl wore a little too mature for her age, but he shoved the wonder to the back of his mind. It was a different world, after all, he didn't know the customs for such things. In place of the bandages, the left side of her head was covered by a neat, dark leather eye patch, embroidered with gold leaf and the image of sprawling vines and blooming flowers like the ones in her hair. As the young girl caught sight of the ex-soldier's gaze, she quickly lowered her eyes, blushing slightly. Feeling like he was forgetting something, a black shadow suddenly shot through the doorway. Sutsuji swiftly flew through the air, gasping for breath as she stood on the edge of the table, her hair slightly messy from the wind. After a moment to catch her breath, she coughed and straightened up, attempting to give off an air of refinement as she walked across the table towards her prepared space near the young girl. As she passed the ex-soldier, she gave a haughty laugh and inquired, "Well now, are you surprised at this lady's elegance yet? Have you finally understood? I understand that this lady may wish to repin her dress." The ex-soldier didn't know where she'd gotten the small black slit dress, but somewhere along the line, the front had become tangled in a very unladylike manner. Sutsuji glanced down and went beet red, before quickly fixing her dress. The ex-soldier simply smirked in amusement, causing the little guide to reach down and throw one of her small stilettos at him, then walked off towards her seat. Matthew gave a nervous laugh before standing and speaking in a loud voice. "Now that we are all here, I think it is time we get started. Please enjoy, and let's make this a night we all remember." The surrounding people gave a light cheer and the servants began to move, placing food and drink in front of each person around the table. As the night went on, the group made light talk. The armored youth spoke of his travels so far, though he'd begun not too long ago. Matthew talked loudly about various trade deals and gossip from around the West and South continents. Caroline amused herself by telling the ex-soldier and the armored youth embarrassing stories about her daughters, sparking a small war of words with the youngest. Grace never lost her refined air as she quietly listened to the banter around her, giving a short reply every so often. Sutsuji sat next to the young girl, chatting her ear off about something or another, though the small girl kept her eyes down most of the time, only ever nodding or shaking her head when someone addressed her. The dinner went on like this for a while, and the ex-soldier was surprised at how warm and welcoming the atmosphere was. A lot different than how many noble gatherings were portrayed in the stories of his world. Instead, it was nothing more than a small family gathered around the dinner table with a few friends, happily chatting about their day. Matthew's eye caught something in the middle of one of his stories and he grinned, waving someone forward from the doorway. The ex-soldier turned to see a group of servants carrying in several earthen jugs. They placed one in a small shot glass-like cup down in front of each of the adults, minus Salah, and walked away. Matthew stood and spoke in a cheerful tone. "I hope you don't mind, but I decided to splurge a little tonight. With the Western trade route open once more, I've pulled a little something special out of my collection. I hope that you enjoy." The ex-soldier raised an eyebrow as he glanced at the small earthen jug in front of him. Watching the others gently pull off the wax seal on top, he followed after them. The room quickly filled with a cool, refreshing aroma, like stepping into an old pine forest, mixed with the distinct smell of strong alcohol. The ex-soldier's heart began to beat rapidly in his chest as his throat dried instantly like he'd swallowed a cotton ball. He tried to swallow, but couldn't seem to produce any saliva, as the sound of a roaring beast awoke in his mind. The ex-soldier could feel cold sweat crawling down his back as he reached out with shaking hands and grabbed onto the jug's handle, pouring a small amount of the dark amber liquid into his cup. He raised it slowly, inhaling the strong woody aroma before tossing the contents into his mouth. The ex-soldier let out a low moan of pleasure as its icy chill and fiery intensity hit the back of his throat. He sat there for a moment, eyes closed as he enjoyed the complex flavor, before quickly filling his cup up again and downing it in one motion. By the third, however, the ex-soldier felt a little strange, or rather, it was what he wasn't feeling. With a frown, he glanced down at the small jug and moved to pour another cup, when a light small voice called out in warning, "The ex-soldier." The ex-soldier moved as if he didn't hear the voice of the small guide across from him. He poured the fourth glass and threw it into his mouth, quickly followed by a fifth. "The ex-soldier," Sutsuji yelled out in a loud voice. By the sixth glass, the ex-soldier's hand was visibly trembling. He slammed the glass on the table, his breathing heavy, heart still racing, sweat dripping from his forehead. He glanced up to see Sutsuji looking at him, a look of deep concern on her face. Looking around, he saw that the table had gone silent, the people around him giving him looks of pity or disgust. He glanced over to the side to see the young girl staring wide-eyed at him, fear shining in her eyes. As the ex-soldier glanced into those eyes, he felt something snap in his mind, and he swiftly stood, speaking in a low flat voice. "Excuse me." The ex-soldier. "Wait." The ex-soldier turned and quickly made his way out of the dining hall, Sutsuji rising and following behind. The remaining people at the table sat in silence for a moment, before Sayla's face went red in anger. She slammed her hands on the table and rose as if to follow. "That bastard, what is his deal?" "Salah." "Sit down." "But father." "Sit." Salah gave a grumble but obeyed her father. Matthew glanced out the way the ex-soldier had left, a small light of understanding flashing in his eyes as he spoke in a low, sad voice, "It's not something that you're capable of helping with. Leave it to Lady Sutsuji." The ex-soldier rushed through the fort hallway, the sound of a roaring beast chasing him as he tried to escape. His heart wouldn't stop racing nor his body shaking. The servants he passed gave him a strange look as he made his way towards the fort entrance, passing through and entering into the cold, dark night. He didn't know where he was going, but he felt like he needed to run, to get away as quickly as possible. And so he ran. He ran and he ran through the cold night, the roaring of the beast chasing him always just a few steps behind. An unknown time later he collapsed on the side of a road, gasping for breath. He didn't know where he was anymore, but by the sounds coming from the few nearby buildings, he assumed he was in the entertainment district. The ex-soldier struggled to stand, his legs weak with fatigue as he glanced towards the source of the sounds. In the distance, a large building was lit up bright, the sounds of laughter and rough singing pouring out. Every so often, one or two people would come stumbling out of the establishment. The ex-soldier glanced on for a long while, the familiar thirst screaming at him. His throat felt dry as a desert as he watched the people move around in the light. As he stepped forward, he felt the shifting of weight at his side. He reached down to pull out a small pouch, its contents clanking loudly in the silent night. He stared at the pouch in a daze, eyes drawn back and forth between it and the tavern. The ex-soldier pushed the annoying voice screaming at him to the back of his mind, then with stiff footsteps, slowly walked towards the light. Sutsuji flew through the dark night, high above the city, scanning for any sign of the ex-soldier. After some time, a response came through their link. She followed the link for a while and entered a dark alleyway in the entertainment district. Though the nearby building was bustling with the late-night city life, the alley was quiet and gloomy. Sutsuji finally stopped in front of the figure of a sitting man. His head hung down against his chest, back up against the wall. Several bottles lay around him and a small leather pouch lay empty to one side. The man simply sat there unmoving, quiet as the dead. Sutsuji hovered in front of him for a long time, before speaking in a low, soft voice. The ex-soldier, the little guide had to swiftly dodge as a bottle was thrown in her direction, shattering up against the opposite wall. The ex-soldier spoke in a flat, emotionless voice. "Go away." The ex-soldier, "It wasn't your fault, what do you know?" The ex-soldier screamed out in a fury, his teeth bared as he glanced at the little guide, his voice cracking and raw. "I know everything." The ex-soldier, "That's my job, shut up." "I know about what you did, shut up. What you tried to do, shut up. About the labs and the, shut up, shut up, shut up." The ex-soldier reached out and grabbed the little guide before she could move, squeezing her tight between his hands. He glanced at her with crazed eyes. "You know nothing. You have no idea what it's like, every day, every waking moment, seeing those eyes, hearing those voices. Who do you think you are?" Sutsuji grimaced in pain as the ex-soldier's grip tightened, his hands shaking and eyes glazing over. She spoke in a choked voice, struggling to breathe. "You can't go on like this." The ex-soldier, "You can't just keep running away." The ex-soldier froze at her words. His hands slowly loosened and Sutsuji fell to the ground, gasping for breath. He leaned up against the wall, his eyes dead and lightless as he gave a light chuckle and spoke in the same flat voice. "No, I suppose I can't, can I? You and your master took that option away from me. Not like I have any other choice though." "You can fight it." The ex-soldier, "You can face it head on, and how am I supposed to do that?" The ex-soldier's voice flared once more, before dulling. "I tried fighting back, I tried pushing on alone after everything else failed and everyone else gave up, and look where that got me." "You're not alone." The ex-soldier, Sutsuji stood after catching her breath, and slowly floated up to the ex-soldier's eye level, speaking in a low, soft voice. "Not anymore. That's what I'm here for. We're partners. We're supposed to support each other, bear one another's burdens. So let me support you." The ex-soldier, "When you can't go any farther, when you've lost your way, I'll be there right by your side. So just lean on me and keep walking." Sutsuji drew closer as she spoke, and gently lay her forehead against his. Slowly, she opened their link as far as it would go, and a wave of intense emotions flooded into her soul. Sadness, grief, guilt, desperation, anger, hatred. As the raging storm of darkness pounded against her mind, tears began to well up in her eyes. Through the darkness, she slowly pushed forward a thin thread of light and wrapped it around the ex-soldier's heart. Through the thread, she sent her own heart, she sent the memories of the short time they'd spent, both good and bad, of the faces of the people they'd met along the way, and bright smile of a little girl. A single spark may not be able to light the entire night, but when it is the only light left, even an ember is as bright as the sun that night. In the dark alleyway, not a sound could be heard as two figures sat silently clinging to each other, to a thin thread of light, tears staining their face. The first sky shard was already starting to dip beneath the horizon when the ex-soldier finally made his way to the fortress gates, the tiny figure of Sutsuji sleeping soundly in his arms. The night guards seemed to have been expecting him, as he was swiftly let through. His body ached slightly, but the ex-soldier felt lighter than he had in a while, as he made his way through the fortress and to his room. As he turned into the hallway, a thin figure was lit by the dim moonlight filtering in through the window at the end. The figure leaned up against the wall opposite his room, arms crossed as they stared at the open door. The figure turned to look at the ex-soldier and remarked in a familiar voice, "Didn't expect you to actually show your face again." The ex-soldier stopped for a moment, allowing his eyes to adjust to the low light, as Salah pushed herself away from the wall and gave him a dark glare. Mark walked forward. Salah stopped in front of him, looking into his eyes for a moment before swiftly raising her hand and slapping the ex-soldier hard. His head jerked to the side and small stars popped in his vision. When his sight cleared, the ex-soldier's gaze landed past the open door of his room. On his bed, slept a small figure in a light dress, her short chestnut hair sticking to her tear-streaked face as she clung to a large book. Every so often, she would shake slightly in her sleep and another tear would fall from the corner of her eye. "She's been there all night, waiting for you." Salah spoke in a soft, sad voice, her eyes following the ex-soldier's line of sight. The ex-soldier walked in and slowly approached the sleeping girl. As he reached down and gently wiped the fresh tear from her eye, the girl stirred, gripping the large book in her arms tighter. The ex-soldier smiled and, careful not to wake her, lifted the small girl from the bed, before walking out the room, and began to head towards the girls, Salah following closely behind. Along the way, Sutsuji awoke and seeing the little girl sleeping soundly beside her, she gave a soft smile, then flew out of Mark's arm, landing on his opposite shoulder. She reached down and began to slowly pet the girl as they walked. Shortly after, they arrived in front of the girl's bedroom. They pushed open the door and walked in. The ex-soldier then lay the small girl down on the bed before turning around and walking out. Salah watched the young girl for a moment from the doorway, noticing a small smile had formed on the girl's sleeping face. She gave a light sigh and pulled the door close. Salah quickened her pace and caught up to the ex-soldier, pulling on his shoulder to stop him. The ex-soldier turned around and glanced at the young woman with a questioning glance. Salah simply stared at the ex-soldier for a long moment, as if not sure what she wanted to say. Her eyes fell on the large handprint on the side of his face, still slightly swollen and red. Sutsuji seemed to see it as well, as she gave a cheeky grin and chuckled lightly. The ex-soldier glared at the small guide before flicking her in the forehead, sending her tumbling off his shoulder with a squeal. Watching the two, Salah sunk her shoulders in resignation, then turned her eyes to the ex-soldier, a fire burning in them as she spoke in a serious voice. "I'll be honest. I don't like you. You're rude, gloomy and uncivilized. But for whatever reason, that girl has attached herself to you." Salah took a step forward, grabbing onto his shirt and balling it as she pulled him in close. The ex-soldier's eyes were drawn to her soft ruby lips, though he jumped slightly when someone pinched the back of his neck, managing to meet her eyes. "So I'll give you this warning, only once. If you hurt her again, I'll, ah-ha-ha-ha-ha." Sayla's cold, serious voice was suddenly interrupted by the sound of a loud scream from behind. The two turn around to see a young maid sitting on the floor, swiftly backing away from an open door. The young girl's door. Salah and the ex-soldier's eyes met for a split second before they rushed over as fast as they could. The ex-soldier's heart stopped as he glanced in the doorway. Standing on the open windowsill was a short figure, their face cloaked in the darkness of the night and a large hood. Under the figure's arm, a young girl wiggled and struggled against the rope that bound her. Around the figure's neck, the girl's travel bag hung. The clouds rolled away suddenly, and a dim moonlight flooded the room. The ex-soldier could only stare in shock as he glanced at an ugly, malformed face. Large black eyes and long pointed ears, dark molted green skin appearing blue in the moonlight. The wind blew the cloak open gently to reveal the figure's other arm, just a stub about the elbow. As its eyes met the ex-soldier, they lit up in delight, a wide, vile grin splitting its face from side to side. The ex-soldier's eyes went wide, and he rushed into the room, but the instant before he grabbed the forest goblin, it took a step back and fell out of the window, giving a light mocking chuckle as it did. The ex-soldier watched in horror as the thing fell over 6 stories and landed with a light thud, as though it had jumped only a few feet. After landing, the forest goblin glanced up at the ex-soldier and gave another full-faced grin, before rushing off at high speeds, the young girl still held tightly under his arm. Salah stood beside the ex-soldier in shock, unable to process what just happened. When she came to, she found the ex-soldier attempting to climb out of the window himself. In a panic, she grabbed onto his jacket. What was he trying to do? Forest goblins were designed for the treetops. They could fall from massive heights, but a human would break every bone in their body at even half this. She struggled with him for a moment, but he finally managed to slip out of the jacket and leapt from the window. Salah screamed as she watched the man plummet to the ground, but was unable to pull her eyes away. The ex-soldier didn't know why he leapt, but his instincts were screaming at him that if he didn't, it would be far too late. As the ground neared, the ex-soldier felt something click in his head, and a burning warmth began to spread out from his chest. As if it was something he'd done all his life, the ex-soldier activated. Survivor's will. In an instant, he could feel his body change. His legs grew 4 inches, the muscles becoming thicker and more elastic. The bones of his body took on a flexible, rubbery nature as his internal organs shifted in a certain pattern. In the next moment, the ex-soldier touched down. He could feel the immense force of his impact surge through his body, and his legs compressed like a spring. Time seemed to stand still, as the force then rebounded, the ex-soldier angling himself forward as he sped away at an unimaginable speed, using each new step like a springboard to propel himself forward. Salah could only stare from the far window in shock, mouth agape as she watched him race in the direction the goblin had gone. She stood there motionless, till a hand on her shoulder roused her. She turned around to see her father staring at her with serious eyes. Nearby, the armored youth was issuing orders to the guards while her mother and sister comforted the weeping maid who lay on the ground. Sutsuji lay on the table, panting heavily as sweat ran down her face. The little guide had apparently informed the others as soon as she realized what was happening. With one more look out the window, Salah turned around and spoke to her father. The ex-soldier ran through the dark streets for the second time that night, though his heart was racing for a different reason. He was currently running faster than he'd ever had in his life, though he could feel the immense drain on his energy as he struggled to maintain survivor's will. Still, he pressed on, every so often catching glimpse of a fleeing shadow as it ran along the rooftops. After close to a 10-minute chase, the goblin finally stopped atop a high wall surrounding a large estate. It glanced back the way it came, a slight surprise crossing its eyes as it saw the ex-soldier not too far behind it. The surprise quickly turned to humor, however, as the goblin grinned again and leapt beyond the wall. The ex-soldier stopped at the side of the wall, finding it far too high for him to jump over or climb by hand. His eyes landed on the area that the goblin had stopped on. The goblin had leapt from a nearby building that protruded out slightly. While it was far too far for a normal person to make the jump, the ex-soldier figured with his sigil-modified body, he might be able to just make it. The ex-soldier made his way over to the building and swiftly began to scale it. However, before he could get very far, someone grabbed onto his leg and pulled him down. The ex-soldier twisted violently, striking out to land a vicious blow to his target's face with his elbow. The blow was stopped midway, as a familiar voice called out. "Easy there, the ex-soldier. Take a deep breath." The ex-soldier calmed down slightly, turning around to see an unexpected face. Jonathan. The old captain who they'd met the other day was now dressed in dark clothing, several other similarly dressed people standing behind him. The ex-soldier glanced at the man and spoke in a flutter. "We have to hurry and get over there. There are forest goblins in the city, they took." "I know, we saw. We've been watching this location for a while now, but we didn't think they'd make a move so soon." "Then what are we doing standing here? We have to hurry and, I'm afraid that it's not that simple," the ex-soldier. "What are you talking about?" Jonathan didn't answer, he simply pointed towards a large sign that hung over a gate connected to the estate wall. The ex-soldier's heart sunk to the bottom of his chest. As the moonlight lit the sign, 2 words were visible, Darksoned Embassy. System Index. Part 1. System Index. The following is a list of terms and explanations for certain aspects of the story that may not be explained well in the context of the story up to this point. It's not perfect, but then again, it's a whip. If you have any questions or comments, please feel free to leave them. These indexes will be made every so often, at least once a volume, to update information and clarify on things that may not have been clear at first. I want to try and put all of the major info dumps into stuff like this, instead of like the last interlude. That one turned kind of boring. BWHAHAHAHAHA. Tell me what you think. Item ranking: low tier, common, everyday, mass-produced items, nothing special about them. Uncommon. Common items that have been modified in some way or another. Uncommon items have been tweaked to perform a function slightly out of or above their intended purpose. Mid-tier, custom. Custom-built items designed to fit the needs of their owner. The dividing line between a custom-ranked item and an uncommon item is the extent of the modifications. While an uncommon item can still be grouped together with similar items, custom-ranked items are their own beast entirely. Engraved. A step above custom-ranked, engraved ranked items have been modified by an engraver sigil, embedding a special program directly into the item itself. Engraved items are often called magic items due to their wide range of strange and powerful effects. High-tier, relic. Powerful, highly advanced items and tools found within a relic ruin. The inheritance from a long-lost civilization. The production method and effects of relics are far beyond what is possible today. Myth. Items and treasures spoken of in legends and myths. These ancient items all have their own story to tell and may only show up once in a lifetime. It is remarked that mythical items each have a will of their own, and choose their own masters. Coinage and value conversion: 0.101 United States dollar, weight 1 small bronze, 1.0010 United States dollars, W1 large bronze, 10 USD, 100 W1 small silver, 100 USD, 1000 W1 larger silver, 1000 10,000 United States dollars, W1 small gold, 10,000 100,000 United States dollars, W1 large gold. Larger denomination exist as well. However, they are almost never used by the common man, and are only seen during transactions between large businesses or countries. An average family of 4 can live comfortably for a year on roughly 60,000 W in most medium-sized cities. World system: basic stat system, class levels, but no character levels, class sigils. Magic and active skills are performed by semi-organic, microscopic life forms, magi, in the environment, and instructions encoded into sigils, which designate class. As the information express in a sigil increases, so does its functions, allowing it to relay more complex instructions to the surrounding magi. Passive skills are modifications done to the body by internal magi, according to the information drawn from an active sigil. Magi. Magi are microscopic, semi-organic organisms that exist throughout the world. These creatures are the tools used by God to shape the world, and they have the power to influence the natural laws of reality. To do so, however, they must draw energy in the form of metabolic power, MP, from a host. Magi take 4 main forms that all interact with each other in different ways. Core, environmental, magi, miasma, internal magi, and plasma. Plasma. Plasma is the newborn, immature form of magi. They congregate into large clumps of visible light called wisps. These wisps will remain near their birthplace in large numbers. Because of plasma's unsettled nature, they are extremely unstable and can react violently when stimulated. Wisp pools. The natural springs from which plasma is born tend to be extremely dangerous areas with unstable environments and powerful monsters feeding on the young wisps. However, these springs are also integral to the natural order of the world, so much so that they are recognized as protected sacred lands by every nation in the world. A land whose wisp pool is destroyed will soon wither and die. Core magi. Core, or settled magi, is the most stable, mature form of magi. Once magi reach the mature phase of their life cycle, they settle into their environment, taking on the properties and nature of that area. Magi that settle in the ocean will be better able to manipulate water. Magi that settle in the earth are able to shift stone, etc. etc. Core magi can be instructed by the supercomputers called sigils to perform certain tasks, according to the instructions stored in the sigil, resulting in the phenomenon called magic. Internal magi. Internal magi are core magi that have settled into the body of a living being, human or otherwise. Internal magi do not take on any set properties, but rather grow and adapt to their host. A person who spends a lot of time near the WTER may find their internal magi taking on a more water-centric nature, where someone who mines for a living may find their magi more attuned to the earth. Internal magi take on a symbiotic relationship with their host. The magi will slowly rebuild their host's body to better fit their experiences and abilities as they grow, taking the form of passive skills. This rebuilding can supplement itself with information from that life form's sigil, creating what is known as a unique skill, constructed from their life experiences. Normal passive skills can be acquired by anyone, however, unique skills are one of a kind. Miasma. Miasma is the stagnate, rotting remains of dead magi. Under normal circumstances, when magi die, they will be reabsorbed by nearby wisps and used to birth new plasma. However, under special circumstances, such as deep underground or in lands where the wisp pool is no longer functioning, clouds of stagnating miasma will form. While harmless on its own, core and internal magi that are exposed to miasma for extended periods will mutate into a dangerous, viral form. These miasmic magi will latch onto any life form they touch, twisting and reshaping them into a malignant, a mindless killing creature that will attack anything not its own, and reshaping the environment into a twisted mockery of its former state. Malignants will also continuously produce further miasma, infecting the surrounding magi as they move. While malignants can be very dangerous, they are unable to survive long in large concentrations of plasma. As soon as miasma is detected by a wisp pool, the surrounding wisps will attack the miasmic magi as though they were dead magi and reabsorb them. Thus it has become practice for adventurers to carry a wisp lamp when adventuring to protect them from malignant infection. Sigil. Extremely advanced computer-like existence that takes the form of a pattern inscribed on a person's body and soul. This pattern contains a huge amount of information, far more than even modern computers are able to handle, and interfaces directly with a person's brain, allowing them to give instructions to surrounding magi. The more information that the sigil contains, the higher level privilege, sigil level, and thus the more complex instructions, active skills, magic, one is able to give to the magi, and the more detailed changes, passive skills, internal magi are able to make. Most people are born with what is called a blank sigil. Blank sigils are able to store info but cannot grow, acting more like a storage device than anything else. Through a baptism, a sigil can be programmed based on that person's life experiences and wishes to that point, and can evolve and change as they grow. Blank sigils tend to follow a predictable pattern. Someone who is physically active may obtain the warrior sigil with it, eventually evolving into a solitaire or knight sigil. The greatest advantage of a blank sigil is its ability to change and adapt, evolving to meet its host's experiences and skills. Certain people are born with special inheritance sigils that already contain programming installed. These inheritances differ in that they cannot be overridden. They can be passed down from parent to child, meaning inheritances tend to play a major role in nobility and succession. While inheritances can evolve just like a blank sigil, it is far more rare and unpredictable. 4 types of sigils. Body. Focus on physical changes to the body. Mind. Focus on changes to the brain and nervous system. Spirit. Greatest connection to the magi, and allows the broadest use of magic. Composite. Combination of 2 to 3 of the above, however their strength in each area is not as great. Character sheet templates. All numerical stats and information are nothing more than units assigned by the host's internal magi, and do not represent absolutes. Someone with 30 STR might be able to overpower someone with 40 STR, if they were able to properly use their strength to the best of its ability. In the same vein, skill levels do not affect a person's ability themselves. Instead, they are a representation of that person's general level of understand and talent in that field. Someone with weaving LVL1 would be a novice or hobby sewer with little experience, while someone with weaving LVL7 would be an experienced seamstress with years of knowledge. Thus, skills by their nature have no upper limit to their LVL, though it is typically accepted that masters tend to float around LVL 13 to 15. The exception to this rule are certain passive skills such as resistances, since these tend to be artificial modifications preformed by magi. Less than status, greater than name. Character name, race, age. Active sigil. The current activated class. Only one sigil can be active at a time. Sigils that have been deactivated or remembered by the soul, but active skills cannot be used. State. Active effects, POS, neg, sigil level, level of active sigil. Hydrogen phosphide. Total life force, 100 peak condition. 90 slight injury, 75 painful injury, 40 debilitating injury. Continued heavy action will cause damage, 20 critical condition, 5 fatal without treatment. MP. Metabolic energy stored in the body, used by magi to warp the laws of reality. 1 unit of MP is the equivalent energy needed for an average grown man to lift a 100 pounds object to chest height. MP can be restored with food and rest. Excessive use will drain the body of resources and will leave the host hungry, tired and sore. As the internal magi reconstruct their host's body, energy storage will become more efficient, leading to a larger pool of available MP. However, for the same reason, the condition of the host's body can lead to a decrease in the total MP pool, if they are not able to retain that energy. STR. Qualitative numeric value of a life form's muscle power. High values indicate more developed and complex musculoskeletal system, thus allows that life form to demonstrate more physical power. End. Qualitative numeric value of a life form's regenerative power and body density. High values indicate an ability to ignore and heal from damage to a higher level. Increases HP. Will. Qualitative numeric value of a life form's mental capability and reasoning ability. A higher value indicates a larger intelligence, as well as a greater ability to instruct magi. Dex. Qualitative numeric value of a life form's flexibility in mind and body. Higher values indicate the ability to quickly analyze and react to the environment. Large values increase the senses. Active skills. A complex set of instructions constructed by a host's sigil, used to communicate with core magi and preform metaphysical abilities. Active skills require the host to supply the magi with metabolic power, MP, in order to function. Passive skills. Modifications to the host's body performed by internal magi on a fundamental level can affect such things as muscle density, explosive power, brain functions, and even energy storage. Unique skills. Under special conditions, the internal magi of a host may use that life form's experiences and memories stored in their sigil to construct a completely new skill. Since these skills are constructed using the data from their own past, these skills are unique to the host and can take on a wide range of forms, passive or active. Chapter status. Temporary notice. My editing website is currently down, so there might not be a chapter today. Sorry. Figures it happens on the last on my backlog. Biwahahaha. No telling when it will be up, but I will be checking regularly throughout the day. At the very least, I might be able to get someone to manually edit it by tomorrow. Till then, good luck, and have a good day. While I'm here though, I might as well say, be sure to leave feedback and suggestions about the novel. The next chapter is the last in my backlog, so I'll be able to start working on the chapter after, in a week or so. No promises on release times, it honestly depends on how my brain is functioning at that time, but I am going to try and aim for at least one chapter every other week. But there might be bonus chapters in between, if I am really up to writing that week. And as always, thanks for reading, A Frustrated Puppy. Again, this is the last of my backlog, so it might be a while before the next update. But the gears are already turning. Thanks for reading and be sure to leave feedback. Edit. Thanks to From Royal Road L for helping with edits and suggestions for this one. The ex-soldier's heart clenched in his chest, and a chill spread through his body, banishing the heat from the earlier run. He had been, a soldier. He understood what an embassy represented. Swaying on his feet, his vision blurring, the ex-soldier felt his legs had turned to jelly. As the ex-soldier collapsed, Jonathan rushed over and caught him, leaning him up against the nearby building. The older man glanced the ex-soldier over once and gripped his wrist, holding 2 fingers to it for a moment before giving a sigh. You overused your sigil. I'm surprised you can still move. The ex-soldier struggled to nod his head in understanding. That would explain the glaring red warning in the small window that had popped up in his sight. Less than status greater than name. The ex-soldier Floyd active sigil, survivor. Sigil level. 4 hydrogen phosphide, 412 550ths, status. Stress fracture, right tibia. MP. 8 150ths, warning. Survivors will put a greater strain on him than he'd first wondered, and now that it had deactivated, he was feeling the rebound from pushing himself too far. Even with the increase in level since the last time he'd checked, just this short run had almost wrung him dry. He leaned up against the wall for a moment, taking in deep, ragged breaths as his body repaired itself. One of the guards nearby handed him a canteen and a green candy the size of a marble. The ex-soldier glanced at the small object, then tossed it into his mouth, followed by a long swig from the canteen. As the water hit the candy, it dissolved, sending a cool minty chill flowing down his throat. The chill spread through his body, the dull aches and creaking bones fading with each passing second. The MP on the window ticked up over the next few seconds, 18 150ths, 38 150ths, 88 150ths, before stopping at 108 150ths. It seemed the small candy had been a rapid energy recovering medicine. while its effect on a normal guard or soldier whose sigil level averaged 10 would have been minor, the ex-soldier's racing heart slowed and strength returned to his legs. His MP reached a stable level, the flashing warning vanished and healing factor took effect. His HP raised a point every few seconds. At the current speed, he would be in perfect health in only 12 minutes. The ex-soldier could understand the importance, the power, of sigils in this world. He took a moment to catch his breath, then used the wall to support himself as he stood, legs still shaking. Jonathan turned to one soldier next to him and whispered something too quiet for the ex-soldier to hear. The man nodded and dashed down the back alleyway, heading toward the direction of the fort. After a few moments, a group marched towards them, the armored youth leading several armed guards. The armored youth raised his hand, and the group halted behind him. He stared at Jonathan and the ex-soldier, eyes wide as they moved back and forth. The shock plain on his face, he inquired to the ex-soldier in a low voice. The ex-soldier, "Are you all right?" Salah remarked. "You?" "I'm fine. Just a little tired and sore. We have bigger problems at the moment." The ex-soldier recounted the events of the last hour. By the time he'd finished, the armored youth had gone from shock to panic to anger. Even in the dim moonlight, the young man trembled, his hands clenched and a dark fire burned in his eyes. His voice shook as he stared at the dimly lit embassy. "We should have killed them when we had the chance. We shouldn't have lowered our guard before we knew what they were up to. It's too late, we're running out of time. Where are the others?" Ms. Salah and Lady Caroline rushed to the workshop for something. "Sir Matthew and the Duchess are back at the fort sending out orders to the rest of the city. Sutsuji." The armored youth's voice faded as his gaze rose to the sky. The ex-soldier couldn't see anything in the dark night, but it was hard to miss the seething mass of fury that radiated through the link. Like a fire, it originated from some distant spot in the sky. The rough man frowned, but nodded his head. With the little guide's eyes on them, at least they didn't have to fear the other party escaping. Jonathan spoke up after a minute, addressing them both. "Whatever the case, it's best we regroup and plan our next step. The girl should be safe for now. They want something from her. Otherwise, why go through the trouble of taking her?" The ex-soldier balled his hands, a deep grumble sounding from his chest. He wanted to rush right in, climb over the walls and take her back this instant, but he understood that a move like that would only make things worse. His eyes flashed, and he slammed his fist into the nearby brick wall. The stone cracked loud in the silent night. The two standing next to him jumped in surprise, but when they glanced, the ex-soldier's eyes were clearer and calmer. The ex-soldier stood up straight and walked with striding steps towards the fortress, not even bothering to look back at them or the embassy. The two men watched the ex-soldier walk off before nodding to each other and motioning for their respective squads. The groups gathered and made their way back to the fortress. The young girl's brain throbbed and pounded against her skull. Her ears ringing, she tried to raise her arm to her head but couldn't move. Strange voices echoed in the room. "Half? What do you mean, half? Don't take that tone with me, human. You heard what I remarked, the inscription is only half complete." The shortest figure held up a small wooden rod in one hand, the other gripping an old weathered piece of parchment. "Then what are we supposed to do? It's useless without the other half." "That is what the girl is for. They already know we're here, time is limited. Just keep in mind, she's not one of your dolls, if she dies before we learn anything useful." "Do you take me for a fool?" "I know that. For now, throw her with the rest, I have to make preparations." The small figure glanced up at the tall figure for a moment, then walked over and untied the ropes that bound her. The young girl's eyes flashed with hope, only for her heart to sink as she found she couldn't make her body move. The small figure picked up her limp form and walked towards the back of the room. Hidden in the shadows was a large holding cell, the smell of blood and waste mixing with the damp and stale air of an underground room. The small figure opened the cell door and threw the girl in without another word, then shut the door behind him and walked away. As he disappeared, chains clanked against iron deeper in the cell. The little girl's heart beat faster, as something stirred in the back of the cell, its body covered in a multitude of chains and shackles. As the thing turned her way, it paused, as if examining her. The young girl's breath seized up, she couldn't tear her eyes away from the shadowed figure. In the next moment, the figure lunged towards her, the rattling of the chains echoed through the room. The figure stopped only a few feet from the young girl's position, the little girl still unable to move, or even scream. The chains that restricted it pulled tight against the far wall, and the shadows stirred. Two pale white hands reached out to her, fingers stretched much longer than they should, small ring-like shackles attached to each in several places. As the figure strained against the confines, it moaned in pain and backed away again. As time went on, weeping filled the cell. Salah paced back and forth, the sound of grinding teeth the only thing accompanying the ticking of the grandfather clock in the room. 6 figures sat around a small table nearby, the tension building with each passing minute. A soldier walked through the large double doors after a moment, carrying a thick binder which he placed in front of one man. Grace gave the man a nod, then turned to Jonathan, speaking in a low voice. "Start from the beginning. What have our agents been able to find?" "Not much. We've been watching the Darksand embassy for close to a year now, ever since the reports of unusual activite around the area. But with no real evidence, we had no way of launching a proper investigation. All we know is that someone on the inside has been making deals with some of the local syndicates. It was only before the attacks on the trade route started that the dealings stopped." "You didn't find that suspicious?" "We did, but once the attacks started, we no longer had the resources to continue the investigation. It wasn't until Mr. Floyd and Sir Lucio gave their story I connected the dots." "So what is the connection between this and that? Are you saying the embassy was supplying the goblins? Why? Do we have enough to even move on?" Grace slammed her fist into the table, leaving a small indent, her voice flaring up as she inquired, half to herself. "What is going on in this city? Why is it we are just hearing of this? Why did nobody see these attacks coming? Has my watch so deteriorated to where it can't even keep a few goblins out?" Jonathan paled, but otherwise kept his calm, replying in a steady voice. "That's the strange thing about it. Everything has disappeared. The syndicates they were working for have vanished, the goods never left the embassy, even the merchants who supplied the goods seem like they never even existed. Someone has scrubbed their trail, not leaving a single eyelash behind. There is something going on here, something bigger than just disrupting trade." Salah stopped her frantic pacing and yelled out, eyes burning, "What then? We wait." Grace sighed and her gaze dropped as she leaned back into the chair, rubbing her forehead. She spoke out in a dull, tired voice. "There is nothing else we can do. I've already sent a message to the capital requesting authorization to move, but nothing. Every moment we waste here, the young girl is... You don't think I realize that?" Grace shot up from her seat, glaring at her younger sister, voice trembling. "This goes beyond what we can see. You think I don't want to drop everything and rush in this instant? There are powers at play here that we don't know and don't understand. One wrong move and it would mean more than the safety of a little girl." Salah returned her sister's burning glare, the latter calming her heavy breathing before taking on a calm and cold tone. "Before I am your sister, I am the Duchess of Whitewood. For now, it ties my hands." The two stared at each other for a long moment, when the sound of a chair being pushed back broke their gaze. The ex-soldier stood from the table with a swift motion, his face blank and unreadable. He turned and walked out of the room, not bothering to say a word. The armored youth watched him for a moment, a struggle playing on his face, before he too stood and followed him. The room watched in silence, though unseen by the rest, a small smirk spread on Grace's lips. The ex-soldier stood in his room, moving about in a rush as he gathered up his supplies and equipment. A voice called out to him from the doorway, low and serious. The ex-soldier, "What are you doing?" The ex-soldier didn't bother to turn around as he continued to prepare, though the answer he gave was flat and resolved. "What I need to." "Grace is right," the ex-soldier, "we can't act hastily in this matter. One wrong move and it could mean far more trouble, it would even mean war." The armored youth raised his voice as he stepped through the doorway, his hands shaking in frustration. He knew how the others felt. Even he wanted to rush over, kick the gate down and drag the bastards out. But without evidence to support them. "You're forgetting. I'm not involved with this." "What do you mean?" "They've remarked it several times already. I'm a passerby, a stranger on the road. I have no connection to you all." The armored youth stood there with his mouth agape, eyes wide. He was right. The ex-soldier was only a stranger, a passerby who got dragged into the mess. He was even a wanderer, he had no connection to any power or people in this world. Even if the other party wanted to bring up some grievance, there would be no one for it stick to but the ex-soldier himself. The armored youth stayed silent, unable to retort, before turning and walking out the door, his brow creased and a deep frown on his face. The ex-soldier paused for a moment, then returned to what he was doing. About 10 minutes later, the ex-soldier left his room and headed down the hallway. After a few steps, the door opposite his room opened and a young man in full gear stepped out. The ex-soldier raised an eyebrow and inquired in a sarcastic voice. "What happened to being careful? You've forgotten." The armored youth responded, smirking at the man as he mimicked his words. "I'm a hero of grandeur. I have the authority to go where I need." Well, to be honest, it was more complicated than that, but at this point the armored youth didn't care. He was tired of inaction. If he couldn't do what he needed to, how could he call himself a hero? He might come to regret his choice later, but that was a burden for him to bear alone. The ex-soldier stared at the young man for a long moment before returning the smirk and shrugging his shoulders. Eyes still on the armored youth, the ex-soldier called out in a loud voice. "And what about you?" There was a silent pause, and the figure of a young woman stepped out from around the corner. Shoulder-length blood-red hair tied back and wearing light leather armor. She glanced at the two in silence, before speaking in a low flat voice. "I'm not a Whitewood, not officially. What I do or don't do, is my matter." The ex-soldier glanced over his shoulder and gave the woman a wonderetful gaze, eyes focused and mouth dipping in a slight frown. He gave a sigh after a moment, and turned around, walking down the hallway and past the woman without another word. The armored youth followed behind, and as his eyes met Sayla's, they gave each other a nod and followed behind the ex-soldier. As they made their way to the fort exit, the armored youth inquired the ex-soldier, "So, what's the plan?" "If you want to find a rat, the first place to look is the rat's nest." With those words, the ex-soldier turned and headed towards the residential district. Look man. I really don't know, okay. Let me go, please." Another heavy fist landed in the ragged man's gut, causing him to gag and collapse to the ground. The ex-soldier bent down and lifted the man by the collar, staring him in the eye as he spoke in a low, threatening voice. "They all just vanished overnight? You expect me to believe that?" "I'm telling the truth. The higher-ups disappeared, didn't tell us anything. Some others wondered they ran, but we don't know for sure." "Then who were you working for?" "I don't know, I swear. We were just in charge of moving the good, no questions inquired. Please, don't kill me." The ex-soldier raised his fist again, but a hand on his shoulder stopped him. The armored youth looked down and remarked in a calm voice. "Enough." The ex-soldier. "He knows nothing else." The ex-soldier frowned, but lowered his fist and dropped the shaking man. The man crawled away a few feet before standing and running out of the alleyway as fast as he could. The armored youth watched the man leave, then inquired in a low voice. "Do you have to be so rough? They may be criminals, but most of these people are just down on their luck." "Yes. I do. Punks like them only understand violence. If you don't use enough force, they're just as likely to give you false info out of spite. Let's go, we still have time before sunset." The two walked out of the alleyway and met with a hooded figure standing watch to one side. The figure called out in a frustrated voice. "This is a waste of time. That was the fifth one so far, and not one of them knew a thing we didn't already know, so what now?" The ex-soldier stared at the distant setting sun in silence. They were running out of time, and they'd made little progress. As the three were lost and wondered, a voice rang out, only a few feet away from the ex-soldier. "I might be of help in that regards." The ex-soldier twisted around, sending a spinning sidekick towards that direction. As the kick swept through empty air, the ex-soldier saw a faint shadow step away. Though the image faded from his mind as soon as it popped up, again, the voice called out, not too far away. "Hey now buddy, no need to for aggression. I've been watching you for a while, I think we can help each other out." The ex-soldier took a step back and once more struck out behind him, this time spinning around with a back fist aiming at the figure's head. Again, the figure seemed to blur in his mind, and the strike passed through empty air. In the next moment, the ex-soldier felt the cold sting of metal against his throat, and the voice spoke, this time a tinge of annoyance lacing the cold voice. "Enough. If I didn't need you, you lot would already be dead. How about we all calm down and have a little chat?" The ex-soldier glanced over his shoulders, a cold glint in his eyes, but otherwise calm, as he gave a nod. The figure smiled and withdrew his dagger, stepping away a few feet, close enough to chat, but not within striking distance. The ex-soldier got a good look at the stranger. A young man, only 18 or 19 years old, his short hair was pitch black, neatly trimmed and slicked back with some form of oil, giving an air of refinement. If it wasn't for the plain dark clothes he wore and the cold gleam in his black eyes, you might mistake him for one of the young gentlemen walking the streets of the central island. His face and eyes had the distinct shape one might find in those of Asian descent back in his own world, though the sharp jawline and square body shape common to this area suggested that whatever blood these features represented in this world was diluted. As the young man twirled his dagger and resheathed it with practiced hands, the ex-soldier focused his mind on the young man and activated Examine. Less than status, greater than name. Archer, Ghost, 5th Shadow Rat Syndicate Head. Race: Human. Age: 19. Active Sigil: Shadow Walker. Sigil level: 11. HP: 265 megapixels, 955 STR. 50, 155525. End: 20, 1055. Will: 140, 20,120. Dex: 80, 2060. Active Skills: Vanish. Passive Skills: Hide Presence. Unique Skills. Another headache had appeared. As the ex-soldier glanced at the screen, a wonder popped in his head, and he focused on a certain word. To his surprise, the status screen closed, and another replaced it. Shadow Walker Type: Mind. Inheritance Description: The Shadow Walker sigil causes its host brain to emit strong brainwave pattern that interferes with another's ability to perceive or detect their presence. Rather than creating an illusion or controlling the target, a Shadow Walker can blend into the background. They give off the natural impression they are or always have been where they are supposed to be. Someone influenced by a Shadow Walker might confuse or misidentify the host for someone else, fail to notice their actions, or ignore them altogether, as if they were a piece of the environment. These characteristics have led many Shadow Walkers to take up lucrative careers as thieves, spies and assassins. But they are also highly valued in many armies and adventurer groups as scouts. The ex-soldier squinted his eyes, deep in wonder as he stared at the screen. Salah spoke up, pulling down the hood and giving the young man a dark glare as she spoke in a low, threatening tone. Ghost. What are you doing here? I'd wondered all the syndicate higher-ups had vanished. Aye, that they did, little princess. But they didn't just vanish. They were removed. Removed? Yes. It seems someone isn't taking any chances with this one. As soon as our last deal was done, people began vanishing. I'm all that's left. And why is that? How did you get away? At Selah's question, the young man shrugged his shoulders, a cheeky grin spreading on his face as he lifted his nose high and spoke. Come on now, little princess. How long has your sister been trying to get her hands around me? What chance does someone else have? The ex-soldier cut off their banter before it could go on, turning to Archer and speaking in a low, warning voice. Fine, fair enough. What did you want to speak about? The young man lowered his arms and glanced at the ex-soldier with eyes filled with a cold light, his voice serious and deadly. I want the same thing you want. Answers. They took something from me, something very important. I want it back. What does that have to do with us? Why bother approaching us? Because I need your help to do so. It's in a place I'm not get at. Let me guess. The embassy. Correct, my good chum. With your ability, why not just go get it yourself? You could just walk in and out. Archer's eyes went wide in surprise at first, but a smirk soon spread on his face and he remarked with a chuckle. Impressive, you could see through me with just a few glances. It's not that simple. A Shadow Walker's abilities aren't absolute, there are ways to counter it. Otherwise, every king in the world would be a paranoid bundle of nerves. The young man gave a laugh at his own joke before speaking again. Getting in. That's the easy part. But getting out. That's where you lot come in. So, what do you say? As he spoke, Archer gave a bright smile worthy of any great con man.